My parents disappear every October 31st. I don't mean they leave for a party or a night out. No, they vanish, gone without a trace by sunset, leaving me alone in the house. I'd search for them, call their names, but they were always gone, like they'd never existed. It wasn't something we ever talked about. The next morning, they'd be back, acting as if nothing had happened, like it was just another night. But it wasn't. I knew that. I learned that the hard way. It all started when I was 6 years old. I remember that first Halloween like it was yesterday. I was dressed as a witch, excited to go trick-or-treating. But just as the sun dipped below the horizon, I noticed the house felt different. Cold. Quiet. Too quiet. I ran through the halls calling for my mom and dad, but no one answered. Panic set in. I thought maybe they were hiding, playing a prank, but after what felt like hours of searching, I realized they were gone. The front door was locked, the windows were shut, and I was completely alone. That's when I found the first note. It was on the kitchen table, written in my mom's familiar handwriting. It simply said, Rule 1, stay in your room, do not come out until sunrise. Whatever you hear, ignore it. I didn't understand then. I was scared, confused, and alone. I didn't want to stay in my room. I wanted to find my parents. But something about that note made me follow the instructions. I took a flashlight and a pillow, locked myself in my room, and crawled under the covers. I thought maybe it was some kind of weird game. I wasn't sure. That night, I didn't sleep much. The house creaked and groaned, more than usual. I heard strange noises. Soft scratching at my door, footsteps in the hallway, whispers that I couldn't quite make out. I told myself it was the wind or my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something was in the house with me. The next morning, when I opened my door, my parents were back. They were sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee like nothing had happened. I asked them where they'd gone, what had happened, but they just smiled and said I must have had a bad dream. That was the beginning. Every Halloween after was the same. My parents would disappear just before nightfall, leaving me alone with a note. Each year the instructions got a little more specific, a little more ominous. By the time I was 8, the notes included things like, Rule 2, don't look out the windows. And Rule 3, don't respond if someone calls your name. And the noises, they got worse. One year when I was 9, the sounds outside my room became unbearable. There were knocks on the door. Not gentle, but loud, insistent pounding. I pressed my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. I couldn't block it out. The voice on the other side was familiar. My mother's voice, calling my name. Ellie, it's okay. You can come out now. She sounded so calm, so normal. For a second, I almost believed it was really her. But the rule had been clear. Do not open the door, no matter what you hear. So I didn't. I stayed under the covers, trembling, until the knocking stopped. I never told my parents about the voice, and they never asked. The years passed, and the game continued. It became a twisted Halloween tradition. While other kids dressed up and collected candy, I stayed locked in my room, listening to the house come alive with things I couldn't see. I became used to the notes, the strange noises, and the feeling of being watched. It was all a part of the game, my own haunted ritual. But when I turned 13, everything changed. That year, the note was different. I found it on my bed just as the sun was setting. But instead of the usual instructions, it said, Rule 4. There is something new in the house tonight. Be careful. I didn't know what that meant, but the moment I read it, I felt a chill run down my spine. Something new? What did that mean? I locked my door as usual and tried to settle in for the night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The noises started earlier than usual. At first, it was the familiar creaks and footsteps. I'd gotten used to those. But then, there was something else. Breathing. I could hear it, low and heavy, just outside my door. It wasn't human. It was too slow, too deep. I pressed myself against the headboard, clutching my flashlight like a weapon, even though I knew it wouldn't help. The breathing moved away after a while, but then came the scratching. It wasn't at my door this time. It was coming from inside my room. I whipped the flashlight around, scanning the walls, the ceiling, but there was nothing. The scratching grew louder, closer, until it felt like it was coming from beneath my bed. My heart pounded in my chest, my throat dry with fear. I didn't dare look under the bed. I was too scared of what I might find. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by a soft, childlike giggle. The sound of it froze the blood in my veins. It wasn't me. It wasn't my parents. Something was in the room with me. I backed up against the wall, holding the flashlight out in front of me like it could protect me from whatever was there. The giggling continued, soft and mocking. I whispered to myself, "It's not real. It's just a game." But I didn't believe it anymore. Suddenly there was a loud bang on the door. The whole room seemed to shake with the force of it. I dropped the flashlight, plunging myself into darkness. The breathing was back, but this time it was right outside my door. Another hit. The door shuddered. The lock rattled. Whatever was out there was trying to get in. I scrambled to pick up the flashlight, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold it. The banging grew more violent, each hit sounding like the door was about to give in. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Silence. Pure, deafening silence. I held my breath, waiting, listening for any sign of movement. Then the voice returned, soft and sweet, like honey. "Ellie, it's okay. You can come out now." It was my mother's voice again, but this time I knew it wasn't her. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I just sat there, frozen in fear, praying for the night to end. The voice called out again, more insistent this time. "Ellie, don't be scared. It's just a game." My hands were trembling and I could barely hold on to the flashlight. The voice kept calling, but I stayed silent. I knew the rules. I knew I couldn't open the door. But then, something strange happened. The door, it began to unlock. I heard the soft click of the lock turning and the handle slowly twisted. "No," I whispered, pressing myself further against the wall, willing the door to stay shut. But it was too late. The door creaked open, just a crack. but enough for me to see a shadow in the hallway. Something tall and thin, its limbs too long, its fingers clawed. It wasn't my mother. The creature stood in the doorway, unmoving, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me, even though I couldn't see its face. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I felt like I might pass out. And then, just as it stepped forward, the first rays of sunlight crept through the window. The creature recoiled, hissing like an animal, and within seconds, it was gone. The door slammed shut, and the house was quiet again. I didn't leave my room until the sun was fully up. When I finally opened the door, the house was just as it had been the night before. Silent, empty, as if nothing had happened. My parents were back, sitting at the kitchen table, drinking coffee like they always did. I stumbled in, shaken and pale, and I told them everything. The creature, the scratching, the voice that wasn't my mother's. They just looked at me, exchanged glances, and then my dad laughed softly. "You must have had a bad dream," he said, shaking his head. "Nothing like that happened, Ellie. It was just your imagination." My mom smiled that same strange smile and added, "You're safe now. It's over." But I knew better. I knew it wasn't just a dream. The fear, the things I'd heard and seen, they were real. They had to be. My parents don't believe me. They never did. And that was the most terrifying part. Now, as an adult with children of my own, I know the truth. Whatever haunted me in that house, whatever played that sick game, it's still out there, waiting. And it's hungry. I fear for the lives of my children. I'll never let them go through what I went through. I'll protect them at all costs, even if it means never celebrating Halloween, never letting the night touch them the way it touched me, because I know, deep down, that it's only a matter of time before the game starts again. Halloween is coming. I just wish my daughter would stop waking up in the middle of the night. The finger on the monkey's paw curled. It's been almost a decade since I last saw my mother, and she still reminds me every day that if I misbehave again, she'll take my hearing too. The saying is always, "New year, new me," whenever a new year starts, which is fine by me, since I'll just wear and be someone else like I always do. My grandmother died giving birth to my mother, who died giving birth to me. As I feel my consciousness slip away, I pray that my baby is a boy. They say we have a primal sense, that we can just feel someone is watching us. It's been a few weeks now, and it's clear that you do not have that sense. Last night, my 6-year-old daughter's bedroom door opened and closed, her little feet running across the floor to the bathroom in the hallway. Before I could go back to sleep, my daughter's bedroom door opened again, her whispering, "Where's my doll?" When I was a toddler, a drug-addled homeless woman ran up to my father, ripped me from his embrace, and sprinted away. She knew she couldn't physically stop my father from jumping off the overpass. But thanks to her, I didn't die with him. My wife told me she thinks that she's going mad as she keeps hearing voices in our house. After she committed suicide, my girlfriend helped me remove all the hidden speakers from around the house. I put up some pretty solid posts last night, but I woke up this morning and noticed that almost all of them got taken down. I can't help but wonder if they made it past the fence that easy. Who's to say they aren't already inside? At long last, we finally found Waldo. Our faces were horrified when we saw our friend's lifeless body and a note from the kidnapper saying, "Sorry, but you were too late." The priest told me the scratches on my walls were just from rats, but rats can't whisper my name when the lights go out. We were so happy that the first message from space was, "Hi." We spent 40 years constantly blasting signals into the cosmos before receiving the second part of that message. As I lay in bed immobilized by sleep paralysis, I could see a faceless, shadowy black figure with a wide-brimmed hat standing in the bedroom doorway, staring at me with burning red eyes. I closed my eyes tight, and when I opened them again, I found myself standing in the bedroom doorway, staring back at myself. She gently rocked her newborn, whispering lullabies, ignoring the nurses pounding on the locked nursery door. "They said you died during birth," she cooed, smiling at the bloodied bundle. "But what do they know? Because they said I died too." "Did you kill our baby?" I asked my husband. "Don't rush me," he answered as he picked up the knife. "I went live today. 2,341 watching, 973 comments, 402 likes. Not bad for the last person on Earth." I woke up to a Polaroid of me, sleeping, wrapped up comfortably in bed. On the back, written in thick black ink, "I locked the door for you." Missing white women always get more attention, I noted after watching the lengthy news segment. The news didn't cover my other abductions at all. My therapist praised me for finally learning to separate hallucination from reality, but she disappeared the moment I questioned her face changing mid-sentence. "Save me, please!" screamed the woman as she ran down the street. The wind whistling through the dark, empty street was the only response she got. My brother was the best at making shadow puppets on the wall. After he died, though, the shadows remained, and I really don't like the shapes he's starting to make with them. 911, what is your emergency?" She misdialed. Goodbye. She said the man in the corner was watching us, and I laughed because no one was there. Until the man whispered in my ear, "I told her you wouldn't believe it." After my wife died, I spent a decade delving into the occult, hoping to find the spell that would bring her back. At first, I thought the spell didn't work, but then her urn crashed to the floor, and the ashes inside started slowly moving towards me. The man said that if I told the police what I saw, he would kill me too. I told him that if he didn't kill my parents, I would tell the police what I saw. I could feel eyes watching us as we started to explore the abandoned asylum. As we passed the shadowy stairwell, I could feel the weight of their hands grabbing me by the ankles and dragging me down into the dark. "Someone must have a secret admirer," said my new coworker, when a dozen red roses arrived for me. I started to panic when I read the note, signed by my ex, that simply said, "Found you." "Fuck, I hate being alone," I said to myself. "I know," replied a voice from my closet. After Grandpa passed, the family parrot kept his memory alive by shouting at us in his voice. The parrot died last week, but Grandpa keeps calling our names. I woke up after a nice, long nap. I just wished I could figure out why the preacher and everyone at church were freaking out when they saw me. I was having a good time going through the family photo album until I noticed a strange man in the background of all of my pictures. The boy cried as he stared at the mess on the floor. "Don't worry, son. The first kill is always the hardest," his father said reassuringly. Just like any good mother, I tuck my daughter into bed every night. I just hope this time she wakes up. He thought he was safe when they finally stopped pounding on the door and screaming for him to let them in, until they started scratching from inside the walls and pleading with him to let them out. The echoing drip in the bathroom is becoming annoying. Who would have thought it took this long for a body to bleed out? My date surprised me with flowers at my door. I never told him where I lived. I don't know which was worse, when death came for all, or that it ignored me completely. I saw a man standing in the corner of my room, but it was probably just my sleep paralysis, so I decided to ignore it and rolled over. My wife nudged me in the middle of the night and said in a quiet voice she heard voices from the other room. "Shh," I whispered. "It's probably the people that live here." I always love watching this paranormal ghost investigator channel on YouTube. Oh, I find it strange that his latest video is him showing up at my house. I don't remember falling asleep, but I know that I must have, because I woke up feeling startled. I'm not sure if there was a reason I woke up with my heart beating out of my chest. Maybe the reason is that I just realized I was sleeping. I put down my gun so I can drink some water out of one of the nearby bottles. I get the bottle to my lips when the sound of the doorbell fills the room. Now I remember. I heard the doorbell in my sleep. My mouth went dry, and I think about taking a swig from the water bottle, but I think better of it. I recap the bottle and put it down and pick up my gun. I look at the clock. 2 a.m. I know whoever is at the door is not here to help me. I stand and look at the door. The doorbell rings again. I just blink at the door while holding my gun at my side and pointing to the floor with the safety off, ready if I need it. I thought back to when I woke up. I struggled through the haze of sleep deprivation to remember when I was last awake. I remember checking the food and water supply. Then I made sure the barricades over the doors and windows were holding up and undamaged. I know I finished my checks at 11 p.m. I remember sitting down on the sofa. Then I remember waking up now. I was asleep for nearly 3 hours. That was the longest stretch of sleep I've had in weeks. The doorbell rang out again, and I lost my train of thought. Then I heard something that made me want to run away and hide, but also want to throw the door open in alarmingly equal measures. "Will?" It was my mother's voice coming from the other side of the door. "William, honey, it's Mom." Her voice was rough and had an edge to it that it never had before, but I could tell it was her. I backed away from the door. My mom was one of the first people infected in our town of Hanover. She'd been traveling across the country. On her way home, she had a layover in New York's JFK airport. That's where the authorities thought the bioweapon was released, but no one knew it was released until weeks after the outbreak started. My mom started to feel sick days after arriving home from her trip. We had no idea that what she came down with was so serious. The local doctors were confused about what was wrong with her. Then the news of the outbreaks hit the national and local news. By the time the CDC came to Hanover, my mom was dead. But like all the people who died of this new illness, she came back. Unlike her true self, she came back as a violent monster. "William, let me in." I jumped. I was lost for a second in my musings of the past. Her voice started to sound more guttural and took on a terrifying edge. It took me a second to pull my thoughts together. I remember it wasn't long after my mom died before the infected were everywhere, attacking and infecting other people. The healthy people left in town barricaded their doors and windows and tried to wait for help. I'm not sure how many are still left. I can't remember the last time I heard the hammering of survivors repairing their barricades. "William!" My mother shouted and started kicking at the door. I jumped and took another step away from the door. Any remaining humanity in her voice disappeared when she shouted. I looked around myself. I'm running out of things to repair the barricades with. I have about a dozen bottles of water left, most half empty. I maybe have enough food to last 3 days at the most. Only 2 bullets were left in my gun, and I had no extra ammo. I know I won't last much longer, but more than anything, I want to see my mom one last time. "Mom," I called out. She stopped kicking at the door. "Will? Open the door, Will." Humanity rushed back to her voice. She almost sounded like my mom. My healthy mom. "Okay, Mom, give me a second." With the gun in my hand, I went to the door and removed the barricade. I opened the door, and there was my mom. Her hair is a mess with leaves and twigs sticking out of it. She's wearing her hospital gown, but now it's covered in blood and viscera. She takes a shuffling step toward me. I open my arms as if she's coming in for a hug. She isn't. I know that. But it's okay. She's right in front of me, and I wrap my arms around her. For a second, it was like having her back. The hug felt so good. Then, as I knew she would, she bit into my shoulder. The pain was the worst I've ever felt. I put the gun up to her head and fired. She sagged against me. I couldn't hold her up much longer, so I let her fall. I put the gun to my head, and with the last bullet, I pulled the trigger. Just before my life ended, I heard gunfire and voices calling out for survivors. With apologies to the religious, I feel my story must be shared. In 2003, when I was 15 years old, my heart stopped for 6 minutes. It happened on an ordinary afternoon, at the point in my daily routine when I walked home from the bus stop. In the 4 blocks between the corner where I hopped off the bus and my front door, I started to feel nauseous. It came on suddenly, without warning. I'd felt just fine all day. Ate a lunch of Bosco sticks and marinara sauce, something I'd eaten hundreds of times throughout high school. Before I had an opportunity to consider alternative causes, I broke out in a cold sweat. Then I felt a curious flutter in my chest. My heart slipped into what I later learned was an episode of ventricular fibrillation. I became breathless and collapsed. What happened next was told to me after the fact. I apparently sprawled in the road, where a woman driving a hatchback nearly crushed my skull beneath her tires. Instead, she screeched to a halt, tried to rouse me, and dialed emergency services when she failed to do so. EMS arrived to discover my heart had stopped beating. I was dead, technically. They transported my body to the hospital, and somewhere along the way, they managed to shock my ticker back to life. Thus began a harrowing, weeks-long journey through the American healthcare system that led eventually to an ablation, pacemaker, and mountains of debt my family's still dealing with. But my heart's all right. And thank fuck it is, because what I learned that day has taught me never to thank God for anything. Because for those 6 minutes as my lifeless body traveled across the city, accompanied by 2 paramedics working tirelessly to revive me, my soul transcended our world to visit the hereafter. During my visit, I learned things about our universe that I wish I hadn't. Perhaps in sharing my story, I might help our species prepare for what comes after we expire. It began with light, blinding, white, pervasive. It bathed me, calmed me. It was everything they tell you about. Beatific, welcoming, the stuff of spiritual experiences. I had the distinct feeling of ascent, like the light was lifting me skyward. I passed through several sets of gates, which my dizzied consciousness hardly registered. Upon reflection, I don't believe they were physical in any sense, and yet I recall the feeling of admittance, as if they might have prevented me from rising had they remained closed. In any event, I arrived in a place without dimension, a place beyond reality. It only made sense while I occupied it. I don't believe a corporeal being can make sense of the astral plane. Something about its intangible existence defies translation. So what I came away with were more impressions than images. I was not alone. Several life forces enclosed me upon my arrival. At first, because of my Christian upbringing, I believed them to be angels. In my incorporeal form, I made the spiritually equivalent gesture of opening my arms, anticipating their embrace. Instead, I felt myself shackled by their powers, like a collared dog, Humiliation and terror came over me. These were not the ethereal beings I'd been led to believe await us. These were cruel, unsympathetic overlords by whom I was bettered. Why? I thought, my soul wailing like a petulant child. Something like laughter returned, but it was cold, mocking. Thoughts floated into my consciousness like birds winging in and out of sight. They delivered some horrifying truths about existence that I'll do my best to relay to you now. Our universe, like many others running parallel to it, contains a pittance of total energy and existence. It's a farm, used to produce souls, which only arise in the precise conditions found in our cosmos. When you hear scientists talk about the improbability of the existence of our Goldilocks universe, it's because they don't actually come into being spontaneously. They're designed, and the hands that craft them are not benevolent gods, but rapacious beings with little care for the creatures they create. Our ultimate purpose, I learned in the custody of the spirits that shackled me, was to ripen until we were ready to serve them on their higher plane. The Big Bang gave birth to the universe, to give rise to life, to eventuate in humanity, a sufficiently conscious organism that may be harvested for use as slaves on a higher plane, where time and space dissolve into an eternity we spend in servitude. 6 minutes in heaven felt like a lifetime, which I spent amusing what I perceived to be a childlike spirit with a penchant for psychologically distressing manipulation. It batted me around like a cat with a caught mouse, reveling in the pain it produced. Physical discomforts we imagine hell inflicting upon us pale in comparison to the torture of soul pain. Loss of a loved one comes closest. That piercing emotional damage resulting from trauma. When it became clear my time had not yet expired on Earth, and I was to return, I was told not to reveal their existence to the rest of my kind. My reward, they communicated to me, would be a marginally improved station among the slave population. Alternatively, if I managed to convince others of their existence, new horrors would await me when I returned. I can't imagine anything worse than what I experienced, subsumed beneath an ineffable grief and torment. For weeks I tried to explain to anyone who would listen what I experienced. Everyone told me I had suffered a very serious and traumatic experience for a young man, that the event left scars on my psyche as well as my heart. I gave up trying to convince them. I slowly began to convince myself that what they'd told me was true. I'd simply imagined it, a death dream, as it were. The mind reckoning with its own imminent demise, trying to make sense of the experience. Then I met someone who claimed to have met God. This was a few years later, when the author of a non-fiction book recounting their near-death experience visited my hometown. I won't reveal the author's name, as I don't want to invite a lawsuit, which I'm sure he'd launch against me if he read that I'd besmirched him. I attended a reading, and afterward confronted him about his tale. I looked him in the eye and asked him if he'd really met God, something I'm sure he's dealt with hundreds of times. He smiled and nodded, assuring me that yes, God is real and is filled with love. On a lark, I decided to tell him that I knew the truth, that slavery awaits us all. A flicker in his gaze betrayed his knowledge of the fact. He really had died and visited the afterlife, but lied about it in his book, because he knew. He knew the truth of heaven, the horrible place our souls are bound for. I followed Jeff down to the basement, keeping a few feet behind him as he wheezed and grunted his way to the landing. I suspected he didn't get down to the lowest level of his home very often. By the time he unlocked the heavy wooden door, his face was flushed and sweaty. "This is it," he announced, ushering me into the concrete room. "It's a bit messy, but—" I looked around. A single mattress, old and frayed, rested in the middle of the floor. It was surrounded by dozens of boxes of all shapes and sizes, as well as furniture shrouded in blankets. A barred, grimy window was positioned near the top of the wall, letting in a narrow square of sunlight. "Nah, it'll be fine," I said. $50 a week, right?" "That's right." Jeff hitched his pants as high as they would go under his bulging stomach. "You can use the bathroom and kitchen upstairs, too. Just clean up after yourself and replace any groceries you take." I nodded and approached the mattress. There were more than a few disconcerting stains on it, but Jeff had been considerate enough to leave a stack of clean sheets, blankets, and a few pillows at the bed's foot. I dropped my backpack, which held the entirety of my worldly possessions, beside the bed. "You can move the boxes and stuff around to give yourself more room," Jeff said, hitching his pants up again as he backed toward the door. "Most of it's junk anyway. Never got around to cleaning it out. But there's some tables and a chair and stuff you can use. Just don't break anything and we're good, okay?" "Sure," I said. "Thanks, man." Later, Jeff grunted, closing the door behind himself. His huffing and groaning echoed through the room as he pulled his large frame up the stairwell. I turned back to the basement and gave it a closer look. There was dust everywhere, and some of the boxes looked as though they hadn't been opened in decades. When my girlfriend and I had broken up, we'd said some pretty rash things. In retrospect, "No, don't bother. Keep the flat. I'm leaving," was one of my less thought-out statements. I was between jobs and didn't have much in the way of savings, so it was pure good fortune that a friend at uni had told me how his Uncle Jeff wanted to rent out his basement. It wasn't pretty, but it was cheap and didn't come with a contract, so I couldn't complain much. I made the bed quickly, out of eagerness to cover up the yellowed stains more than anything, then started working on making my new home more livable. There was hardly any room to stand, so I began pulling boxes away from the bed and stacked them against the wall as high as I could reach. Moving them caused showers of dust and grime to rain down on me, sending me into sneezing fits. One of the boxes rustled suspiciously. Whether it held mice or a cockroach nest, I couldn't have been sure, but I shoved it out of the way as quickly as I could, and then dusted my filthy hands on my pants. I pulled the drapery off the furniture to see if any of it was useful. I found a spindly wooden rocking chair, which I set under the narrow window, and a small round coffee table that could double as a bedside stand, and a place to eat dinner. I was tempted to make use of the giant mahogany wardrobe that was missing one door, but my clothing storage needs were better met by the coat rack I found and placed beside the door. Most of the other furniture, the broken washing machine, the unplugged mini-fridge, the bookcase, and the foldable camping chairs, weren't much use, so I replaced their cloths and left them where they were. One final piece of furniture, tall and narrow, was nestled in the corner behind boxes and a few crates of what looked like children's toys. Hoping it might be useful, I struggled to it, but when I pulled away its cloth, I was disappointed and a little disturbed to find a mannequin. The naked figure stood nearly a head taller than I did, and it was made of a smooth, slate-gray ceramic. Its masculine face was tilted upward to gaze at a corner of the room. It looked shockingly lifelike, even though its features were only abstract imitations of the real things. The smooth surface below its eyebrows gave the impression of a steady gaze, even though the face had no eyes. The lips were set in a hard line below high cheekbones, and its arms were held out in some unfathomable gesture. Its long fingers were devoid of nails, creases, and fingerprints, but somehow they seemed just as human as my own. I threw the cloth back over its bald head and rearranged the fabric to ensure every part of the mannequin was covered. Then I replaced the boxes and crates in front of it. My back was aching, and I figured the room was about as organized as I could bother making it. Dust and whirls of grime still coated the floor, and my every step kicked up small puffs. I hadn't found a broom during my cleaning, but I suppose Jeff wouldn't mind if I asked to borrow his. I jogged up the stairs and let myself through the door at the top. Jeff's house was large, and he'd only shown me the way from the front door to the basement. As I hesitated on the landing, wondering if it would be less rude to go looking for him or to call his name, my phone beeped. I pulled it out and saw 2 missed messages. One from Tony, asking if I wanted to meet him and the guys at the local pub to celebrate my breakup, and another from Clive, saying that they were all waiting for me. A grin slid across my face as I texted back, saying I would be there in 10 minutes. Forgetting the broom, I raced back down the stairs to get my wallet and jacket. I watched the signal on my phone as I descended, and the bars disappeared about halfway down the stairs. Clearly, the basement was a dead zone for Wi-Fi. It was annoying, but I was willing to put up with a lot in exchange for cheap rent. I opened the door and froze as I felt eyes watching me. I looked to my left and saw the mannequin's head, barely visible above the stacked boxes, staring in my direction. I dropped my phone into my pocket, then circled the boxes to escape the gaze of the statue. I mustn't have put the cloth on properly, I realized. A breeze from the open door had probably caused it to slide off. A minute of puffing and clamoring got me next to the mannequin. I gathered the fabric from where it was pooled around his feet, then threw it back over him, being extra careful to make sure it would stay put before I extracted myself from the storage area. The pub wasn't far from Jeff's house, and I got there in good time. My 4 friends were already halfway to drunk, so I made quick work of a pint of beer to catch up to them. When Clive asked me to share some of the ways my ex had wronged me, Tony had the bright idea to turn it into a drinking game. We ordered a tray of shots and drank every time I told a story that made my friends hoot in disgust. They were predisposed to hate my ex and eager to drink, so it wasn't long before we were plastered. We left, or we might have been kicked out. I really can't remember. Shortly after midnight. I don't have any memory of finding my way home, but I did, which was a bit of a miracle, truthfully, as I'd only ever been there once before. I remember fumbling with my keys for what felt like an eternity before I realized I was trying to use the one from my old apartment. When I finally let myself into the house, I tried to creep towards the basement so I wouldn't wake Jeff, but I had forgotten where it was and ended up looping through the house twice before I found the right door. If Jeff heard me, he was generous enough not to disturb my drunken roving. I woke up the next morning with a dry mouth and a splitting headache. I lay there, prone on my dust-covered mattress for as long as I could before my bladder threatened mutiny. I pulled myself to my feet, ready to stagger upstairs, and nearly walked into the mannequin. It stood at the foot of my bed, its arms splayed out as though to welcome an embrace, its head tilted down to angle its non-existent gaze on me as I slept. I stumbled away from it, becoming tangled in my bed sheets, slipped and caught myself on one of the boxes. My headache flared, and for a moment, I thought I would be sick on the floor. Then, as I closed my eyes and breathed the dusty air through my nose, memories of the night before filtered through my mind. I remembered spinning around with the mannequin, laughing at how serious he looked, and telling him he was almost stiff enough to be a replica of my ex. For whatever reason, drunk me must have thought it would be a brilliant idea to pull the mannequin out from the corner of the room and set him up to watch me as I slept. I cursed, shambled around the statue, and stomped up the stairs. I slept in my clothes and still had my wallet in my pocket, so after relieving myself and splashing water on my face, I decided it would be less painful to go outside than hide in the cramped, dusty basement. I went to one of my favorite local cafes. There was a corner with dim lighting, and the servants knew me well enough that they wouldn't pester me too often. So I hunkered down to drink coffee and wait out my hangover. By the time I felt like a human being again, I was late for a uni lecture I couldn't miss and had to jog to get there on time. Afterward, Tony invited me to tag along for a dinner at a barbecue one of his work friends was throwing. In the end, I didn't get back to Jeff's house until late that night. When I opened the basement door, I was surprised to see the mannequin standing beside the rocking chair under the window. I paused in the doorway, confused and alarmed, until I realized Jeff must have moved it. When he hadn't seen me that morning, he'd probably come downstairs to check on me and found the mannequin poised above my bed. It must have confused him and likely disturbed him a little, so he'd moved it. Great. Now he thinks I put the mannequin there on purpose. Talk about making a first impression. I sighed and half-heartedly kicked my bed sheets back into an approximation of where they should have been, and then flopped on top of them. When I split from my ex, I'd left just about everything I owned at our apartment, including my clothes, my laptop, and my uni books. I would need to ask for them back soon, but I dreaded having to carry them the 20 minutes from her apartment to my new basement. I supposed I could ask Tony for help. He was a solid friend and would brave my ex with me like a champ, but I was still holding out for slightly nicer, less cramped accommodations, preferably without a mannequin. I rolled over to look at the ceramic figure. He stood beside the rocking chair. His arms hung limp by his sides, and his face was turned to observe the door. His sightless gaze was disquieting, even when he wasn't looking at me. Sighing, I got up, approached the mannequin and gripped its arms. The fake skin was colder than I'd expected, almost as if he'd been sitting in a fridge. I shuddered, ground my teeth, tightened my grip on the muscular biceps, and began dragging the statue back toward the corner. It was heavier than I'd expected, and I was winded by the time I reached the crates and boxes blocking me from his corner. It was incredible that drunk me had managed to pull him out the night before. I looked at the boxes, judged them to be too numerous and heavy to struggle with, and decided it would be easier to leave the mannequin on my side of them. I pushed him into a gap between two boxes, turned him to face the corner, and borrowed the cloth from the top of the mahogany wardrobe to drape over him. When I was done, it was almost possible to pretend he wasn't there at all. I went upstairs to brush my teeth, shower, and check for messages on my phone. When I got back into the basement, I barely spared a glance at my cloth-covered companion before sliding into bed. I rolled over to face the window and lay there for almost an hour before sleep finally claimed me. My dreams were disjointed. I imagined I was in uni, taking an exam I hadn't studied for. Whenever I looked at the words, they squiggled across the page like worms and resettled in new places to form completely different questions. A tall, dark man with a smooth face stood beside me while I struggled to erase an incorrect answer. And as I watched the words writhe across the pages again, he bent down to whisper in my ear, "Close your eyes." I sat up with a jolt. Pale light filtered through the window, telling me it was morning. I fumbled for my phone on the bedside table. The clock on my phone confirmed it was just after 7, so I got up and searched for fresh clothes on the coat rack. I only had 3 shirts and 2 pairs of pants, and they were all grimy with subtle dust. Grumbling, I shook one of the shirts and a pair of pants, sending plumes of tiny hairs and specks swirling in the early morning light, then pulled on the clothes. As I made for the door, I shot a glance at the mannequin. It was no longer where I'd left it, between the boxes. I froze, then rotated slowly, my eyes skimming the room. It wasn't hard to find him. He was posed directly behind the head of my bed, staring down at where I'd been laying just a few moments before. A stifled laugh spilled out of me. I glanced about the room, searching for some explanation, and failing to find one. The mannequin stood, legs spread on its stand, his bald head tilted downward. His abs caught a hint of shine from the window's light. I jumped through the doorway, slammed the door behind me, then jogged up the stairs. The house was quiet. Jeff probably wasn't awake yet. I let myself out through the front door, slung the backpack over my shoulders, and jogged down the near-empty street toward my favorite cafe. I stayed there for several hours, stirring a cold mug of coffee and trying not to think about the statue in my new home. I needed someone to talk to who would listen patiently, wouldn't think I was crazy or stupid, and give me solid advice. Well, Tony can do 2 out of 3. Just before the lunch crowd started filtering in, I paid my bill, then took the subway to Tony's neighborhood. It was a neglected part of town, but the occasional windowsill potted plant and a small park stopped it from being depressing. I let myself into Tony's apartment complex, climbed the 3 flights of stairs, and knocked on his door. He was home, luckily, though he looked as though he hadn't been awake for long. His round, oily face split into a huge grin when he saw me, and he pulled me into his cluttered 2-room apartment. "How you doing, man?" He shoved a pile of clothes off his couch and waved me into a newly freed space. Then, before I could answer, he asked, "Want a beer?" I certainly did, and he fished 2 bottles out of his fridge. As I opened my beer, he sat next to me and fixed me with his brilliantly carefree smile. "What brings you here on such a lovely day?" I took a gulp while I tried to think how to phrase my problem. Even Tony, who fervently believed in the Loch Ness Monster, had limits to what he would swallow. I settled on a vague answer. "Something weird is happening in my new apartment." "What, like the house owner?" No, he's fine." Things suddenly fell into place, and I felt acutely stupid for not seeing it sooner. An explanation. The only plausible explanation, really, for the moving mannequin was Jeff. He'd come down to the basement while I was asleep and put the statue behind my bed as a prank. It was a weird thing for him to do, and it definitely pushed the boundaries of personal space. Still, That was less disturbing than imagining the mannequin was sentient. I snorted and gulped down another bitter mouthful of beer. You know what? It's nothing. Don't worry about it, man. Tony shrugged and turned the TV on. He was quickly absorbed in a soccer match, and I let my mind wander. Jeff had seemed like a jovial person when I'd met him. He was probably waiting for me to bound up the stairs screaming about walking mannequins so he could slap my back and have a laugh at my expense. Well, that wasn't going to happen. I loved a good prank, but the mannequin was just too creepy to tolerate. When I got back, I would have to confront Jeff and ask him not to move the statue again. I didn't follow soccer, but Tony did, and it was an easy, distracting 2 hours. Tony kept fishing more beers from the fridge, and around mid-afternoon he phoned for a pizza. When I left Tony's house shortly after sundown, I was slightly drunk and much less anxious than I'd been that morning. The air was cool and smelled like rain was on the way. I took my time walking home, taking detours through the nicer parts of town to prolong my freedom before retreating to the basement. When Jeff's house came in sight, I hesitated, then quickened my step. The 2-story house stood out like a beacon. Every light in the place was turned on, and the front door stood open, spilling a rectangle of gold down the steps and onto the sidewalk. I stepped in the doorway and listened to the heavy steps thundering down the back of the house. A moment later, Jeff rounded the corner, his large face beat red with exertion, carrying a suitcase in each hand. He saw me and let his breath out in a rush. "You're back. Good. I was going to write you a note." He dropped his suitcase beside the door, wiped the back of his hand across his damp forehead, and gazed about the room. His watery eyes scanned the stack of mail on the narrow hallway table and the phone on the wall. "Did something happen?" I asked, eyeing Jeff's suitcases warily. "If he's leaving, does that mean I need to find a new place to stay?" Jeff caught my gaze and gave me a grim smile. "Don't worry, I'm not kicking you out. I've got to be out of state for a couple of days, lad. I'm sorry to do this so soon after you've moved in. It's my sister. She's had a fall, and I need to be there for her." He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and rubbed it over the rivulets of sweat slipping down his face, his eyes again scanning the room. "I don't think I've forgotten anything. You can use whatever's in the fridge if you like, so it doesn't go off. The bills are all paid, so no worries there." "I'm sorry about your sister," I said. But Jeff didn't seem to hear me. A taxi honked from the street, and he grabbed his travel cases. "That's for me, lad. Gotta go. I'll call if I'm going to be away for more than a few days. Take care now." He barreled past me, dragging his suitcases toward the waiting taxi. I closed the door behind him, then watched through the curtained windows until the car disappeared. Jeff had left the lights on in the house, so I went through each room, turning them off. He must have only just gotten the call. A mess of clothes lined the floor around his closet, and he'd left the bathroom cabinets open after collecting his toiletries. The offer of free food was too tempting to pass up, so I grabbed some leftover chicken and a soda from the fridge for my dinner. I took a shower, much longer than I would have dared if Jeff had been in the house, changed into a pair of clean clothes, and set my phone to charge. Then I allowed myself the luxury of watching TV in the living room until tiredness started to gnaw at me. It was getting close to midnight when I made my way down the stairs into the chilly basement. I didn't think Jeff would mind my using the rest of his house while he was gone, but it wouldn't feel right to sleep in his bed, no matter how inviting it was compared to my stiff mattress and dusty concrete room. The mannequin stood where I'd left him, poised over the head of my bed. I closed the door behind myself, dropped my bag beside the coat rack, and picked the mannequin's discarded cloth off the floor. I threw it over his head, blocking his horrible blank profile from my sight, then dragged him back to his proper place, wedged between 2 boxes near the opposite side of the room. "Looks like it's just you and me for a few days," I said grimly, patting the mannequin's covered head. "Lovely." I turned the light off and stood by the door for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. The rectangular window set high in the wall let in just enough moonlight to guide me back to my bed. I kicked off my shoes and crawled under the sheets, shuddering at how unexpectedly cold they were. The rooms upstairs had felt so warm and comfortable that it had been easy to become drowsy, but back in my basement. The tiredness melted away. I lay on my back, frustrated and alert, my eyes seeking out patterns in the stained concrete ceiling, while the weak moonlight gradually eroded shadows and built new ones in their place. You've got to get some sleep, I thought after checking my phone and seeing it was creeping up on 1 a.m. You've got classes tomorrow, and you really need to pick up your laptop and study books. Brave the fiery wrath of the Dragon X. I slipped into a thin, unsatisfying sleep, where dreams blended into reality. The light from the window was fading, like a flashlight whose battery was running down, while the mannequin strode past me, his ceramic joints bending unnaturally as his blank eyes bored into the back of my head. The door gave a soft click, and I jolted into awareness, sitting up and rubbing my face while I tried to center myself and shake off the dreams. The noise had been too real, too close to have been my imagination, so I fumbled for my phone. I swiped to turn on the flashlight and then pointed the thin glow toward the basement door. A tall, dark man stood there, still as stone, staring down at me. I stared back, horrified. My heart was beating into my ear like a bird trapped in a cage, thrashing its wings against its prison. Not daring to move, I sat in my bed, prepared to dive backward to defend myself the moment the man moved toward me. The stranger, barely visible in the thin light of my phone, had frozen as well. I could feel him watching me, waiting to see what I would do. His stillness was unnerving, terrifying, and somehow much worse than motion. The seconds stretched out, each one lasting much longer than they had any right to, while we each waited for the other to make the first move. Then, a horrible, crazy thought filtered through my head. What if it isn't an intruder? What if it's the mannequin? I glanced to the right, to where the mannequin should have been propped between the boxes. The phone's light was too weak to make out much more than a cloud of shadows, but I thought I caught sight of the cloth pooled on the floor. Then darkness poured over us. My phone had slipped into hibernation. A weak, terrified sound escaped my lips, and I swiped the phone again, calling the light back. I looked up. The mannequin had moved a full 2 paces toward me in that second of darkness. He was frozen again, poised just shy of the foot of my bed as he loomed over me, his fingers spread by his sides, his blank face angled down at me. I clambered out of bed, the adrenaline lending my shaking limbs strength, and darted backward away from the mannequin. I kept my thumb rubbing over the phone screen, refusing to let it slip back into darkness as I pointed the screen toward the mannequin like a priest uses his cross to ward off a vampire. I kept backing away, refusing to take my eyes off the statue's back until I reached the door. I grabbed for the knob with my free hand and twisted it. It stuck. I pulled harder, pushed, then put my shoulder against the door and shoved it as hard as I could. He locked you in, a nasty voice in my head whispered. He's got you trapped. No, I muttered. I stepped away from the door and searched for the plastic box set in the wall. I found the switch and flicked it. Beautiful, sweet light filled the room. I took a series of short gulps of air as I put my phone back into my pocket. I didn't dare take my eyes off the mannequin, but he hadn't moved since that second of darkness. I returned to the door again and jiggled the handle. It wouldn't budge. The spare keys were in my jacket's pocket. I edged around the perimeter of the room until I reached the coat rack, where I fumbled for my corded jacket. The first pocket was empty. So was the second one. I kept going, turning out every pocket in it, until there was no more room left for doubt. The keys were gone. They'd been there when I'd let myself into the basement the night before. I remembered putting them back in my pocket before taking off the jacket and hanging it up. And if there was no one in the house except for me and... I stared at the mannequin's muscular back. He wore no clothes and had no pockets. If he took the keys, what did he do with them? The concrete floor was icy cold under my hands as I knelt before the door. There was a gap of nearly an inch between the wood slab and the ground. I spared a glance toward the mannequin to reassure myself he hadn't moved. Then I turned my head and looked under the door. The short hallway leading to the stairs was almost pitch black, but a thin sliver of light stretched along the ground. I could just barely make out a glitter of silver at the foot of the first stair, offering tantalizing freedom that was impossible to reach. A crash, a snap, and then the light was gone once again. I scrambled away from the door, stumbled to my feet, and turned to get my back against the wall. The light from the window had faded as the night progressed, making it impossible to see anything except vague hints of shapes. I tugged my phone back out of my pocket, my eyes uselessly scanning the black room, and swiped it on. The mannequin stood beside the light, barely a foot away from where I'd been kneeling. His body faced the wall, but his head had turned to follow me. He held something white in his hands. I stared for a moment, extending my phone forward to push the weak light toward him. He was holding a crumpled plastic rectangle with severed wires trailing from it. The light switch. "You bastard," I whispered. The mannequin didn't reply. He was frozen in the beam of my phone, the indents where his eyes belonged gazing at me. Once again, I felt the overwhelming sensation of being examined, as though his fleshless, lifeless eyes could see far more clearly than my mortal ones. I skittered sideways toward the window to get out of his gaze. Panic was building like a knot of cords in my chest, binding my lungs so I couldn't breathe, and restricting my limbs so I couldn't move. The waning burst of adrenaline was urging me to do something. Flee, fight, just some sort of action. But my exit was locked, and I would rather have died than touch the monster in the basement. "That's what you are," I said, backing toward the window, my feet scraping across the dusty floor as I warded him off with the light from my phone. A monster. The back of my legs hit the rocking chair, and I let myself slump into it. The rickety legs creaked under my weight, but it didn't break. My mind scrambled to find a way out, but every choice was a dead end. The window above me was too narrow for a person to fit through, even if I could break it open. My phone had no signal in the basement. The door was too thick and solid to break, and without the keys, I had no hope of unlocking it. I glanced past the mannequin. If I could find something, a coat hanger maybe, to slip through the gap under the door, I could probably hook the keys. But that would mean turning my back to the mannequin again. I instinctively knew that was a terrible mistake. Well, it was dark at least. I tilted my head back to gaze at the window above me. It was narrow and it had bars like a jail cell's, but it let me see a strip of inky sky pinpricked with stars. If I could hold him off until dawn, I might just have a chance to retrieve the keys and make a break for it. I looked back at the mannequin. He remained as motionless as a statue, posed by the defunct light bulb, looking the other way. "Light's your weakness, huh?" I said. "You can't move as long as I can see you?" "As usual." There was no reply. I kicked my heels against the ground, sending the rocking chair into a gentle swing. How long until dawn? I turned the phone toward myself for a moment. 3 a.m. I had at least 2 hours until sunrise. I rotated the phone back to face the room. The mannequin had moved. In the second I'd taken the light off of him, he dropped the scrunched plastic from his hand and taken a step toward me. My breath whistled through my lips in a shaky wheeze as we stared each other down. My first impulse was to move out of his line of vision as I'd done before, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to show signs of weakness in front of my stalker. "Maybe this is best," I told the mannequin, while the light jittered over his slate gray face, casting strange shadows about his eyes. "I can watch you, and you can watch me, but no one gets any closer than we are now." Time dragged by. When my arm began to ache, I switched the phone to my left hand. I didn't dare break the mannequin's gaze, even as the shadows behind him jumped and leapt in my dim light, clamoring to surge forward and engulf me and my inhuman companion. As the air became colder, goosebumps rose on my arms, and mist began to plume in front of my face. A couple of times I thought I saw tiny puffs of chilled air appear around the mannequin's set mouth and ceramic nose, but it might have been a trick played by the light. It was easy to lose track of time in the basement. I kept my chair rocking, using the gentle motion to keep me alert. Each time I kicked against the floor, the worn wooden joints whined in protest. I had my eyes trained on the mannequin, watching the shadows around his eyes quiver as the light shifted from the motion. as I willed myself to stay alert. Then my phone beeped. I knew that noise, and a rush of frantic horror poured through me. I stopped rocking the chair, letting it come to a halt as my feet hit the ground, and stared at the statue with fresh dread. The beep was my phone's warning for low batteries. How didn't I think of this before? It's been on for hours. Of course the battery is going to drain. My mouth was dry when I swallowed, and I felt a small bead of sweat trickle down my neck. I imagined the light going out, dead beyond my power to summon it back, trapping me in the inky blackness with my inhuman companion. A strangled noise caught in my throat. Calm down. Think. Where's the charger? Upstairs, of course, where I'd left it after fueling the phone before bed. Damn it, I whispered. Damn it, damn it, damn it. My hand shook, and the unsteady light allowed the shadows to creep across the mannequin's shoulders and up his legs. The way the darkness danced made his face look as though it were moving. How much battery do I have left? How much time? I eyed the statue, calculating the risk of taking the light off him versus the agony of not knowing how long my battery would last. Then I turned the phone toward myself as quickly as I could. He was in darkness for less than half a second, but when the light returned to him, he'd taken a long step forward. Damn you to hell, I snarled at him. I had 15% of my battery left. I'd charged it just before bed, so having its light on was sucking its power quickly. A headache set into my right temple as I tried to calculate how long that would give me. It was just after 5 in the morning. Surely dawn isn't far away. I remembered a quote, something I'd read in a novel years before, which suddenly felt much more personal. The game of patience has changed into a game of endurance. There was nothing to do but wait and hope. I kicked against the ground again, setting my chair back to rocking. I divided my attention. I still watched the mannequin, but I couldn't stop myself from flicking my eyes toward the window above my head. I kept expecting the fresh morning light to break through the black, but if anything, it seemed to be getting darker. I struggled against my desire to check the time. Taking the light off the mannequin for even a second would give him the freedom he craved. But the slow crawl of time was agony. When my limbs were trembling from exhaustion and cold, and my eyes were bleary from staring into the dim light, I couldn't stand it any longer. I flipped the phone around to face myself, then immediately turned it back on the mannequin. He'd taken another long step forward, halving the distance between us. I recoiled in my chair, and the pained squeals of its dry wood filled the basement. I'd seen 2 important things in the moment I'd been able to look at my phone. First, it was 5:42 in the morning. I couldn't remember what time dawn broke, but I suspected it wasn't long after 6. Second, and much more horrifying, my phone's battery was down to the last 2%. As I held the shaking light toward the mannequin's face, I thought his thin, stern lips looked a little different. Maybe it was the exhaustion or the stress getting to me, but they seemed to have curled into a grim smile. No, I said, using both hands to hold the light, to stop my numb fingers from dropping it. No, don't come any closer, don't come any closer, don't come any closer. I kept the chant up, gasping thin breaths in between and stealing frequent, quick glances at the window, desperate to see any sort of abatement in the smothering darkness. The mannequin, ever still, ever patient, watched me with those intent, eager eyes. I met his gaze, shook my head, and then my light died. Here it is, Jeff said, huffing as he unlocked the basement door. I haven't touched anything since I got back. Tony followed the wheezing man into the basement, taking in the surroundings in a quick glance. He recognized his friend's jacket and shirts hung up on a coat rack, as well as the backpack sitting by the door. He didn't take anything? Tony asked, crossing the room and glancing at the unmade mattress on the floor. Not that I can tell, Jeff said, rubbing the back of his hand across his forehead. Weirdest thing. He cleared out while I was visiting my sister. Didn't write a note or anything. He left the key at the foot of the stairs, though. Tony stooped to pick up the phone that had been left on the rocking chair. He pressed the power button, but the battery was dead. Well, if you hear from him, tell him to get in touch with me. Tell him I'm worried. And his professors say he'll fail if he misses any more classes. Jeff nodded grimly. You want to take the stuff? I guess I'd better. Tony grabbed the clothes and phone, stuffed them into the backpack, then followed Jeff toward the stairs. At the threshold of the room, he glanced back, searching for any sign of where or why his friend had disappeared. He saw nothing except the unmade mattress on the floor, the stack of boxes pushed against the walls, the dilapidated rocking chair sitting under the grimy windows, and 2 slate-gray ceramic mannequins standing against the back wall. Beneath the moon's infernal grin, the Ferris wheel began to spin. A jester stepped from Shadow's womb to call the children to their doom. His grin was stitched of wane and maim, his voice a whisper laced with shame. He rang the bell, the gates unsealed. Now all the buried dreams revealed. The tents uncurled like tongues of smoke. Black as pitch, the jester spoke. A music box began to play and lured the sleeping children away. No parent stirred, no dogs would bark. The hourglass sand turned dark. A carousel moaned a lullaby beneath the red eye in the sky. Each ride hummed with hallowed names for ones who'd played the jester's games. Their laughter echoed with the gust as rusted gears turned to dust. A girl in blue with tousled hair now found herself upon the stairs that led to nowhere but the wheel, and seats that rocked but couldn't feel. She called for home, but heard no sound, just laughter rising from the ground. The air was sweet with sugared lies, and painted clowns with hollowed eyes. The candy cane turned to ash, the mirrors blinked with lightning flash. The world was fading from her mind, a thread the jester had untwined. She tried to run, but paths did bend, each signpost spinning without end. The game began. Not one could leave, each prize designed. You're lucky now, the jester said, to play while not fully dead. But once the blood moon starts to fade, you'll serve beneath the stripped arcade. The wheel still turns, the jester crooned, and soon your fate will be entombed. A soul must pay to keep us whole. So tell me, child, will you enroll? She clenched her fists, her voice a thread. I will not play, she screamed with dread. I want no sweets, nor crown, nor fame. I only want to end this game. He chuckled low and tipped his hat. You'll never find your way like that. You need to give, or you'll never go. And all that's yours is now mine, you know. Then take it all, she dared and stood. But I will not be scarred for good. I will not serve your rotting tent. My soul's no pawn, nor ornament. The wheel steamed red, the moon turned gray. The tents began to peel away. Her voice rang out, one final breath. A name reclaimed, defying death. And now beneath each blood moon's wind, a girl in blue walks deep within. She guards the gate. She does not play, and keeps the jester's curse at bay. The moon is pale, the sky is cold. Dark trees whisper secrets old. A horse runs fast, its hooves strike fire, chased by headless, ghostly rider. No eyes to see, no mouth to speak, yet fear runs deep, the night is weak. He lifts a pumpkin burning bright, a lantern born to curse the night. The bell tolls once, your breath will fade. No prayer can help, no dream is safe. And hollows dark, beware his call, for when he rides, your head may fall. Will you walk into my parlor? Said the spider to the fly. 'Tis the prettiest little parlor that ever you did spy. The way into my parlor is a winding stair, and I have many curious things to show when you are there. Oh, no, no, said the little fly. To ask me is in vain, for who goes up your winding stair can ne'er come down again. I'm sure you must be weary, dear, with soaring up so high. "Will you rest upon my little bed?" said the spider to the fly. "There are pretty curtains drawn about, the sheets are fine and thin, and if you like to rest a while, I'll snugly tuck you in." "Oh, no, no," said the little fly, "for I've often heard it said, they never, never wake again who sleep upon your bed." Said the cunning spider to the fly, "Dear friend, what can I do to prove the warm affection I've always felt for you? I have within my pantry good store of all that's nice. I'm sure you're very welcome. Will you please to take a slice?" "Oh, no, no," said the little fly, "kind sir, that cannot be. I've heard what is in your pantry, and I do not wish to see." "Sweet creature," said the spider, "you're witty and you're wise. How handsome are your gauzy wings, how brilliant are your eyes. I have a little looking-glass upon my parlor shelf. If you'll step in a moment, dear, you shall behold yourself." "I thank you, gentle sir," she said, "for what you're pleased to say, and bidding you good morning now, I'll call another day." The spider turned him round about and went into his den, for well he knew that silly fly would soon come back again. So he wove a subtle web in a little corner sly, and set his table ready to dine upon the fly. Then he came out to his door again, and merrily did sing, "Come hither, hither, pretty fly, with a pearl and silver wing. Your robes are green and purple, there's a crest upon your head. Your eyes are like the diamonds bright, but mine are dull as lead." I have walked a great while over the snow, and I am not tall, nor strong. My clothes are wet, and my teeth are set, and the way was hard and long. I have wandered over the fruitful earth, but I never came here before. Oh, lift me over the threshold, and let me in at the door. The cutting wind is a cruel foe, I dare not stand in the blast. My hands are stone, and my voice a groan, and the worst of death is past. I am but a little maiden still, my little white feet are sore. Oh, lift me over the threshold, and let me in at the door. Her voice was the voice that women have, who plead for their heart's desire. She came, and the quivering flame sunk and died in the fire. It never was lit again on my hearth, since I hurried across the floor, to lift her over the threshold, and let her in the door. In the dead of night, when the world is still, and the air grows cold with an eerie chill, ghouls and spectres begin to rise underneath the blood-red moon's cold eyes. Bats take flight with leathery wings, as the haunted mansion softly sings of ghostly tales from ages past, where restless spirits forever last. The trees, they whisper with voices low of secrets buried long ago. Graves stand silent, rows on rows, as darkness in the graveyard grows. Through fog and mist the banshees wail, their mournful cries a ghostly trail. Wolves howl in the distant woods, in this haunted land where evil broods. The pumpkin, leering with a devilish grin, hide the horrors that reside within. Candles flicker, casting eerie glows on this night where the terror flows. So lock your doors and say a prayer, for Halloween's a night of scare, when the supernatural and the unknown come to life in a bone-chilling tone. During my time in Row, I drowned a total of 25 times, one on-purpose drowning for every summer solstice that I had been alive on this God's-graced earth, and a few mostly by accident drownings done on my own time. Every summer solstice dawn, my head was pushed into the water by my father, the priest. It was a sight to see, a holiday affair. Row got done up proper, the girls all wore flowers in their hair, and while dirty river water and silt flooded into my lungs, the townsfolk sang me drowning songs. On the dawn of my 22nd solstice, I walked with my father to the river. The town was already gathered there, and as we approached, they raised their voices to sing. I stepped into the river, and my father followed. He did not speak to me, or even look at me. When he reached the deepest part of the river, he took hold of me and pushed me gently beneath the water until it covered my nose, my face. The surface world went quiet, and I could not hear the singing any more, but for a distant hum. I knew this would not be my end. I knew I would survive this. But this year, like every year, animal panic and a certain hidden rage became known to me. I fought my father, I'm ashamed to say. I clawed at his arms and drew blood with my nails. I thrashed and kicked his unyielding legs, and all the while the town sang, still. Though I clung piteously to my life, I drowned. The great mouth of the beyond swallowed me whole, and I was welcomed into darkness. My father told no one in Row about the dreams at first. God sent them, he was pretty sure. She, in all her wisdom and mercy, had told him to drown his sweet baby girl Adeline in the river, the birth of whom had made a widower of him. Now, my father was a sensible man. He told himself this was no prophecy, but visions from his grief. He wouldn't fall to this madness. He was pious enough to think he knew his God and the ways in which she worked. Surely she would never ask him to kill his only child. Life got harder for my father. He broke his leg while working the fields, and it healed crooked. Preaching and priesting wasn't paying enough to fill one belly, let alone two. Not to mention the town of Row became a worse place to live day by day. There was a sickness that seemed never to lift. There were 3 stillborn births all in the month of April, which was a lot for a town of that size. And while the harvest months were fast approaching, no farmer had any high hopes for it. So, to wrap it up, my father was destitute, hungry, freshly widowed, hobbled, and plagued with dreams telling him to drown his daughter for the favor of God. It turned out to be easy enough for her to break a desperate man. The first time he drowned me, he did so in secret. He was drunk, I believe. At dawn, he went to the river, held his little girl down in the water until she went still, then let her body float away. He stumbled home and drank himself to sleep, only to wake to half the town hollering at his door. They'd found me, you see, washed up on the riverbank. I was alive again. The story came out after that, of course. My father, driven out of his head with relief that his daughter was still alive, told the people of Row about the dreams. He said God told him to drown Adeline, and could he please see her and hold her in his arms, his perfect, sainted girl. They thought he was mad and decided it would be best to hang him. But God has a flair for the dramatic. Just as they were walking my father to the noose, 3 miracles did occur. The first was that my father's crooked leg straightened with a god-awful crack. The second was that the Peterson farm, racked with the worst sorts of misfortune imaginable, recovered from its blight within the blink of an eye. The third was that Ann Hart's newborn baby, thought to be dead, opened its eyes and began to cry. The town was saved. Perhaps the mad priest was right. They let him go. They let me go back home with him. My father's dream sure as hell didn't stop, though. So for the next 21 years, the town of Row was a prosperous, graced place. There was no sickness to speak of. Its babies were born healthy and strong. The harvest was bountiful. But only if, every year, my daddy drowned me. This time when I crawled out of the river, wiping mud out of my eyes, I was about half a mile out of town, which was loud with celebration and all manner of revelry. I walked back barefoot and made my way to the church. It was the largest building in Row, built in honor of my 10th drowning. My father was waiting for me inside. He looked relieved to see me. Like every year, he was worried he was finally my killer. He kissed my forehead, uncaring of the mud, and told me to get cleaned up and join the dancing and the feasting. The rest of the town was there as well. The people of Row did not speak to me much as a rule, but neither did they shun me. On drowning days, they were even joyful around me, and let me play with their children. I went and washed up, but I kept my hair unbound and my feet bare. Today, the town of Row treated me like God herself, so I dressed like a wild thing and danced with every girl who let me. My appetites were no secret to the town. They had made peace with my strangeness on account of how I was their precious drowned saint. And if I chose to dance with the women of the town, then they could look the other way, morally speaking. I danced with Dorothy and June, who was pregnant with her first child at the time, and Lucy and Henrietta. June let me dance with her the longest, and later that night we slipped away to the church attic, and I kissed her and took off her dress. She was far enough into her pregnancy that her belly was swollen pretty big, so I had to lay her on the table so I could bring her off with my hand. Not far into this, June suddenly sat up and confessed to me. She had not felt her baby move in more than a week, and was afraid that it had died in her womb. She was sure my drowning earlier that day would bring it back, as there had not been a single stillborn birth in Row for 21 years. But just in case, could I please use my mouth and grace both of them with God's favor? I told her that sounded pretty serious, and shouldn't she have told the doctor, or my father the priest, and not me? I wasn't any kind of healer, after all. But June was insistent, and fearful, as only a soon-to-be mother could be. I could say no more to her honest distress, so in God's name, I put my mouth between her legs and did my best to send a prayer. It was late when I returned home, but my father was still awake and writing his sermons. He didn't sleep much anymore. As a child, I used to hear him howling and pleading nightly, but lately I heard him less and less. Either his visions got kinder with him, or he'd simply seen enough of them to not be afraid any longer. I asked him once what God sounded like, for though I was her saint, she'd never once spoken to me, not even in the grim darkness of my many deaths. My father told me her voice was like thunder, like chasms, like fire and ice together, and when she spoke to him, it felt like being torn apart. And when he woke, he often could not remember who he was or where he came from. I learned after that never to ask him about his dreams. The house we lived in now was much larger and much nicer than the one we'd lived in when I was born. The town of Row built my father a house to thank him for all his holy doings and for gracing the town, and I suppose to thank me as well for being drowned. I told my father what June had told me and what I did for her. I did not spare him much detail. He grimaced, but did not tell me to hold my tongue. When I recited to him the prayer I had said over June's womb, he looked troubled. Whatever child to be born of this, he said, would be God touched. He did not say this as if it were a good thing. He would be a fool to do so. God's touch may have saved this town, but it also made a martyr out of me, and it hollowed out a good man. It was possible I had doomed this child, as well as saved it. That night I heard my father cry in his sleep. Could not make out the words, and I did not wish to. Oftentimes I heard him scream my name as he was tormented by whatever agony he saw for me. I could not abide that. I covered my ears and hummed my drowning songs until sleep found me again. June's child was born healthy and hale on the cusp of fall, just as the leaves were beginning to turn. Her name was Felicity. My father, when he heard what the child was to be called, went white as a sheet. I was the only one to see this and know it for what it meant. My father had dreamt of Felicity. He knew that she was to be drowned, just as I was. I don't remember my first 3 drownings, but I remember my 4th. That's when I knew enough, you see, to be afraid of my father. He dragged me to the river while the whole town sang, his fingers of ice around my wrist when not 1 hour earlier he'd made me breakfast and tied ribbons in my hair. This was the first time I remembered seeing the darkness, seeing my death. No one was there to greet me when I washed up on the river bank. I stood out of the water, lost and confused. Even as a child, I sensed that a great betrayal had been done to me. My dress was sodden, and although it was the height of summer, I quickly became chilled to the bone. I was too shocked even to cry. When my father found me, he lifted me up in his arms. His voice shook, I recall, as he begged my forgiveness. It was the first time anyone had asked me such a thing. I do not remember what I said. He never asked me again. He knew the answer I would give him. When my father went to visit June and her new baby, I went with him. My father recited the prayer of grace over Felicity, and then went to speak with June's husband while I stayed with June. She glowed all over with happiness and pride, and once her husband and my father were out of the room, she laid Felicity in my arms. I was immediately in awe. I said, "Hello. Hello, my sweet one." June's eyes shone bright as she watched us. She thanked me for all I had done to help her bring this little girl into the world. She kissed her baby, and then, almost shyly, she kissed me and called me her dearest Addie. I And so I became the child's godmother. For the last 21 years, Ro had seen nothing but mild winters. It snowed some months, but spring always went off without a hitch. This was generally believed to be my doing, for the winters preceding my first drowning had been harsh, bitter things, with blizzards that blanketed the town for weeks on end. The winter after Felicity was born was as severe as any in Ro had ever seen. The river froze solid, and it snowed so much that there were days my father and I could not even shove open our front door. When my father could not go to church, he paced all day in his study. It was all I could do to get him to sit down and take a small meal. He grew thin and pale, and often suffered coughing fits. It was the first time I'd ever seen him sick. It was not just my father. Several people in Ro sickened. The elderly grew weak, and a few of the children, too. When I came into town, I would often spy the townsfolk giving me dirty looks, as if every misfortune was mine to repent for. My father dreamed every night that winter. I would wake to him screaming, his voice one with the howling wind. Over and over he would beg God's mercy. I heard him plead for me, and I heard him plead for Felicity. I visited June and Felicity as often as I could, for they were the only people in Ro, apart from my father, who liked me even when it was not a drowning day. June's husband tolerated my visits well enough, though he sometimes gave me looks of resentment and jealousy, and would find some place else to be when I was there. That suited me fine. Felicity was growing to be as bright and clever as her mother. I did not want to break this happiness, this love. I had been given so little of it all my years, and I was greedy for it. So I said nothing to June of my father's visions and what I believed they meant. For this sin, and this sin alone, I do seek repentance. Up until the very end, I wanted my father to be stronger than he was, braver than he was. Until Felicity, he was all I had. In his sermons, he spoke of the drowned saint of Ro with priestly reverence. But at home, he was only my father. He loved me, and I loved him. That night, he went to drown Felicity. He left me resting by the fire. I suspect he slipped something into my tea to make me sleep, for he knew I kept watch on him. When I woke up, the door was left open. My father was gone. The snow fell heavy and thick outside, but my father's footprints remained uncovered. They led to June's house. I followed them as quickly as I could, fighting the wind which blew straight at me with a mighty fury, but God herself was standing in my path. By the time I made it to June's house, my father had already taken Felicity. June fell upon me, overcome with fear for her child. A bruise swelled on the side of her face where my father had struck her. I looked farther into the room. There stood Felicity's father. He was calm and cool, and I knew then that he had allowed my father to take his little girl from him, that he had done nothing. Perhaps even thought that having a saint for a daughter was an honor. He means to drown her, I tell them. June begged me to change my father's mind, to keep Felicity from harm. Do not let what happened to you happen to her, she said. Not to her. I couldn't do anything but stand there as she pleaded with me, as she wept in my arms. June had sung the drowning songs alongside every other person in Ro. She knew my fate. She always had. I pushed her away and stumbled back out into the storm. The blizzard was so thick it was impossible to see the lights of the town, but I knew exactly where the river was, and I turned my path toward it. When I came upon my father, he stood on the frozen river, his back to me and his head bent. He held a spade, which he used to make a hole on the ice. A small bundle lay at his feet, moving restlessly. As I came closer, I could hear my father singing. As quickly as I could, I crept my way to them and snatched Felicity up from the ice. She was unharmed, wrapped warm in her mother's quilt. I pressed her to me and nearly wept with relief. That's when my father turned and saw me. He was not himself. There was a powerful fever in his eyes I had never seen. He continued to sing, even as he came toward me. He wore no coat, no protection against the cold, but he seemed not to feel it. His fingers found the edge of Felicity's quilt, and he tried to pull her from me, but his strength had been sapped from him along with his spirit, for I was able to push him away easily. "Daddy," I said, "please fight her. You gave God too much of your devotion when she did not deserve it. It's your Adeline. Please listen to me." But my father did not recognize me. He did not know me at all. He tried once again to take Felicity from my arms, only this time there was more strength in him, as if his resolve had hardened. To free her from him, I had no choice but to throw the weight of my body against his chest. He stumbled back and his foot slipped. He tried to find his balance again, but the wind chose that moment to rise up in a terrible fury, blinding me with stinging ice. When I opened my eyes again, my father was gone. I screamed and ran to the hole he'd made in the ice, but all I could see was black water as it rushed by underneath. There was no sign of him. I thought I heard hands beating beneath the ice, somewhere downstream. But no matter how much I searched and called my father's name, I could find no sign of him. I began to fear for Felicity being out in this cold. I sat down on the frozen river bank and rocked us back and forth against the cold, kissing her sweet face and trying not to cry. Later there would be time for grieving. Now I had to leave Roe. I tucked Felicity into my coat as best I could. She was beginning to squirm unhappily, as if finally sensing the fate that she had narrowly escaped. I wished I could sing to her, to soothe her. But I knew no songs other than those I swore then I would never sing again. She would not touch the water if she did not wish it. She would never learn the touch of a killer. She would never have to know the feeling of choking and helplessness and worthlessness. Her body would never be river refuse left to wash up on the banks. I would never sing her the drowning songs, not for any temptation, nor any torment. Do you hear me? God, do you hear me? I buckled my seatbelt as the plane taxied toward the runway. The overhead lights flickered, then dimmed. The woman beside me offered a gentle smile. First time flying? I shook my head. Just headed home, visiting my parents. That's sweet, she said, voice soft and certain. She reached over and patted my hand. I'm sure they'll be glad you did. I blinked. Her touch lingered. I offered a quiet smile and turned to the window. The plane lifted. A familiar rhythm settled into the cabin. The hush of ascent. The scattered sounds of passengers adjusting. A cough. A crinkling snack bag. Somewhere behind us. Laughter. I leaned into my seat. I'd booked the ticket 2 nights ago. Didn't pack much. Didn't plan on staying long. Just a few days. Long enough to sit across from my father. Long enough to hear my mom say my name like it still meant something. Maybe we'd cook. Maybe we'd talk. Maybe, just maybe, me coming back would make my leaving hurt less. I'm Beth. I turned around. James, where are you coming from? She asked. A motel? I hesitated, then added, needed a break. She nodded like she understood. I paused. A flashback to a moment I wish I could forget, washing over me. Yeah. She gave me a warm look, then pulled a book from her bag and opened it to a worn page. I turned back to the window. The sky outside shifted, gold pouring through soft clouds. It felt like late afternoon, timeless, beautiful, and slow. As we began to descend, Beth closed her book and looked at me. You know, I hate planes. I raised an eyebrow. Why? When you travel as much as I do, you begin to despise them. She took a small bite from a bagel wrapped in airline foil. Hey, you never asked who I was visiting. I smiled. Who are you visiting? My grandmother, she said. She raised me. She's in hospice now. Her voice softened. I just want her to know she isn't alone. My chest pulled tight. I nodded. I'm hoping for something like that, too. We didn't speak much after that. The plane began its landing. No one stood early. No rush. Just the slow calm of descent. The flight attendants moved casually down the aisle, offering water and warm smiles. The cabin lights flickered once, and a soft chime rang overhead. Then the pilot's voice came through the speaker, smooth and full. Attention all Flight 7 passengers. We have reached our destination. For those crossing over, please rise and exit the cabin first. A few passengers began to disembark. A little girl holding her mother's hand in a teddy bear smiled as she passed on. For those temporarily visiting a loved one, please remain seated. Your stewardess will be around shortly to issue your ghost clearance. Beth smiled at me. Hug your parents extra tight for me. I smiled and squeezed her hand. Thank you for flying with us, and have a most wonderful afterlife. There's nothing like home, right? Well, depends. It depends on who you share your accommodations with. Sometimes we complain about housemates that don't wash their dishes or that leave a mess in the communal space. My case was a bit different. I lived with a person that was a little more extreme on the lazy end. His name was James. At the time, he was 32 years old, a fatty, bold guy that used to smell of pepperoni pizza. He's been eating pepperoni pizza for months, the cheap frozen quality in packs of 3. Sometimes he would eat the 3 pizzas one after the other and never brush his teeth. In fact, you could smell his breath from across the living room. He was a brilliant jazz pianist, and it was really cool jamming with him because I play guitar. But unfortunately, playing music with him was really the only fun part about living with him. The rest of the time, his head was just up in the clouds. There was a time where, here in England, magic mushrooms were legal, and in places like Camden Town in London, you would always be able to buy them pretty much anywhere. Even if they say that magic mushrooms are safe, any drug abuse leads to some sort of dementia at the end. Our house was a bit away from transports and shops, so that most of the people who rented a room didn't stay for long, just for the time being until they found something better. Also, the house was a bit old and smelly. However, that wasn't the only problem. The problem was James. He was annoying. He would constantly ask to borrow money from the tenants and leave a mess everywhere around the house. I learned how to deal with him, though. Like, if he'd ask for money, I'd say that I was going out to the shops and that I'd pop by the cash machine and give him something when I got back. Then I'd come back and pretend that I'd forgotten, or find similar excuses, anything to avoid blatantly saying no. The rent was really cheap, and I would cycle everywhere I need to go, so the location of the house wasn't a problem for me. Things started to take a wrong turn when a couple of girls moved into the house. He would walk around naked, just covered with a towel, and accidentally drop it whenever he would meet them. And he would just smile. The first time it happened, I laughed it off. Seeing the face of the girl totally embarrassed in front of this round, pink, bold, sweaty, hairless guy was too funny not to laugh at. But by the third time it happened, I started to feel very creeped out. It had happened a few times when I was in the kitchen talking to one of my girl housemates. He would just walk in, drop his towel, smile, try to make conversation, but we would just leave the room feeling uncomfortable. I personally only saw it happening maybe 3 or 4 times, but I'm pretty sure it happened lots more than that. And that's not all of it. When the girls would literally run away when they saw him, he would chase them up the stairs and confess his love for them, which of course only creeped these poor girls out more. I can't imagine how disgusting it must have been for these girls to be tormented in this way. I'm not sure exactly when I reckoned it was time to move out for me too, but in one occasion while talking to my next door neighbor, a very nice elderly lady, she told me she saw him once dancing in the garden, or doing some sort of ritual. He was completely naked, all covered in engine oil, wearing a pair of pants on his head and singing some made-up Arabic song. I tried to reassure her, saying maybe he was doing a video, as he used to play a lot with an old Super 8 camera. But of course I knew he wasn't doing any video. He was probably just out there trying to scare the neighbors in all his weird glory. That was something I couldn't excuse or even laugh about. An alarm bell started ringing in my head. He wasn't just a pervert. He was fucking crazy. He had a cat, and the cat used to bring little bunnies inside the house. Of course, the bunnies would have been badly hurt. That's what cats do. They don't kill or eat them. They just play with the little creatures. I knew a vet that used to rescue rabbits for free, and he had a garden full of them. But James seemed to love finishing the poor bunnies off by snapping their necks and dumping them in a field near the house, a field where there was a playground for children. I imagine some kids would encounter some of these dead bunnies while walking in the park, and I can't imagine the trauma that would leave behind. He would also do stupid things like asking to borrow a lighter, light up his rolling cigarette, and pocketing the lighter right in front of the people he just borrowed the lighter from. He was a complete embarrassment to be around, and a nightmare to live with. There are so many stories that I could tell, and all of them happened within the course of 10 months. The next more outrageous than the one before, to the point of I've lost track of how they happened in chronological order. But I do recall one instance. I'd just come back from a festival in Glastonbury, came into my room at about 3 a.m. to find him sleeping naked in my bed. I remember shouting at him and demanding that he leave, but he wouldn't. I was so furious and worried that I might actually injure this man that I called the police. But you'll never believe what they told me. Their response was, "You're both adults. You should be able to deal with it peacefully." So fuck the police. I started wrecking his room to get him out of mine, and it worked. Seriously, what would you have done? And cooking my own meal was also always something to be careful of. I had to stay present in the kitchen at all times, or he would just spoon the food straight from the pot into his mouth when I wasn't there. Taking a bath after he did was also as disgusting as using the toilet after he used it. You don't want me to be descriptive. You know very well what it's like when a bath is filled with pubic hair and brown spots of God knows what. And you know how disgusting it is to flush someone else's poop. I now finally live on my own, and I have absolutely no intention of sharing my flat with anybody. I would love to be able to just forget about this terrible experience, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't haunt me on a daily basis. But I will also say that I have never been so grateful to be alone. Hey, Connie. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm not used to writing letters, but I feel like we left things unresolved when we parted, and I wanted to make amends. I haven't been able to get a hold of you, and truth be told, I'm not even sure where to send this letter, but this makes things easier for me, too. Putting my thoughts on paper might help me sort through my feelings. I owe you an apology. I know we had a rocky relationship, you and I. Maybe we couldn't see it at the time, but that's just life. Picture-perfect love stories only belong in romance novels and sappy TV shows, not real life. I wasn't perfect myself, I'll admit that. I was too passionate, too jealous. In truth, I was scared that I wasn't good enough for you, and that you would grow bored with me and leave one day. I put on this facade of machismo and acted like a fool. I did not communicate enough, and ironically, it is this wall I put between us that pushed you away. It broke my heart when you cheated on me. We could have mended things between us, but there was no coming back from that. I had to end things the way I did. You understand. This was on you. We were both flawed, Connie, and it's just not fair to put all the blame on me. I don't understand why you're after me now. You should accept that things are over and move on. Why are you following me? What are you hoping to get out of this? I can't deal with your constant stalking anymore. You're not that stealthy, you know. I keep seeing you when I'm outside, in the corners of my vision. You try and hide behind walls or walk at a distance, but before you disappear, I always catch a glance of you. I can even see that weird scowl you constantly have on your face. At night, it's like you aren't even trying to hide anymore. I keep hearing the sound of your naked feet on the pavement when you follow me home on my way back from work. I don't understand how nobody else has noticed the way you stand under the city lights opposite from my window at all hours of the night. To be honest, it's the events of the last few nights that prompted me to write this letter. I don't know how you got the keys to my new apartment, but I heard your shambling steps outside my bedroom. I heard your nails scratching against the floor. I smelled your rot. I will tell the police where I put your body and confess in full. You will get a proper burial, and your parents will finally know what happened to you. I am sorry, Connie. You can stop now. I beg of you, leave me alone. Your loving husband. About a year ago, I came into possession of an old music box. I'm a collector of antiques, always fascinated by the stories they carry, but this one was different. I found it at a small estate sale, hidden among a bunch of junk. The moment I saw it, I felt an inexplicable pull towards it. It was a beautifully crafted wooden box, intricately carved with floral patterns, and a small brass handle on the side. The elderly woman running the sale seemed relieved when I picked it up. She sold it to me for next to nothing, muttering something under her breath that I couldn't quite catch. I didn't think much of it at the time, eager to add the piece to my collection. That night, I decided to wind it up and listen to its tune. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, a lullaby of sorts that sent shivers down my spine. As the music played, I noticed something odd. There was a faint whispering, barely audible beneath the melody. I dismissed it as my imagination and went to bed. The following nights, things started to get strange. I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of the music box playing on its own. Each time the lid was open, and the little ballerina inside was spinning to the eerie tune. I live alone, and there's no way anyone could have wound it up. One night after another episode of the music box's spontaneous playing, I decided to record it. I set up my phone to capture the entire night, hoping to catch whatever was happening. The next morning, I reviewed the footage with growing dread. Around 3 a.m., the box started playing on its own. The whispering was louder this time, and I could clearly hear words. I tried to get rid of it. I gave it to a friend, explaining that it was a gift I no longer wanted. She called me the next day, panicked, saying the box had wound itself up and played in the middle of the night. She returned it to me, and I knew I had to find another solution. Desperate, I started researching the box's origins. I found out that it had belonged to a little girl named Emily, who had died tragically in a fire over a century ago. The box was the only thing that survived the blaze, passed down through generations until it ended up at the estate sale. I tried to appease whatever spirit was attached to the box. I spoke to it, saying I wanted to help. For a while, it seemed to work. The music stopped playing on its own, and the whispering ceased. I thought I had finally put it to rest. But one night, I woke up to the sound of screaming. It was coming from the music box. I ran to it, and as I touched the lid, it flew open and a cold gust of air hit me. The whispering turned into frantic pleas. Help me free! I knew I had to do something drastic. I took the box to the place where Emily had died, now an overgrown field. I dug a hole and buried it, saying a prayer for her soul to find peace. For a while, everything was quiet. I thought I had done it. But last night, I woke up to the sound of the lullaby. The music box was back on my nightstand, the ballerina spinning, and the whispering louder than ever. You can't escape. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't get rid of it, and the whispering is driving me insane. If you ever find an antique music box, one that seems too beautiful, too perfect, leave it alone. Some things are meant to stay buried, and some spirits are too restless to ever find peace.
All rise for the fair and impartial decider Jones, the bailiff says. My accuser and I stand. So does the virtual audience. I'm in what used to be a court of law, back when it was called the Department of Justice. It wasn't perfect. I don't suppose any system is. Sometimes it failed the people it was designed to serve. But there were also situations when real justice was done. Now there isn't a judge, but a decider of punishment. They pride themselves on a high turnover rate. Now, it's called the Department of Revenge. My accuser is a man glistening with sweat under the hot spotlight. The bailiff walks to the middle. Rule 1. Only speak when spoken to. Rule 2. Be direct and speak only the truth. Rule 3. Revenge is immediately dealt. Decider Jones looks over his papers, then to my accuser, and then me. It says here, Mr. Sampson, that you voted green in the last election. Is that right? My accuser stammers. The bailiff raises his voice. Rule 2, sir. Be direct. Yes, I did, Mr. Sampson says. And you, Miss Jacobs, you voted orange, I see. Yes, Decider Jones, since the party's creation. Smart girl. Smart girl. Well, what seems to be the problem, Mr. Sampson? Miss Jacobs stole $15,000 from me, in cash. I saved that money for years, and she just broke in and took it. I see in the decider's face that he's doubting I was some burglar. What proof do you have? Mr. Sampson plays video of his home surveillance. In the video, a dark figure had broken a window, and clearly it was a young woman with long hair, similar to mine. The figure carrying a bag is then seen being chased away by Mr. Sampson. I saw her face. It took me 3 days to find her on social media. But that's her, he yells. The decider switches papers. I've reviewed the footage and the social media photos. I don't see a connection. If anything, the photos of Miss Jacobs volunteering at an orange rally prove that she's a patriot. What? I have evidence. Sir, Rule 1. I will not remind you again, the bailiff shouts. I find it plausible your evidence could be AI generated. You have wasted the time of this court, and the people will have their revenge. All rise, the bailiff commands. Decider Jones speaks out with a proud voice. In the matter of Sampson v. Jacobs, it's been decided. Jacobs is not guilty. Mr. Sampson, you are charged with bearing false witness against thy neighbor. It has also been decided that you will be blinded, so no such matter can occur again. Sampson tries to leave, but the smiling bailiff stops him. Rule 3, sir. This way, please. The virtual audience cheers. I'm allowed to leave. I don't hate this new system. If you play your cards right, you can get away with anything. Gaily bedight, a gallant knight, in sunshine and in shadow, had journeyed long, singing a song, in search of El Dorado. But he grew old, this knight so bold, and o'er his heart a shadow fell, as he found no spot of ground that looked like El Dorado. And as his strength failed him at length, he met a pilgrim shadow. Shadow, said he, where it can it be, this land of El Dorado? Over the mountains of the moon, down the valley of the shadow. Ride, boldly ride, the shade replied, if you seek for El Dorado. Thy soul shall find itself alone mid dark thoughts of the gray tombstone, not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude, which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again, and death around thee and their will shall then overshadow thee. Be still, for the night thou clear shall frown, and the stars shall look not down from their high thrones in the heaven with light like hope to mortals given. But their red orbs without beam to thy weariness shall seem as a burning and a fever, which would cling to thee forever. Now our thoughts thou shalt not banish, now our visions ne'er to vanish. From thy spirit shall they pass, no more like dewdrop from the grass. The breeze, the breath of God is still, and the mist upon the hill, shadowy, shadowy, yet unbroken, is a symbol and a token how it hangs upon the trees. A mystery of mysteries. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child, and she was a child, in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her highborn kingsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels not half so happy in heaven when envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love it was stronger by far than the love of those who are older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so all the night tide I lay down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, and the sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow. You are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream, yet if hope has flown away, in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep, while I weep, while I weep. O God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? O God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream?
Let the record show, being dead is far more lovely than being alive. A trail of passing lights bring color to the dark corridors of Osmond Circle. Another suicide attempt, maybe? No, definitely a motor accident. Yes, that's it. I gleam proudly as I watch the howling ambulance speed past me and back into the unknown. Darkness once more. It has become a running game to guess the crimes around me. It's quite funny how things like sirens, violence, and the dead of night used to scare me when I was living. So much wasted time. Now they piqued my curiosity and fuel my desire to know more. I arise slowly from the small wooden crate that I had perched upon to watch the night, and began to dust off my corduroys. The night's young, old chap. Shall we go enjoy? I speak out warmly. I turn to see my body, wrangled and limp, sprawled out beneath the filth of 2 overflowing garbage bins and a broken alley lamp. My smile fades ever so slightly. The bullet hole upon my temple has begun rotting at the edges, the skin on my face pale and distorted. I take a moment to rub my beard. Wonder how long I've been here now. You're not looking too sharp these days. The sound of approaching music shakes my thoughts. I walk out of the alley and onto the curb to see a couple of young boys nearing with a large boombox on their shoulders. A wonderful sound. I begin to dance in the middle of the street. When I was alive, I had terrible back and hip pain, things that come with the ugliness of age. But now, I jumped high into the air and landed squarely on my feet. I felt young. I spun around cleanly before managing a little jig. Music. It's far greater enjoyed when you can dance. The one who robbed and murdered me must not have known the immense favor he was affording me. Eventually, the boys walked past me, unaware of my presence, then further up the street until they could no longer be seen. Their music, their beautiful music, now but a whisper in the distance. I stood there for a moment, wishing I could follow them, but alas, I turned once more to my body. I'm stuck here with you. Days turned into nights, and nights turned into what felt like years. The town over time began to degrade as more and more people moved away. My body lay, all the while undiscovered, skin no longer in places where skin should be, worms and beetles taking residence within my bones. Watched and watched, hoping that one day someone would find me here, but they never did. Let the record show, being dead is far more lovely than being alive. That is, until no one remembers you were ever here.
I've been a professional cleaner for years, specializing in old abandoned properties. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays well, and I've always enjoyed the solitude. However, my latest assignment has left me questioning everything I thought I knew about the world. It started like any other job. I was hired by a wealthy client to clean out a mansion that had been in his family for generations. This place was massive, with dozens of rooms filled with dust and forgotten furniture. My client, Mr. Dawson, gave me strict instructions to leave the attic alone. He said it was full of old family memorabilia and that he would handle it himself. Curiosity has always been my weakness. After a week of cleaning, I couldn't resist the urge to take a peek. One afternoon while Mr. Dawson was out, I climbed the narrow staircase to the attic. The door was locked, but a quick search through the house yielded an old key that fit perfectly. The attic was unlike any other part of the house. It was dark and musty, with a single window covered in grime. As I moved my flashlight around, I noticed a strange metallic smell in the air. The space was filled with old trunks and covered furniture. But one thing caught my eye immediately: a large, ornate mirror leaning against the far wall. It was an antique, with an intricately carved frame that seemed out of place in the dusty attic. I approached it cautiously, my flashlight beam bouncing off the glass. As I got closer, I saw something move in the reflection. My heart skipped a beat, and I spun around, but there was nothing there. I turned back to the mirror, and my blood ran cold. The reflection showed the attic as it was, but there was a figure standing behind me, a tall, shadowy man with glowing red eyes. I felt a chill go down my spine as the figure raised a hand and pointed directly at me. I stumbled back, knocking over an old trunk. The figure in the mirror started to move, slowly stepping closer. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs felt like lead. Just as the figure was about to reach the surface of the mirror, I snapped out of my paralysis and bolted for the door. I slammed the attic door shut behind me and locked it. My heart pounded in my chest as I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath. I could hear faint whispers coming from the other side, but I couldn't make out any words. The metallic smell seemed to linger around me, clinging to my clothes. I decided to leave the mansion that night. I packed my things and left a note for Mr. Dawson explaining that I couldn't continue the job. As I drove away, I glanced back at the house and saw a figure standing in the attic window, watching me. A few years later, I received a call from Mr. Dawson. He sounded frantic, asking me if I had gone into the attic. I admitted that I had, and he cursed under his breath. He told me that the mirror had been in his family for centuries, and that it was cursed. Anyone who saw the figure in the mirror was doomed to be haunted by it for the rest of their lives. I thought he was crazy, but the nightmares began almost immediately. Every night, I dream of the attic and the figure with red eyes.
I feel its cold presence watching me, waiting for the moment when I let my guard down. I've moved twice since then, but the dreams follow me wherever I go. I've tried to destroy the mirror in my dreams, but it always reappears, untouched. I'm writing this as a warning. If you're ever cleaning out an old house and find a hidden attic, leave it alone. Some secrets are better left undisturbed.
Someone keeps knocking on my balcony door. Now, let me explain. I live in an average apartment. Not great. Not terrible. I've only been here a couple of months. I moved so I could be closer to my parents, who need more and more help in their old age. Honestly, this place was the cheapest option I could find. The neighborhood has always been a little sketchy. Petty theft, break-ins, that kind of thing. That's why I chose the 8th floor. I figured if someone wants to rob me, at least they wouldn't be climbing 8 stories up to do it. That's what makes the knocking so unnerving. The balcony door is the sliding glass kind, thin enough that a strong person could probably shatter it. The first time it happened, I thought I imagined it. A soft, like knuckles against the glass. I froze in bed, waiting. Then it came again, louder. I should mention something. When I was a kid, I used to doorbell ditch people. I'd come up with clever ways to do it, hiding in places so obvious nobody thought to check. I knew the thrill of being just out of sight while someone looked around, annoyed, thinking they were alone. That's exactly what this feels like. The knocking happens every few nights now, always between 2 and 3 a.m. I've stopped sleeping much. I've checked the balcony. No footprints. No signs of anyone climbing. 8 floors up, there shouldn't be. Last night, though, I made the mistake of pulling the curtain open quickly after the sound started. Just once. There was nothing there. Nothing except a faint smudge on the outside of the glass. A greasy oval. Right about where a forehead would press if someone had leaned close to peer in. I scrubbed it off with shaking hands. Tonight, it's happening again. The knocking is sharper, more insistent. I haven't looked this time. I don't want to. But then I realized the rhythm. 3 short knocks. A pause. 2 more. My old signature. The one I made up when I was a kid. I freeze, listening. After a long silence, I hear footsteps. Slow, dragging, moving away from the balcony. I almost convince myself it's over. Then my phone buzzes on the nightstand. A text from an unknown number. It just says, "Not as fun when you're the one being ditched, huh?" My hands are shaking when I glance at the balcony door. Just for a second. The glass is dark, but I can see it. A long, still shadow pressed against the frame. Whoever, or whatever it is, never left. I've always considered myself an artist. Even from the time I was young, I would sneak into the bathroom and steal my mother's lipstick so I could draw on the walls of my bedroom, to the horror of my father. But I continued to have a passion for drawing. Any time I had paper and a pencil in front of me, I was doodling. A teacher would be instructing us in class. I'd be doodling. Somehow drawing became an escape. It became the way for me to rationalize the world around me. And let's face it, there's not a lot of rationality going on in the world right now. But somehow being able to just draw was able to get some of those feelings out, make me feel a little less scared of where the world might go. The more I drew, the more realistic the drawings seemed to become. Eyes had a certain feeling of moisture, looking as if they might blink at any moment. Fingers with wrinkles and crevices that told stories of the lives they'd lived. And the more realistic they got, the more afraid I became. Because it wasn't just that they looked real, they began to feel real, like they all had their own stories that they were trying to tell me. And those stories were terrifying. One such drawing was of a man named Harvey. The first time I drew him, it was just a simple sketch as a kid, literally just a head and shoulders. The more I drew Harvey, and the more my art skills grew, so did Harvey. He went from a head and shoulders to a head and torso, to knees, to calves, to shoes, until one day he was a full figure. I began to think about who Harvey might be, and in some ways, I guess Harvey was trying to tell me. I'd be in class, doing my usual absent-minded doodling, and I'd look down, and there Harvey would be, sometimes holding a guitar, letting me know that he loved music, sometimes holding a video game controller, telling me that he also enjoyed a little bit of fun every now and again. But then there was the time that Harvey was looking back at me, and there was this look in his eyes. I don't know how to explain it other than to say it was a mix between anger, fear, and sadness. Harvey was trying to tell me something, and I didn't know what it was. But then, the most terrifying version of Harvey. I was sitting in my room one night, working on my homework. I had an essay that was due the next day, and I had procrastinated trying to get it done. So I sat there thinking about what that next sentence should be, and if that next sentence could blissfully be the last and I could be done. I looked down at the paper to begin drafting that sentence, and there was Harvey, taking up the entirety of the page, covering himself over the words that I had been painfully drafting. This time, Harvey stood before me shirtless, and he wasn't just without a shirt. He was peeling his own skin back. I looked at the paper terrified, looked at the pen in my hand trying to figure out if that was really what I had just done. I backed away from my desk, terrified and not knowing what to do. The next thing I remember, my mother was calling me down for dinner. I made my way down the stairs. My father, as usual, was still sitting in the family room, watching television, waiting until the last possible moment to come to the table. But what he was watching stopped me in my tracks. My father was watching the news, and there was a report of a local teen found dead in the woods. They found him without a shirt, his body dissected, the skin of his chest peeled back from his bones. The young man's name was Harvey.
The detective switched off the recorder. The conversation was too much for even him. Everything that she had confessed turned out to be way more unhinged than anyone in the department had ever anticipated. While he was glad that the lethal princess was finally caught, a minute detail that she had cockily mentioned in passing left him with an itch in his brain that he couldn't seem to scratch. "The truth is all out now, detective," she had said, but her eyes lingered on him, as if staring into his soul. As the detective prepared to leave, Lethal Princess put her hand on his and leaned forward to whisper, "You've caught me. But can you stop the her?" A cold sweat ran down his spine. He froze, unsure what to make of it. Was it a clever trick to try and get out of trial? Her lips stretched from ear to ear. "There's someone you missed. Someone who will continue to carry the legacy." She slid a paper across to him that she had been holding in her handcuffed hands. With unsure intentions, he opened it. A name that he knew just too well. He sank down in the chair as he connected the dots, the clues, the messages, the patterns. None of them seemed to match the style of the woman who sat across him. He could feel his body quaking as he remembered the calls at ungodly hours, anonymous tips, and a colleague who was always a step ahead. Lethal Princess watched him, a grin plastered on her face. "All this while, you thought it was just me. And from now on, you'll never find peace." The detective left the room. It wasn't just the confessions that gnawed at him. It was the dawning fact that Lethal Princess's legacy hadn't ended. It had simply begun. Somewhere in the city, another killer was waiting. And this time, they knew exactly how to stay hidden. The radio cackled, startling him. Another body had been found. The same mutilations, the same signature crown drawing etched onto the body that had earned her the name Lethal Princess. But she was locked away, handcuffed, sitting in the interrogation room. His stomach churned. His heart sank. She hadn't taunted him. She'd simply warned him. Somewhere in the city, her heir had already struck, perfectly mirroring her work, yet leaving nothing behind. Not a single trace. The hunt hadn't ended. It had only evolved into something far deadlier. When my sister Lisa died 2 years ago, our family changed forever. We weren't perfect before. Who is? But Lisa's death fractured us. My dad barely speaks anymore. My mom busies herself with every charity event she can find. And I've been stuck, angry, looking for someone to blame. Lisa was the glue that held us together. She was warm, outgoing, always laughing. The kind of person people gravitate to. She loved hiking, photography, and the outdoors. Her death, officially ruled an accident, was almost poetic. She slipped while hiking and fell into a ravine. At least, that's what the police report said. But if that's true, why does it feel like her ghost never left? Lisa's ex-boyfriend Matt was never part of our family. He and Lisa dated for about a year before she broke it off. She said he was controlling, obsessive, constantly texting, showing up unannounced, making passive-aggressive comments when she spent time with her friends. I remember her joking about it once, calling him my stage 5 clinger. But it wasn't funny. Not really. After the breakup, Matt didn't take it well. He kept texting her, leaving voicemails, even sending her flowers at work. She brushed it off, said he'd get bored eventually. I thought she was right. Until the funeral. Matt didn't come to the service, thank God, but a week later, he showed up on our doorstep. It was a rainy Thursday. My mom opened the door, and there he was, holding a bouquet of lilies, Lisa's favorite. "I just wanted to pay my respects," he said. His voice was soft, his head tilted like he was trying to look vulnerable. My mom, who has never been good at saying no, let him in. Matt sat on our couch, talking about Lisa as if he knew her better than we did. He described her laugh, her smile, the way she always ordered pancakes with extra syrup. My dad stayed silent, his jaw tight. When Matt finally left, I asked my mom why she let him in. "He's grieving too," she said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Matt wasn't grieving. He was lurking. Over the next few months, Matt kept appearing. He showed up at family barbecues, holiday dinners, even my dad's birthday party. Always uninvited. Always with some excuse. "Your mom said it was okay," he'd claim. Or, "I thought Lisa would have wanted me here." My parents, blinded by their own grief, let it slide. "He's harmless," my mom said. "He just misses her." But it wasn't harmless. Not when he started asking questions. Last Christmas, Matt cornered me in the kitchen. "She was different with me, you know," he said, leaning against the counter. I stiffened. "What's that supposed to mean?" He smiled. That thin, unsettling smile I'd seen so many times. She told me things she wouldn't tell anyone else. Like what? His smile widened. Like how she wasn't scared to die. That night I went through Lisa's journals. She was the type to write everything down. Her thoughts, her plans, even little grocery lists. Most of it was normal Lisa stuff. Song lyrics, doodles, random observations. But then I found the entry. "I think Matt's been following me. He won't stop texting. Keeps saying he knows something I don't. I'm starting to feel like I can't shake him." I showed it to my mom, expecting her to finally see reason. But she waved it off. "Lisa was dramatic sometimes," she said. "I'm sure it's nothing." A few days later, I saw Matt's car parked down the street. It wasn't the first time. I'd noticed it before, idling near the corner, but I convinced myself it was a coincidence. This time, though, I knew. He wasn't watching our family. He was watching me. Last week was my dad's birthday. Matt showed up, holding a gift he claimed Lisa would have bought. A coffee table book about hiking trails. I couldn't take it anymore. I confronted him outside, away from my parents. "What the hell are you doing here?" I snapped. His smile didn't falter. "Paying my respects," he said. "Lisa broke up with you. She wanted nothing to do with you. Why can't you let her go?" His eyes darkened. "She told you that?" "Yes." He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She told me a lot of things, too. Things she didn't tell anyone else." Then he said something I'll never forget. "I was there, you know, on the trail. I felt like the air had been sucked out of my lungs." "What?" He smiled again. "A cold, empty thing. She didn't fall. She looked me in the eyes and asked me to let her go." My stomach churned. "You're lying." He tilted his head, studying me. "Am I?" "Ask yourself this. If she slipped, why didn't she scream?" I called the police that night. I told them everything. The stalking, the journal, his confession. When they went to his apartment the next morning, it was empty. No furniture, no clothes, no sign he'd ever lived there. It's been a week now. I haven't told my parents what he said. I don't know if they'd believe me. Every night I double-check the locks. Every night I sit in my bed clutching my phone, too scared to sleep. Last night, I finally decided to look through Lisa's journals again. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I missed something. Maybe I was looking for answers. But this time, there was something new. The last page, which had been blank before, now had a single sentence scrawled across it in jagged black ink. He's not watching. He's inside. When my sister Lisa died 2 years ago, our family changed forever. We weren't perfect before. Who is? But Lisa's death fractured us. My dad barely speaks anymore. My mom busies herself with every charity event she can find. And I've been stuck, angry, looking for someone to blame. Lisa was the glue that held us together. She was warm, outgoing, always laughing. The kind of person people gravitate to. She loved hiking, photography, and the outdoors. Her death, officially ruled an accident, was almost poetic. She slipped while hiking and fell into a ravine. At least, that's what the police report said. But if that's true, why does it feel like her ghost never left? Lisa's ex-boyfriend, Matt, was never part of our family. He and Lisa dated for about a year before she broke it off. She said he was controlling, obsessive, constantly texting, showing up unannounced, making passive-aggressive comments when she spent time with her friends. I remember her joking about it once, calling him my stage 5 clinger. But it wasn't funny. Not really. After the breakup, Matt didn't take it well. He kept texting her, leaving voicemails, even sending her flowers at work. She brushed it off, said he'd get bored eventually. I thought she was right. Until the funeral. Matt didn't come to the service, thank God, but a week later, he showed up on our doorstep. It was a rainy Thursday. My mom opened the door, and there he was, holding a bouquet of lilies. Lisa's favorite. "I just wanted to pay my respects," he said. His voice was soft, his head tilted like he was trying to look vulnerable. My mom, who has never been good at saying no, let him in. Matt sat on our couch, talking about Lisa as if he knew her better than we did. He described her laugh, her smile, the way she always ordered pancakes with extra syrup. My dad stayed silent, his jaw tight. When Matt finally left, I asked my mom why she let him in. "He's grieving too," she said. But I couldn't shake the feeling that Matt wasn't grieving. He was lurking. Over the next few months, Matt kept appearing. He showed up at family barbecues, holiday dinners, even my dad's birthday party. Always uninvited. Always with some excuse. "Your mom said it was okay," he'd claim. Or, "I thought Lisa would have wanted me here." My parents, blinded by their own grief, let it slide. "He's harmless," my mom said. "He just misses her." But it wasn't harmless. Not when he started asking questions. Last Christmas, Matt cornered me in the kitchen. "She was different with me, you know," he said. leaning against the counter. I stiffened. What's that supposed to mean? He smiled. That thin, unsettling smile I'd seen so many times. She told me things she wouldn't tell anyone else. Like what? His smile widened. Like how she wasn't scared to die. That night I went through Lisa's journals. She was the type to write everything down. Her thoughts, her plans, even little grocery lists. Most of it was normal Lisa stuff. Song lyrics, doodles, random observations. But then I found the entry. I think Matt's been following me. He won't stop texting. Keeps saying he knows something I don't. I'm starting to feel like I can't shake him. I showed it to my mom, expecting her to finally see reason. But she waved it off. Lisa was dramatic sometimes, she said. I'm sure it's nothing. A few days later, I saw Matt's car parked down the street. It wasn't the first time. I'd noticed it before, idling near the corner, but I convinced myself it was a coincidence. This time, though, I knew. He wasn't watching our family. He was watching me. Last week was my dad's birthday. Matt showed up, holding a gift he claimed Lisa would have bought. A coffee table book about hiking trails. I couldn't take it anymore. I confronted him outside, away from my parents. What the hell are you doing here? I snapped. His smile didn't falter. Paying my respects, he said. Lisa broke up with you. She wanted nothing to do with you. Why can't you let her go? His eyes darkened. She told you that? Yes. He took a step closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. She told me a lot of things, too. Things she didn't tell anyone else. Then he said something I'll never forget. I was there, you know, on the trail. I felt like the air had been sucked out of my lungs. What? He smiled again. A cold, empty thing. She didn't fall. She looked me in the eyes and asked me to let her go. My stomach churned. You're lying. He tilted his head, studying me. Am I? Ask yourself this. If she slipped, why didn't she scream? I called the police that night. I told them everything. The stalking, the journal, his confession. When they went to his apartment the next morning, it was empty. No furniture, no clothes, no sign he'd ever lived there. It's been a week now. I haven't told my parents what he said. I don't know if they'd believe me. Every night I double-check the locks. Every night I sit in my bed clutching my phone, too scared to sleep. Last night, I finally decided to look through Lisa's journals again. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I missed something. Maybe I was looking for answers. But this time, there was something new. The last page, which had been blank before, now had a single sentence scrawled across it in jagged black ink. He's not watching. He's inside. Claire arrived around 5. The Johnsons' house was magazine-worthy. Big white columns, a lawn trimmed to perfection. Inside, a massive family portrait dominated the entryway, the three of them smiling in flawless symmetry. Mrs. Johnson greeted her with that same smile and pressed a sheet of instructions into her hand. Everything you need is right here, she said, adjusting her pearl necklace. Dinner's pre-made on the counter. Jake gets 30 minutes of his video game before bed. And, Jake is afraid of the dark, so please, keep the nightlight on. Claire skimmed the list. Pretty standard. She nodded, smiled, and they left. Jake met her at the door, all energy and chatter. He was 8 with a gap-toothed grin and pure sweetness about him. Within minutes, he was explaining the rules of his favorite game, and the night seemed to settle into a comfortable rhythm. At 6, she pulled the foil off the dinner plate. Meatloaf, green beans, mashed potatoes. She grabbed a fork ready to serve, and then froze. A single peanut sat buried in the mash. Her heart jumped. Jake was deathly allergic. Something Miss Johnson made clear before hiring her. She trashed the plate. Yeah, no, she muttered, grabbing her phone. Pizza it is. Jake devoured his slice before darting upstairs to play. Claire sank into the couch, relieved. The Johnsons were paying well, and she couldn't risk screwing this up. Then a scream split the house. Jake? She flew up the stairs. In his room, the console spat sparks. the glow flashing across Jake's terrified face. "Move!" She yanked the cord free, chest pounding. Jake gasped, tears streaking his cheeks. It was going to catch fire." Claire hugged him tight. Shaking, she dialed Mrs. Johnson. "Hello? Mrs. Johnson?" "Yes?" "It's Claire. Jake's fine, but something terrifying just happened. His game nearly fried itself. I caught it before it caught fire, but it was really scary." Silence. "He's fine?" "Yes, but we're on our way." Click. Claire lowered the phone, frowning. She tucked Jake in early, her heart still unsettled. His eyelids drooped as the nightlight across from the bed glowed faintly by the window. Claire lingered, watching for headlights. She sighed. They really did have the perfect life. Then the nightlight snapped, a sharp mechanical click that made her flinch. She leaned in as something shot out, slamming into her chest. Claire staggered, a wet gasp ripping out. She collapsed beside the bed with a thud. Jake stirred for a moment, but didn't wake. The Johnsons arrived. Mr. Johnson's tie was loosened. His wife's heels clicked quickly against the hardwood stairs. They found Claire's body. Mrs. Johnson knelt with a groan, tugged a small dart from Claire's chest, and tossed it onto the dresser like trash. "Shame," she sighed. "It would have made the perfect headline. Negligent babysitter kills child. Who knew it would be this hard to kill a kid?" Her husband's hand found her shoulder. "Tomorrow," he said. "We'll try again tomorrow." And together, they turned off the nightlight. Mannering House loomed above us. The 4-story building must have been decadent at one time, but half a century of neglect had left it dilapidated and crumbling. Someone had nailed weather-stained wood over the lower windows, and the porch seemed to sag into the moonlit, overgrown lawn. My eyes were drawn to the highest room, the attic, where a curtain fluttered in the open window. I glanced at my 3 companions. Sanjeet had his arm around Tara's shoulders, while Jason swung his flashlight in erratic arcs as he led us up the dirt path toward the house. "We could go to a movie instead," Tara said, unable to keep the frightened squeak out of her voice. "I hear the theater is delightfully ghost-free." "Relax," Jason drawled, extending the last syllable as he jogged up the porch's steps. "This will only take a minute." The door's locks had been broken years ago, probably by looters or curious teenagers like us, and the carved wood slab drew open with a low groan. Sanjeet hesitated on the threshold. "Somebody probably owns this place." Jason gave his friend's shoulder a high punch, then stepped into the vast, shadowed entryway. "Shh, no one cares." The bare rooms were dim and musty. I glanced to the right, into the living room, where knives of moonlight speared through gaps in the window's boards. "I hate this place," Tara whispered. "Me too." I wrapped my arms around my torso as I reluctantly followed my companions deeper into the building. "You guys know the story, right?" Jason asked, beckoning us towards the stairs. His delighted eyes landed on Sanjeet, who sighed. "You know I only moved here last year." "Go on, then. Tell me." Jason beamed and began to jog up the narrow stairway, which creaked under his weight. "Well, this place used to belong to the Mannering family. They were a pretty big clan in the 1800s, but most of them died at the turn of the century." He raised his eyebrows. "Some people say they were cursed." "Some people" was Jason, for the purpose of adding atmosphere. I rolled my eyes, but no one noticed in the dark. When the 30s rolled around, it was just Mr. Mannering, his 3 sons, and 1 daughter, Ruth. When the war hit, all 4 men were conscripted. Mr. Mannering came back. His sons didn't. Dark patches on the stairwell's walls showed where family portraits had once hung. I shuddered as I passed them. "The war made him crazy," Jason said, lowering his voice. We reached the landing and turned to follow the stairs to the 3rd floor. I glanced down the hallway behind us. The doors were open, and the room's furniture decaying. He locked Ruth up. Wouldn't let her go anywhere. Wanted to keep her safe, you know. Only problem was, she'd fallen for the vicar's son, Mason, while her dad was away. A spider spun down its thread to hover in front of my face. I gasped and Tara swung around. "What was that?" "Just a spider," I muttered, skirting it. Sanjit squeezed his girlfriend's hand. Don't be frightened. Jason coughed to bring the attention back to himself. Remember how I said the dad was crazy? He really didn't want his daughter to leave. He forbade Mason from visiting. But the boy came during the dark of night, climbed the tree behind the house, and proposed to Ruth through her window. They made plans to elope the following night, but her dad found out, and he went ballistic. We'd reached the top of the stairs and faced a ladder that led to the final floor, the attic. Tara looked terrified, but she climbed the ladder when Jason waved her up. Sanjit and Jason followed, with me coming last. Cobweb was hung from the angled roof like old lace. The window facing the driveway was to my left. Its curtains fluttered in the wind. To the right was an open window overlooking an ancient elm tree. The room was bare, except for a wooden chair. Dad takes an axe and drags Ruth up to this very room. When Mason climbs the tree that night, he can see them through the window. Dad bellows, "You'll never have her." Then he chops his own child's head off. Sanjit had turned a funny color. Tara nestled into his shoulder, shivering. The kid, Mason, breaks into the house. Mr. Mannering is standing over Ruth's body, laughing like the crazy man he is. Mason runs at him and pushes the both of them through the window, where they plunge to their deaths. Question? I raised my hand. How do we know what happened if everyone died? Jason ignored me. They say Ruth's ghost haunts this house. She appears on nights like tonight, once with a full moon, to wait for her dead fiancé. Tara squirmed. I want to go home. Not yet. I haven't shown you my secret. Jason rubbed his hands together, grinning wildly. Amy and I came up here last week for our date. Bit of privacy, you know. Sanjit snorted. And look what we found. Jason picked up the chair and turned it around for us to see. The seat had a deep gash, and the wood was stained nearly black. I'll bet anything. This is the chopping block dear old Dad used to behead his daughter. I want to go home, Tara repeated, sounding as if she were about to cry. I leaned on the windowsill to get a better look at the elm tree, and the wood creaked under my hands. Tara shrieked, and even Jason jumped, then broke out into laughter. All right, let's get out of here. I watched as the three friends climbed through the hatch that led to the floor below. Then I sighed and turned back to the window. My throat tightened as my fingers clutched at my blood-stained dress, and I gazed at the branch Mason had clung to the last time I'd seen him alive. Long ago, in a certain village in the prefecture of Tottori, there stood a single house owned by a samurai. One day, an old man went to the house for a visit, as he and the samurai had been friends for some time. That night was the time for a moon viewing, and a large round moon shone its bright light into the garden. The two men extinguished all the lamps and sipped sake on the veranda as they gazed at the moon. From time to time, the fragrance of a sweet olive tree wafted by on a breeze. Ah, what a pleasant scent, the old man said as he looked out over the garden. Just then, a young woman dressed in a white kimono appeared standing near to the sweet olive tree. Her long, disheveled hair fell over her pale white face, and she stared fixedly in the direction of the two men. That's strange, the old man said. I must be getting a little drunk. He rubbed his eyes and started to stand up. Suddenly, the woman came up and abruptly thrust her face in between the two men. The old man involuntarily let out a cry, but the samurai remained totally unafraid. Go on, get out of here, he yelled, or I'll cut you down. The woman glided away and hid behind the sweet olive tree. Dear me, the old man gasped as he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, don't pay any attention to her, the samurai said to the old man as he filled a cup with fresh sake. Here, drink your fill. But after a while, the woman appeared again, and this time started to walk back and forth in front of the veranda. Now the old man could not even think about his sake. He looked at the woman and trembled all over. The woman suddenly stopped in front of the two men, leapt up onto the veranda and glared and laughed at them. A shiver went down the old man's spine, and he was speechless. You still don't understand what I mean? The samurai yelled as he unsheathed his sword and slashed at the woman without warning. But the woman deftly dodged the blows and moved away just like the wind. Wait! The samurai jumped down into the garden barefoot and chased after the woman. At last he came back, puffing and out of breath. What an annoying wretch, he complained and spat disgustedly on the ground.
"She may be a crazy woman, but it wouldn't be right to kill her," the old man said. "No, not at all. That woman's a ghost," the samurai replied. "When night falls, she appears like this all the time. If I leave the door open, she comes right into my room and gets up on the futon." "What are you saying?" "Aren't you afraid?" "Of course I am," the younger man replied. "Even a samurai is afraid of something like that, but I've become used to her. And no matter how I slash away with my sword, it never has any effect. If I chase her, she just runs away like the wind." "Well, so that's what they call a ghost. But why do you suppose a ghost comes here?" "To tell the truth, I don't understand that myself." Hearing that, the old man was afraid to stay a moment longer. Thanking his host for the sake, he quickly went outside. The moon was still shining brightly down. As he went around toward the front gate, his eyes fell on the large sweet olive tree that stood where the woman had been. A sweet and sour fragrance filled his nostrils. Just then, he heard a sharp sound of a branch being broken. Wondering what was happening, he peered over toward the tree and saw that the ghost was breaking off one of the many branches of the sweet olive tree. The old man fled without another glance. After that day, the ghost came every night and broke off another branch of the sweet olive tree. By the time she had broken all of them off, the tree started to wither. Strangely enough, when it had withered away completely, the ghost no longer appeared. Soon after, the samurai passed away. In the Akasaka section of Tokyo, there's a steep road called the Kii Province Slope. Many years ago, there was a deep canal on one side of the road, while on the other side, a line of mansions continued all the way to the top. It was a lonely place, even during daytime, and after the sun set, almost no one traveled along the road. There were rumors that badgers lived in the area that deceived and played tricks on people in any way they could. One night, however, an old man was making his way up this road on some urgent business. It was a moonless night, and the area was completely dark. Nevertheless, the old man moved along, holding a lamp to guide his footsteps. Halfway up the hill, he could barely make out someone standing by the side of the moat. Could this actually be a ghost, he wondered? Nervously, the old man moved the lamp toward the person. Even in the darkness, he could see that it was a woman who was facing the moat and crying. "Excuse me, but what's the matter?" the old man asked gently. But the woman, who was crying pitifully, did not answer. When he looked carefully, the old man could see that the woman seemed to be quite young, and that she was perhaps the daughter of some upper-class family. Her kimono, he noted, was of the highest quality. "No doubt she's here for some serious business," the old man concluded. And forgetting all about his urgent business, he walked up to the woman's side. "Listen," he said softly, "you shouldn't just stand there and cry. Try to tell me what the matter is. I'll do whatever I can to help you." Hearing these words, the woman raised her voice and cried even more violently. It seemed as though she would jump into the moat at any time. Wait, you mustn't think about dying," the old man stammered, shaken to his core. He put his hand on the woman's shoulder to stop her from jumping. With that, the woman suddenly stopped crying, and with her hand still covering her face, she turned around. Then, in an instant, she let her hands fall to her waist. "Ah!" The old man stumbled backwards. His breath caught tight in his chest. The woman's face was as smooth as an egg, with no eyes, nose, or mouth. Somebody help!" the old man cried, and ran tottering up the slope, oblivious to where he was going. The old man had no idea how long he'd been running. Then suddenly, he saw a small flickering light up ahead. "I'm saved," he mumbled. "Thank the gods." The old man finally managed to stagger up to the light, and he saw that it came from a small soba shop at the edge of the road. Wasting no time, he entered the shop, breathing hard and in a state of shock. "What's the matter?" said the shop owner, who was standing over his stove. The old man was out of breath and barely able to say anything. "Have you been robbed?" I saw her." The old man was finally able to get something out of his mouth. A woman." "Really?" the shopkeeper replied. "What did she look like?" The old man nearly went crazy just thinking about her face. "Did she look anything like this?" the shopkeeper asked, and he turned towards the old man and stroked his face. In an instant, the man's face had become as smooth as an egg. Then the lamp went out. The old man screamed something in a high-pitched voice and fainted dead away. Many, many years ago, in the ancient capital of Kyoto,
there stood a large roofed gate called the Rashomon. At some point, a terrifying demon began to live inside the structure of this gate, and the rumor was that it ate passers-by. Even in the daytime, no one walked by or through the gate, and when the sun set, no one even came close to it. There was at this time, however, a very powerful samurai, already famous for having subdued the demon of Mount O, by the name of Watanabe no Suna. All right, he thought when he got wind of this rumor, I'll go and see this for myself. So saying, one night he mounted his horse and rode off. At his waist he had his famous sword, the demon cutter. Very soon the Rashomon came into view. The great roof of the gate towered above him in the dark night sky, and the entire area was as silent as a grave. Suna momentarily looked up at the gate, but did not find it particularly frightening. It's a little uncanny, he murmured to himself, but I don't see anything that looks like a demon around here. Then, just as he was about to return home, "Excuse me," a woman's voice came from behind him. Turning around from where he sat in his saddle, he found that the voice belonged to a pretty young woman. "Please, could you accompany to my house in the Goji area? I was on my way back from an errand and the sun suddenly went down. Now I seem to have lost my way." Suna thought it was rather strange for a young woman to be walking by herself in such a lonely place. But he dismounted and said, "How unfortunate. Yes, I know the Goji area quite well. Let me help you onto my horse." Just as the woman seemed to be stepping into the stirrup, she suddenly transformed into a terrifying demon, took Suna by the neck, and began to fly into the sky. "Now I've done it," Suna choked. He quickly tried to wrestle himself free from the demon's grasp, but to no avail. Laughing fiendishly, the demon rapidly flew higher and higher. Suna was desperate. He unsheathed his sword and with a great shout, struck out at his captor. The demon shrieked, and instantly Suna fell with a thud on the road of the Rashomon. A second later, a severed hairy arm landed next to him. In the black light, he could hear the demon screaming, "You may have cut off my arm, but beware. I'll be back for it in 7 days." The scream seemed to be coming from further and further away, but at last, everything was silent. Well now, Suna thought to himself, so this is the arm of a demon. Picking up the arm, he found that it was as hard as steel and covered uncannily with hair. The fingernails were like the sharp points of lancets. "Well, I've gotten something interesting here," he said to himself. "I think I'll bring it home." Suna returned home, put the demon's arm in a stronghold, and locked the box securely with a key. Then he commanded his retainers to be on the lookout for anything strange around his mansion. The 6th day passed. Then in the evening of the 7th day, a little old lady arrived at Suna's gate. "Hello," the old lady shouted as loudly as she could. "I'm Watanabe no Suna's aunt. I haven't seen him in a long time, and I've come for a visit. My home is way out in the countryside, and I'm quite tired. Would you please let me in?" "The Lord has given strict orders that no one, no matter who, is to be allowed in," the gatekeeper on duty yelled back. "So I'm afraid that even his relatives are not welcome." And with this, he was about to go and drive the old lady away. But she suddenly burst into tears and sobbed, "How cold-hearted he is to say such a thing. I've cared for him and spoiled him since he was little, and now he's going to drive me away? That's too much. That's just too much." The watchman was confused and went to his lord Suna to report what had occurred. "What? My aunt, you say?" Suna interjected. "Bring her here right away." The old lady entered the room and grasped Suna by the hand. "Ah, Suna, I've wanted to see you for so long." "I'm so glad to see you, Auntie," Suna replied, and happily took her by the hand as well. "By the way," the old lady said with a worried look, "why aren't you letting anyone into your mansion? Has there been some sort of trouble?" "Yes, the fact is that a demon may be on his way here." "What? A demon, you say?" The old lady seemed quite shocked as she looked intently into Suna's face. For his part, Suna then told her the entire story, detail by detail. "Is that so?" she finally exclaimed. "You really cut off a demon's arm? That's just like a nephew of mine. I'd like to see just what a demon's arm looks like." "Oh no," Suna returned. "That's the one thing I can't do. The demon's coming back for it, you know." "Oh, don't be so unfeeling," the old lady cried. "Looking at it for just a second won't hurt. I'm an old lady and I don't know when I'm going to die. I would just like to see something like that once in my life." Hearing his aunt talk in this way, Suna felt that he couldn't refuse. "All right," he said hesitantly, "but just for a second." Taking out the box, he released the lock and showed the old lady what was inside. Oh my, this is a demon's arm? How frightening. As she looked intently inside the box, however, the old lady suddenly grabbed the arm and flew up towards the ceiling. "Suna, you see," she screamed, "I've come back for my arm." The old lady's face instantly turned into that of a horrifying demon. Breaking through the window in the ceiling, the demon danced up into the sky. "Wait! Wait!" Suna unsheathed his sword and raced after the demon, but the figure became smaller and smaller. Soon the sky was completely black. Then came the fiendish high-pitched laughter, which also slowly faded away. Suna stamped his feet and cursed, but it was all over. Nevertheless, possibly from its fear of this daunting samurai, the demon never appeared again at the Rashomon. Good evening, and welcome to Based on a True Story, a podcast where we dive into the scariest tales as told by the people who experienced them. Tonight, we bring you 3 terrifying tales: Closet Stalker, The Woman in the White Dress, and please lock your doors. So sit back, try to relax, and enjoy? Tonight's 3 tales. I haven't really talked about this much since it happened a couple of months ago, and for reasons that will later be obvious, my family and I have since moved to the other end of town. My room in my old house had a small TV and was nestled in the middle of the house. We lived in a really nice neighborhood, so what happened that night was really unexpected. I had been out with some friends, and when I got home, didn't really encounter anyone up in the house. Everyone had already gone to bed. It was around 11:30, so it was kind of late. I went to my bed with our German Shepherd Bella. She was only 1 at the time and still a bundle of energy. I got my pajamas on and got into my bed. My bed faces the bedroom closet, which I'd been scared of since seeing that movie Insidious, and insisted every night before I went to bed that I would double check that it was closed. When I crawled into bed, Bella was sort of looking at the door with her ears up. Not growling, just observing. And I'll have to admit, this kind of creeped the fuck out of me, and I just wanted to close my eyes and fall asleep. When I finally did fall asleep, it wasn't a deep sleep. And not long after, I was suddenly awoken by the sounds of Bella growling, staring at the closet. I felt instant chills down my spine and wanted to scream out, but for some reason I didn't. I sat up in my bed, and Bella's growling turned into a full-on bark. And that's when I noticed that the closet door, which pushes inward, was slightly open, and I could see half of a face looking back at me from the dark recesses of the closet. I let out the most blood-curdling scream. Bella lunges at the man, while I hear my dad charging across the floor into my room. My dad busts down the door with his hunting shotgun. My dad's a big guy and is pretty well known for his experience in combat training. Bella is still latched onto the intruder's arm, and my dad tells her to let go. She refuses. Finally, my dad is able to dislodge Bella and grabs the stalker by his neck and drags him outside with my toy handcuffs in his hand. I follow him and hear the screams of my family as he's being dragged out into the lawn. My father wrestles him down and has him pinned. My mom runs back into the house and calls the police. And after 10 minutes of constant cursing from the stalker, the police arrive and finally put him in actual handcuffs. But as he's getting into the back of the police cruiser, he gives me a look that I can't explain other than to say it was a look of pure insanity. The kind that makes your soul cry. I was terrified, and obviously didn't sleep the rest of that night. I've been in therapy since, and like I said, our family has moved away, and I've done everything I can to try and forget that night. So, to the creepy closet stalker guy, fuck you, and let's never meet again. This happened just yesterday, so it's fresh in my mind. I'm not quite sure what to think of it because it was just
so bizarre and unbelievable. I might have just been sleep deprived. So last night, at maybe 11 o'clock, I was walking around my block. My town is relatively safe, so I didn't feel in danger. Plus, it was a pretty night. I'd been walking for around 5 minutes when a pale woman with blonde hair and a white dress caught my eye from across the street. She was about my height, and looked to be around my age, too. I didn't actually pay attention to her after I first noticed her. When I circled the block again, she was on the same street, a couple of feet in front of me. She was standing on the curb staring at the cars passing by. It was a main road, so even that late, people were still driving on it. I said hello to her, and she turned her gaze to me. I couldn't see her face super well, but from what I think I saw, she had no pupils or color in her eyes. She just stared at me. After a while, I asked if she was okay. She, again, didn't respond, and simply pointed at the road. I was really confused and didn't understand. Right as a red car started coming down the road, she stepped into the road. The car slammed into her, and it was a bloody mess. The driver immediately stopped and jumped out. It was a man in his mid-20s. We both spoke about it, freaking out. He called the police, and I went around the car to see the state of the girl. Once I circled around the car, she was gone. Not gone as in dead. Gone as in she just wasn't there. The blood on the road was gone too, but not gone from his car. After the police arrived, they concluded that this was some big hoax of a kid who didn't know what they were talking about, and some guy who went along with it. The blood on the truck was brought in for investigation, and was later found to be paint. Nothing else was put up about it. I'm not sure if what happened was real. It felt so real. But I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't know what it was. If it was just a dream or if it was real. It felt like it was real. I feel like I can't leave the house now. I don't understand anything now, and I kind of feel like I'm going crazy. Has anyone else experienced something like this? I posted this here a while ago, but it's since gotten lost. And now that it's been a year since the incident, I figured this would be a good place to start to share the story again. It's about somebody that I never want to come across again. It all started and ended the day after I took my last final at my community college. I don't know if he was a stalker or if it was a break-in gone weird. So from the beginning, I was so nervous that I was going to fail this one class, and I was not going to be able to receive my AA degree. Later in the day, I was out at the pool of my apartment complex with some friends and my roommates when I checked my phone and saw I passed my class. I got so excited I told everyone we were celebrating because I was the last one to have a final. It was 3 days before I got to walk and graduate with this degree that I decided we should have some fun before we all went our separate ways. As it got later into the night, we decided not to go out but to stay in. We invited a couple more people over and went on with the night. Around 2 a.m, people started to leave and head for bed. The only people left were my 2 roommates, both of the people they were dating, and one other friend. We were still messing around, and because our apartment was on the first floor and next to the pool, we went to go out night swimming. As soon as we were done with that, I was ready to just hang out and be in for good for the night. My roommate and the other friend all left to go somewhere else for a while, which was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary for me to be home alone. I got some food and went to my room to hang out until they got back. The way my room is set up in our apartment, it's all the way in the back, furthest away from the front door and the patio door. My room is behind the kitchen, and you'd have to go through the whole apartment to get there. Because our apartment was in the front of the complex and near the pool, it was near the front gate, and at the time, the gate was left open because it was broken. I've never had an issue with living this close up front until this night. My room has one big window, and you can easily see in my room when I don't have the blinds or curtains shut. I had a closet with mirror doors, which if you look in through the window, you can see every part of my room in it. So while I waited for my friends to get back, I fell asleep. Last time I looked at the clock, it was 3:30 in the morning, and I had forgotten to turn the bedroom light off when I went to sleep. The next time I woke up, it was around 5:30, and there were these slow flashes going off, like I had a strobe light going off in the corner of my room. I woke up really confused and thought it was my friends coming back to mess with me. Once my eyes got more adjusted because the room was now dark, I realized that in fact was not my friends messing with me, but a single man who was at least 6'1", wearing a green Nike hoodie with a hood on in the corner of my room by the closet, holding a phone up, taking pictures of me. Mind you, I had tiny Sophie shorts on with one of my legs hanging out of the covers. I don't think he realized I'd woken up, and when reality sunk in, I said, "What the fuck?" Instead of coming at me or running out of the room, the man put the phone down and walked out of my room, not saying anything, not in a panic, just walked out. Me being the dumbass I am, I ran after him saying, "Hey!" I tried to follow him out, but once I got to the front door, I didn't see him anywhere. Instead, I ran back and woke up all of my roommates asking if they were messing with me. They all said no, and I called the police. I looked around my room and saw the only thing missing was my laptop that was on my desk in the far corner of the room. The weirdest part about that was that my laptop was in the furthest part of the room, when my door closed, and outside in the kitchen on the counter were 3 other MacBook laptops, 2 wallets, and at least a $300 speaker. But the only thing missing from the whole apartment was my laptop. Later on, I found out that the front door and the patio door were never locked when everyone got back, and the police couldn't find the guy or my computer. What made things worse was that my SIM disk for my camera was in the computer, so all my personal photos from that camera are now accessible to this guy. In the end, the guy was never found, and I never saw his face, which freaks me out to this day, and I hope I never come across him again. I never got my laptop back, never found my SIM disk to my camera. The best advice to anyone in College Town is no matter what, always lock the doors, because you never know what you could wake up to. I moved into the house last fall, a little cottage at the end of town, tucked behind a curtain of pine trees and wrapped in silence. It was cheap, quiet, and came with just enough creaks in the floorboards to feel lived in, but not haunted. I was grateful for that. I needed peace. It was the first place I'd ever had to myself. No roommates, no boyfriends, no shared leases with passive-aggressive chore charts. Just me. I could finally buy the soap I liked, light candles that smelled like anything but pine, and leave my bras hanging off chairs without apology. I live alone, or I thought I did. The first time it happened, I chalked it up to forgetting. A light left on in the hallway when I swore I'd turned it off. A spoon in the sink I didn't remember using. Small things. Annoying, but explainable. Then it got stranger. I started waking up to the closet door cracked open. Just a sliver, like someone had peeked in or out. I'd shut it and go to bed, and the next night, there it was again. This was repeated a few nights until I finally stopped bothering to close it. One morning, I found muddy footprints in the entryway. Just one set. Small. Really small. I don't own shoes that size. I didn't even own mud. The yard was just bone dry for weeks. I checked the locks. I checked them twice. Nothing was broken. Nothing stolen. Just the footprints leading to the basement door. I don't go down there much. It smells like earth and iron. And there's a crawl space at the back I never dared look into. Too low to stand in, too dark to see. I kept it shut tight. Until one night, I heard humming. I was brushing my teeth. The sound soft at first. Childlike. The same low tone over and over again, echoing up through the vents. My blood ran cold. I froze, toothbrush in hand, and strained to listen. It stopped the moment I moved. I slept on the couch that night with all the lights on. The next morning, the basement door was open, wide open. That was the first time I considered leaving, but I didn't. I told myself it was stress, fatigue, or a dream, maybe. People hear things all the time in old houses. That's all it was. I told myself that over and over. Then something changed. I came home from work, and the hallway light was on. Again. But this time there was something new. Written on the mirror in the fog of the bathroom were the words, "Stop closing the door." I hadn't taken a shower that morning. The mirror shouldn't have fogged up. My stomach dropped, and I backed out of the room like it might lunge at me. I slept in my car that night. This morning, when I went back inside, the house was calm, quiet, too quiet. But on the kitchen table, where I always leave my keys, sat a small object, a child's tooth, still red at the root. I didn't call the police. I should have. I know that. What would I have said? Hi, yes, someone might be living in the walls and left a baby tooth on my table. Oh, and they write messages in the fog and hum lullabies through the vents. I'm sure they would have rushed right over.
So instead, I threw the tooth in the trash, grabbed the flashlight I kept in the junk drawer, and went down into the basement. The air down there is always colder than it should be. Not crisp like a refrigerator. No, it's a damp cold. Like something breathing just behind the cinder block walls. The kind of cold that sticks to your bones and makes your joints ache. The crawl space is at the far end of the basement, behind the old oil tank. A low rectangle in the wall, just about 2 feet high. It used to be covered with plywood, nailed in haphazardly, but that morning it was open, or rather, peeled back. I stared at the black rectangle, like it might blink. My flashlight shook in my hand. Then I got on my stomach, and I went in. The dirt floor was damp, and the smell hit me immediately. Decay. And something else. Something sweet and rotten, like a candy apple left too long in the sun. I crawled forward, light dancing off the exposed beams and cobwebs. There were scratch marks in the dirt. Fingernails, I think. A trail of them. Leading deeper. That's when I saw the bed. Just a pile of old blankets tucked under the foundation, but it had shape. Order. Someone had made it. Next to it, a small tin box with children's toys inside. Broken plastic animals, crayons worn to stubs, and off tucked in the corner was a mirror, small and oval, the kind that belongs on a vanity. The glass was fogged. I wiped it and nearly shat myself. There was a face behind me, pale, small, childlike, but wrong. The proportions weren't right. The eyes were too big, too glossy, and too still. The mouth was open, but no breath came out. I turned. My flashlight flickered. Nothing. Just dirt. I crawled backward fast enough to scrape my elbows raw. I slammed the plywood back over the entrance, nailed it shut with shaking hands, and haven't gone down since. But now I hear them every night. 2 sets of footsteps. One light, one heavy. And sometimes when I lay very still, pretending to sleep, I hear breathing under the floorboards, right beneath my bed. And the worst part? Last night I found another message on the bathroom mirror. Are you my new sister? I don't sleep anymore. I try. I really do. But the breathing is louder now. Closer. It's no longer under the floorboards. It's in the walls. Sometimes I hear it crawl past my headboard, and the drywall gives a soft crack as something shifts inside. Last night, the hallway light turned on by itself, then off, then on again, like it was deciding. I finally called someone, not the cops. I know I should have, but I didn't. I found a guy online. His name was Darren, and he said he specializes in hard-to-explain problems. I don't care how insane that sounded. I just needed someone else, anyone, to be inside the house with me. Darren showed up this morning with a suitcase full of gear and a face that looked like it had seen too much already. I get a lot of these, he said, stepping through the threshold. But yours feels bad. I agreed, and began explaining what was happening. The door, the crawl space, the tooth. All of it. But he didn't respond much. Just nodded and started scanning the place room by room. EMF meter in hand. A little recorder clipped to his jacket. I followed him, too afraid to be alone in any room, even my own. After 2 hours of nothing, Darren paused outside the basement door. He looked at it, and then at me. You said the face was down there? I nodded nervously, and he opened the door. The smell hit us both like a wall. Damp, sweet, foul. Something's dead down there, he muttered. I wanted to run, but he flicked on his shoulder lamp and descended. I stood at the top of the stairs, cold sweat running down my back. A minute passed, then another. I called out, Darren? No answer. Just a sound. It wasn't Darren. It wasn't footsteps. It was dragging, like something was being pulled slowly across the dirt floor. I backed away, not realizing I was holding the doorknob so tight my knuckles went white. I called for Darren to come back in one last hopeful attempt, and a voice floated up from the dark, but it wasn't Darren's. It was weak and quiet, like a child's voice.
We're not finished playing.
Then the basement light flickered, and I heard giggling as someone ran off out of view. I slammed the door shut, and I haven't opened it since. That was 3 days ago. The door to the basement is nailed shut now. I hear scratching from the other side sometimes. And sometimes I hear Darren's voice whispering through the vent, telling me to let him out. But it's not him. I know that it can't be. Yesterday I went to leave, to just walk away from this whole cursed house. The front door wouldn't open. Every window shows something different when I look out. Sometimes it's night when it's supposed to be day. Sometimes it's not even my yard. Last night I woke up, and someone had tucked me in, folded the blankets, turned off the lamp, left a note on the pillow in a child's handwriting. Play with us. And this morning, I could hear them again, the footsteps, walking in sync with me just behind the walls. One light, one heavy, and a third pair that sounded like boots. But now, I can hear breathing behind my mirrors. I'm a 33-year-old male living in Texas with my 8-year-old daughter, Alicia, and my 4-year-old son, Jay. Their mom's been out of the picture for the past 2 years. Not dead, just a piece of shit. And I've managed pretty well as a single father. The 3 of us live in a 2-bedroom in a nice neighborhood. I've got a solid job. And the kids are thankfully healthy. Everything was smooth sailing until one night 2 months ago, during which I was awoken by Jay poking me in the face. He was sobbing violently, though I recognized it as the I'm afraid kind of crying as opposed to the I'm hurt kind of crying, which made me a little less worried. Jay's always been nightmare prone, so I assumed that's what was causing his distress. When I asked him what was wrong, though, he said, "The man in the next house is making scary faces at me." I've heard my fair share of Jay's stories about monsters terrorizing him in the dark corners of his bedroom, but this was something new. I assumed he meant our neighbor's house, and the lack of fantastical elements in his description made me uneasy. It felt too specific to be one of his usual nightmares. I got out of bed and walked with Jay in tow to my kids' room. Alicia was awake in the top bunk. From the soft glow of her nightlight, I could see her crossing her arms and scowling down at her little brother. I didn't turn on any lights to give myself a better view of the outdoors and peered out the bedroom window. Their windows had curtains on it, but for once they hadn't been drawn all the way, and there was a small opening between them through which Jay must have looked out. One side of the neighbor's house, the one to our left from the street, was visible from Alicia and Jay's room. There were 2 windows on the neighbor's side of the house, but it was too dark inside to see anything. I recalled from what I'd seen in the daylight that the window on the left, the one closest to the front of the house, was the kitchen. I wasn't sure what the window on the right was, as it always had its curtains drawn. I asked Alicia if she'd seen anything, and she shook her head. "He's always having nightmares and crying. I don't want to share a room with him anymore, Dad. I never get any sleep. It's not fair." Of course, hearing that made Jay start crying again, so I let him sleep in my room for the night. He has this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles indoor camping tent that he prefers to his actual bed. Honestly, at that point, I half suspected his nightmare to be a ploy to get me to let him camp. Anyway, I guess I'm a total pushover because he slept in that tent in my room for the next 2 nights. On the 3rd night, I was again woken up, but this time by Alicia, who was standing over me and shaking my arm. That kid hadn't woken me up in the middle of the night for years. When I asked her what was wrong, she said, "The neighbor was making faces at me." Those words, and the fear in my daughter's voice, really put me on edge. "I closed the curtains when I said goodnight. Did you open them?" "Only a little, but it's 'cause I heard a weird noise." "What did you hear?" Alicia couldn't recall exactly. According to her, she'd gotten out of bed to see what was going on, and when she lifted the curtain, she saw light on in the neighbor's window. The curtains in the back room had been drawn back, and our neighbor was standing in his house, right up against the window frame. What was he doing? Alicia thought for a moment, and then made an expression I never want to see on my child's face, or anyone else's face for that matter, ever again. I won't do it justice by describing it, but it looks something like this. First, she smiled with both sets of teeth, so there was a little open sliver between the rows, and then she furrowed her eyebrows. She inclined her head towards me, kind of Kubrick stare-esque, and strained the muscles in her neck. The worst part, though, was what she did with her hands. She held out her left arm, forearm up. Then she clenched her right hand into a fist and moved it back and forth rapidly over her forearm. Poor thing described it as playing the violin, but it seemed pretty obvious to me that my neighbor was pantomiming cutting. Disturbed, I told Alicia to stop and to not make either the expression or the gesture again. I was angry and confused. My neighbor, a man in his 40s, was a bit of a recluse, but he seemed normal enough in the 3 or 4 times I'd spoken to him. I couldn't fathom why he would do something like that to my kids. After asking Alicia a few more questions, I realized that my neighbor might not have done anything technically, or at least legally, wrong. It wasn't against the law to make inappropriate gestures in your own home, but it seemed like he was targeting my kids specifically. Legal or not, I planned to have a little chat with him the following morning. My last question to Alicia was if our neighbor had made any other gestures, and she nodded. Then she started making beckoning, come here motions with both of her hands. I had Alicia sleep in my room for the night as well. I also checked on the window in my kids' room, but like before, I saw nothing. The house was completely dark. The next morning before work and after dropping Alicia and Jay off at school, I spent a good 5 minutes knocking on my neighbor's front door. I figured he was home since his car was in the driveway, but he never answered the door. Eventually, I had to leave for work, and as I was walking away, I turned around quickly to see if he was watching me. He was. The coward. I saw him for a split second at the front window before he ducked beneath the sill and out of view. Clearly, the guy had problems. I yelled out for him to stop fucking with us, and then I left. That same night, I put a plan into motion. While my kids slept in my room, I hung out in theirs. It was a Friday night, and I was ready to pull an all-nighter so I could catch my neighbor in the act. Although I trusted my kids, I wanted to confirm that there was actually something nefarious going on before I escalated things. I made sure the house was locked up and all the curtains drawn, tucked my kids in, and sat on the floor under the window in their room. At around 9, I started marathoning midnight mass on my phone. I didn't want to wear headphones and miss any strange sounds, so I kept the volume low and mostly read subtitles. At midnight, I started to hear strange sounds. Like Alicia said, it's a bit hard to describe. Best I can do is that it was this low, repeated clicking sound, like the sound you make when you're beckoning a horse, something like that. All I knew was that the sound was undoubtedly coming from a person. After a few minutes of this, the sound switched to what I think was supposed to be a whistle, but it came out all wrong, like someone sucking breath in through their teeth. The sound was so crisp that the neighbor's window must have been open, which was an unsettling thought given that there was only around 15 feet of space between our houses. Certain that the neighbor was at his window, and that this was my best chance to see him, I stood up and pulled the curtain back in one motion. I saw him right away. There was dim light on in his room, allowing me to see that horrible expression Alicia had made the night prior. It was one thing to see my child's reaction, but it was far more frightening on an adult. His window was indeed open, and his arms were stuck out into the cold night, violently swiping against each other in a grotesque mimicry of self-harm. When he saw me and realized that he was looking at another grown man, and not some poor child, he stopped his erratic motions. His cartoonish grin faded, and another, more genuine emotion settled over his features. Rage. The man grabbed the window and slammed it shut, then closed the curtains with the same forcefulness. I let my own curtain fall. I was a little shell-shocked, I think. Of course, I was perturbed by the sight of the man, by his face and his movement, and the fact that he'd been doing that for who knows how many nights, now in an attempt to frighten my kids. However, another detail stuck out as even more concerning to me, which was the fact that I genuinely wasn't sure if the man I had just seen was my neighbor. I'd seen him so few times in the years I'd lived in that house, and I was having trouble conjuring up his face. I sat on the floor for a minute, my blood thundering in my ears. I definitely had enough evidence at that point to call the cops, right? Just as I was about to pull out my phone, I heard a tremendous smack against the glass of the bedroom window. After a brief hesitation, I pulled the curtain back again. There were no lights on in the neighbor's house, and there was also no one outside from what I could see. I pulled the curtains back a little farther and saw a handprint in the top corner of the window pane. It's worth noting that our house is on a raised foundation, and that particular window is very tall. So even though the window is on the first floor, the man outside would have needed an insane vertical to get his hand up there. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. As I explained the situation to them, I quickly walked around the house to see if I could catch a glimpse of the man. My last stop was my bedroom. Once inside, I locked the doors, and while still on the phone with the operator, I took my handgun out of the safe in my closet. My heart was beating out of my damn chest, but I knew I had to stay calm, even more so when I saw that Alicia was awake and looking out of the tent at me. I reassured her in as few words as I could, whispering that we were okay, but we had to stay very quiet. I sat on the edge of my bed, my firearm ready and my ears straining. My kid's tent was in the corner, and to the left of the tent, in the middle of the wall, and directly across from where I sat, was a window. After what felt like an eternity, I saw something. It was a cloudless night, and the moonlight was bright enough that I could see a silhouette through the white curtains. The dark shape was nebulous at first, but became more clear as the man outside stepped closer to the window. Somehow he knew which room we were in. The silhouette didn't move for several minutes, and I remember being thankful that, from the angle at which I sat, Alicia couldn't see it. Then something happened that I couldn't entirely wrap my head around. The man stepped back from the glass and raised his arms, making a Y shape with his body and his limbs. Only his arms were far too long. They seemed to be double the length that they should have been, each arm about the same length as his entire body. I thought at first that he was holding something, maybe two pipes that just appeared to be an extension of his limbs, but I could clearly see the hands at the ends of the extremities. I could see 5 fingers on each hand, flopping around slightly as the man brought his arms closer to the window. I stood up and readied myself to shoot, but just then the sounds of sirens pierced the quiet night. The man outside banged his hands against the window one last time, and then it was as if someone had sliced his arms at the elbows. His forearms seemed to shear right off, and the man took off running before they so much as hit the ground. When the police officers announced themselves, I answered the door and explained the situation to them. 2 officers, a man and a woman, asked me a few questions about my neighbor, which I assume was necessary to establish probable cause for a search. Once finished, they told me to stay inside with the doors locked while they investigated the neighbor's house. I watched them through the window of Alicia and Jay's room. They knocked on the neighbor's door, and when no one answered, they tried the front door handle. I watched the unlocked door swing open. The 2 looked at one another, and then entered. I'm not sure what they found inside that house. All I know is that when they emerged a few moments later, they both looked very disturbed. When I went outside to ask what they found, the female officer told me simply, "Your neighbor's dead." The rest of the night was a blur of strangers in uniforms filing in and out of my neighbor's home. Some came to my porch afterwards to ask me questions, and none offered me any answers. They moved with tight-lipped efficiency, their faces guarded, their words clipped. At one point, I wandered to the side of the house and found several people photographing something on the ground outside my bedroom window. Before they could ask me to leave, I made out the gruesome shape of 2 human arms. The kids and I have been staying in my parents' apartment for months, and I think everyone, even Jay, is getting a little tired of the cramped living situation. We can't stay in the house. Alicia's way too traumatized for that, and I wouldn't be comfortable staying there while the murderer is still at large anyway. I want to sell the damn house, but our story going semi-viral is making that difficult. After all, who would want a house that, thanks to the news, has become permanently associated with phrases like dismemberment and days of torture and victim barely recognizable as human?
The key won't turn. I jiggle it again, the familiar brass cool against my fingers. Nothing. Just resistance where there should be an easy slide of the deadbolt. I've used this key 1,000 times. And right now, groceries in one arm, briefcase tucked tight, half asleep after a long day at work, I am not amused. "Emily," I call, giving the solid oak door a knock. "Hey, the lock's being weird. Did you deadbolt it funny again?" Silence from within. I peer through the narrow, leaded glass window beside the door. Emily is standing in the hall, frozen halfway between the living room and the kitchen. She isn't moving toward the door. She's staring at me. Her face is bone white, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixed on mine through the distorted glass. She looks like she's seen a ghost. "Emily? What's wrong?" I knock harder, a flicker of unease tightening in my chest. "Emily, hey, are you okay? Let me in, please."
It's me. It's Ben. I rattled the handle, panic rising now, all my focus on her. A choked sob escapes her hand flying to her mouth. Tears well and spill over, tracking paths through her pallor. Still, she doesn't move toward the lock. Emily, please! I hammer on the wood now. Open the door! Talk to me! What happened? She flinches like she's been struck, stumbling back a step. No, she whispers, shaking her head. No, this isn't possible. My heart kicks hard. Emily? Honey, what's going on? I press my face closer to the door, voice low, urgent. Open the door, please. Let me help you. She backs further into the shadows, her hands trembling at her sides. No, she says again, firmer this time. You can't be here. Emily, I say softly. It's me. It's Ben. Just open the door, please. She snaps then, her voice sharp and panicked. You're not Ben. Ben is dead. Silence slams between us. Her voice, when it returns, is a thin, broken whisper, barely audible through the thick wood. You died, Ben. 6 months ago. Another sob tears through her. We mourned you. I mourned you. 6 months? The impossibility of it slams into me. I remember yesterday morning, kissing her sleep-warm cheek, the smell of her shampoo, the mundane argument about whose turn it was to take out the recycling. I remember today. The commute, the tedious budget meeting. Emily, that's insane. I'm right here. Look at me. I saw you this morning. I'm real. You look like him. She weeps, her voice thick with revulsion now, cutting through the fear. You sound almost like him. But you're not Ben. Her terror isn't hysterical. It's cold, absolute, and utterly devastating. Please, just go away. Whatever you are. Leave us alone. Please. And then she turns. Her footsteps echo down the hall, leaving me stranded, exiled on the porch of my own home. My breath stutters. My fingers go numb. I drop the groceries without realizing. Plastic bags spilling, cans rolling across the stoop. I dig in my pocket for my phone, hands trembling, but it isn't there. Of course it isn't there. Where the hell is it? Help! I shout, turning to the street. Somebody, please, I need help! Windows glow warmly in the distance. Cars pass. No one answers. I sprint down the sidewalk, nearly tripping on the curb, and tear across the block toward Mike's house. My oldest friend. The only person who might make sense of this. The porch light is off. I pound on the door with both fists. Mike, open up. It's Ben. Emily's not okay. She's saying crazy things. Please, man, I don't know what's going on. The living room curtain twitches. A sliver of Mike's face appears, pale, strained, eyes wide and bloodshot. The porch light flicks on. The door cracks open, and there's Mike, standing barefoot in the doorway, blinking against the glare. I open my mouth to tell him all that happened, but the look on his face stops me cold. It isn't confusion. It isn't disbelief. It's pure, unadulterated horror. The same look Emily wore. He sees me. His lips press into a thin, bloodless line, and the door snaps shut. Mike, don't do this! I roar, slamming my fist against the wood. It's me! His voice, shrill with panic, comes from an upstairs window. Stay away. I'm calling them. I'm calling the police. Get off my property. The window slams shut. That's when I hear the sirens. Faint at first, then rising into a full, shrieking wail that floods the street. Red and blue lights strobe across the trees, the house, my face. 2 cruisers skid to a stop, blocking my car. The officers step out, hands hovering near their holsters, every movement cautious and controlled. Sir, step away from the door. Hands where I can see them, the female officer shouts. Relief crashes again into panic. Officers, thank God. My wife, Emily, the house is right here. She locked me out, changed the locks. She's having a breakdown, and Mike here. I gesture wildly at the house. He won't listen. Something's terribly wrong. Please, help her. She's alone and terrified. The male officer, younger, keeps his laser focus on me. Sir, your name? Calmly. Ben Carter. I live right here. Please, you have to help me get to my wife. She needs me. The female officer's eyes flick to Mike's house. The upstairs window is open a crack. Mike's face is visible. He nods frantically, pointing at me, his mouth moving silently. Him. That's him. Mr. Carter, the female officer says, her voice losing none of its edge. You need to calm down. You're causing a disturbance. You're trespassing and causing distress. Trespassing? He's my best friend. My wife needs help. Check your files. Call it in. I'm Ben Carter. My voice is raw, rising uncontrollably. The frustration, the fear, the sheer impossibility of it all boils over. I take an involuntary step toward her, hands gesturing wildly. Sir, step back! Both officers shout in unison. The male officer draws his taser, not aiming, but holding it ready. Hands behind your back, now. No, listen to me, I yell, the world narrowing to the flashing lights, their rigid faces, Mike's terrified eyes in the window. I don't resist, but my body is taut wire, vibrating with frantic energy, my words tumbling out in a desperate, incoherent scream. She's my wife! The locks are new! 6 months is crazy! I was here yesterday! Mike, tell them! Tell them it's me! Place your hands behind your back, sir. The female officer moves fast, her grip firm on my wrist. The cold, hard click of the cuffs is a shock, a sound of absolute, surreal finality that cuts through my panic. I don't fight, but my body trembles violently. You're under arrest for trespassing and disorderly contact. You have the right to remain silent. The words blur. I'm guided firmly, my protest dissolving into choked gasps, into the back of the cruiser. Through the cage, I see Mike finally open his front door, turning rapidly to another officer, gesturing at me, his face still etched with pure fear. Neighbors watch from darkened windows. The station is a blur of harsh fluorescence and muffled sound. Processing passes in a haze. Fingerprints pressed to the cold scanner. The sharp tang of metal in the holding cell where they leave me. Then the door clanks shut, and silence rushes in. Panic fades, leaving behind a hollow cold that settles deep in my bones, trembling just beneath the skin. They called it trespassing, disorderly conduct. Said Emily locked me out. Said Mike was terrified. The words circle in my head. Finally, the door opens. A detective enters. He pulls up a chair. Mr. Carter, he begins, voice calm, flat. Benjamin Carter. That's the name you gave. He opens the folder. Yes, that's me. Please, help me. I have no idea what's going on. Please, I'm begging you. Who are you? Ben Carter, I repeat. Drop the act. Who are you? Sir, there's no use lying to me. We ran your prints. He slides a printout toward me. It shows 2 sets of fingerprints, one clearly labeled from the scanner moments ago. The other. These, he says, tapping on the second set, are the prints on file for Benjamin James Carter. From his driver's license application, military records, his entire life. He looks at me, gaze steady. They don't match. What? The denial slips out, weak, automatic. That's impossible. Your machine... The machine is fine, he says, his voice flat. Your prints do not match the prints of Benjamin Carter. He slides another paper from the folder. A death certificate. Benjamin James Carter. Date of death. March 12th. 6 months ago. My address. My birth date. My parents' names. Official. Sealed. This is the legal record. He slides over another document. A police report. Missing persons. Benjamin Carter. Vehicle recovered from Blackwater River. No sign of driver. Extensive search suspended, dated 6 months ago. Then a final sheet. A property report. Complaint from Emily Carter. Address redacted. Subject reports repeated attempts by unknown male impersonating deceased husband to gain entry to residence. Locks changed on. A date 3 months ago. Security system installed. A date last month. Subject described impersonator as identical to deceased spouse in appearance and voice, causing extreme distress. He closes the folder slowly. Your prints don't match Benjamin Carter's. Benjamin Carter is legally dead. His widow reports someone matching your exact description has been terrorizing her for months, trying to get into the home you claim is yours. He leans forward slightly, his voice quiet, filled with terrible, chilling certainty. So I need you to tell me, who are you? And why are you doing this to that poor woman? The detective's voice hangs in the air like a frozen prison. Prints don't match. Legally dead. Terrorizing her. They're facts, delivered with the crushing weight of bureaucracy. My mind scrambles, a rat in a flooded cage. This isn't denial anymore. It's pure animal panic, clawing at the bars of an impossible trap. Who am I echo. The detective's pitying stare burns like acid. I'm Ben Carter. That's my house. Emily is my wife. My voice rises sharper than I mean, echoing off the cinder block walls. Can't you see? She's locked herself in there, terrified out of her mind, thinking nonsense. I need to get into that house. She needs me. She needs to see me properly, to understand it's really me. I lean forward, the metal chair scraping harshly across the floor. Take me there. Right now. Unlock the door. Let me show her. Let me touch her. She'll know. She'll know it's me then. She has to. The detective doesn't flinch, but his eyes shift, hardening. That look isn't suspicion anymore. It's something colder, more cautious, like he's watching a dangerous animal pace inside a cage. Mr. Whoever you are, he says evenly, Emily Carter is safe. She's under protection. She doesn't want to see you. She's terrified of you. Your insistence on forcing your way into her home after everything we've documented is deeply concerning. Concerning? A brittle laugh escapes me, high-pitched and wrong. She's my wife. Of course I need to get to her. Can't you grasp that? She's confused, grieving, but I'm here. I can fix this. Just take me home. My hands clench around the cold metal table, knuckles white. I can feel the rough grain of our front door, the cool brass knob, the need to be inside, to stand in our living room, to smell the faint scent of her vanilla candle. It's a physical ache, a compulsion that drowns the chilling weight of the evidence. That house is mine. Every brick. She changed the locks, but it's still mine. I belong there. She belongs with me. Let me in. The detective slowly pushes his chair back, creating space. His hand settles casually near his hip, near his weapon. As I lean further, pleading, my sleeve rides up slightly. My hand brushes against my temple, pushing back a strand of damp and nervous sweat, and I feel it. Not the familiar texture of my own hair. It feels wrong. Thicker, coarser, almost waxy, like damp straw. Not human hair. When did I last wash my hair? The question surfaces, absurd amidst the chaos. Yesterday? This morning? I lift my hand again, intending to run my fingers through it to confirm the strange sensation. My gaze drops down to my wrist as I raise my arm. The fluorescent light overhead is harsh, unforgiving. It illuminates the skin of my inner wrist, normally pale and faintly veined. But there are no veins. I stare at the skin, an even, slightly waxy pallor, with no veins beneath the surface, just smooth and unnatural, like porcelain or wax. My breath hitches. The frantic energy falters. The desperate urge to scream about Emily, about the house, falls silent. Slowly I press the index and middle fingers of my other hand against the pulse point on my neck, just below my jaw. A habit ingrained since childhood, checking my own heartbeat in moments of stress. I press hard, feel the coolness of my skin. Wait, nothing.
No rhythmic thud, no flutter, just stillness. Profound, absolute stillness beneath a slightly waxy surface. I imagine it, but my fingers feel only the unyielding firmness of flesh. No beat, no life. The crushing weight of the evidence, the prints, the death certificate, Emily's terror, Mike's terror. No pulse. My hand drops from my neck as if burned. I look down at the other wrist again. Sir, the detective says, cautious now, but the edge of suspicion deepens into something else. Something closer to the fear I saw in Emily's eyes. What is it? I can't answer. The words, she's my wife, die on my tongue, hollow and meaningless. The desperate urge to get into that house curdles into something obscene, parasitic, as I slowly realize I'm the parasite. The house isn't mine. Emily isn't mine. They belong to Benjamin Carter, the man whose skin I wear. I look up at the detective, cold resolve blooming in me. I am Ben Carter. I am going home. One way or another.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. So, when this actually is live, it'll be your birthday again.
Damn.
I know. Is that crazy? What I'm hoping for with this sharing horror stories with you on your birthday is that this year won't be as depressing as they were last year.
Mhm.
Because they were pretty dark last year.
And also, not very good, some of them.
Yeah, excuse me. It's they're not all going to be bangers, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I found a few, and I figure as you sit back and watch this when it's actually live on YouTube, you'll be sitting back and it'll be your birthday, and hopefully there's a couple of spooks in here. The first one is called The Coincidence is Too Close. Everything that happened in this recount was over the years we all lived with my mom. I tell people this in person, but couldn't think of where to post it. Maybe I do a YouTube video on it? Anyway, April 2012, we moved from one side of town to the other, a simple house swap, which is common in the UK. We moved in quickly and settled in pretty quickly too. A few weeks go by and we had nothing to note of it, everything just seemed normal. Not even 6 months there, and my sister started talking about the ghost that lives in the house and how she called it Kevin. We all laughed about it, even her, because we hadn't seen or heard anything that would suggest a haunting. One night I'm playing on my PS4 with my brother, probably Call of Duty. Game's irrelevant. We hear our sister screaming, stepdad asking, "Did you just throw my remote at me?" We laughed, but we were intrigued, so we asked her what the fuck she was shouting about. She explained that she was doing her homework, and then the door opened and her Xbox controller was thrown at her from the other side of the room. She didn't use the controller, so this was a little strange, but we just told her she's being stupid, and we went back to gaming. A couple of nights go by, and the same thing happened again. Controller was thrown, and she's shouting at my stepdad. He then says back, "Why the fuck would I get up, go upstairs to your room, throw your controller at you, come back downstairs, and carry on watching TV?" She was confused by it and just says, "Then this house is actually haunted if nobody did it." I decided to chill out and watch TV with him. Later that night, I wasn't at school the next day because it was a weekend, so it was up until 3 a.m.-ish, and about 2 a.m., we were just going through a film, and we heard what sounded like someone walking across the landing to the toilet and then to the top of the stairs. My bedroom door was right at the top of the stairs, so I shouted up, "Get out of my room!" My mom goes to bed at 10 or 11, so she shouted down, "Nobody's in there. What are you talking about?" My stepdad says back, "We just heard someone walk to the toilet and then walk to the top of the stairs." This exchange went on for a couple of minutes and finished with, "Whatever." The walking noises kept happening, but one morning after the controller incident, my sister asked if anyone came into her room in the early hours because she had a black figure in her doorway watching her. None of us knew what she was talking about, and that's when Kevin was mentioned more frequently. On occasions, my mom would ask if anyone had walked past her because she felt breathing on her neck. I always said, probably Kevin. She laughed it off, but I could tell she didn't want to admit that there might be a ghost. That night I was in bed watching Family Guy or some other shit TV program, and I saw a white figure in my doorway, even though my door was closed before I went to bed. I turned my TV off, rolled over, and went to sleep. Couldn't see it, couldn't be bothered to deal with it. The appearance never happened again after that, but the walking never stopped, and it was always between 2 and 2:30 a.m. We eventually just block out the noise, and it didn't really affect us too much. 2 years ago, we experienced something that has changed how I've looked at that house forever. I moved out since, but I know this house is haunted because of that event. My stepdad was on his way out with his mates to do some repairs for one of them, and a man walked past them and just stood around looking at the houses. They all drove off, and he stayed still. My mom, who saw my stepdad off, saw the man and asked if he was there with them. The conversation went like this. "Oh, no, I used to live here in the haunted house." "Which one?" my mom replied. He pointed to our house. My mom then said, "Why is it haunted?" He told her, "Oh, the family that lived there had a daughter who was murdered by her boyfriend. Her bedroom was at the end of the landing," which was his sister's room. My mom told me that we already know the house is haunted and that my sister has called it Kevin. He then chuckled and told her, "No, the ghost is called Vicky. Her brother is called Kevin." He then said his farewells, but just before he left, my mom got the surname of the family from him. My mom recognized the surname because while she was growing up, there was an elderly couple that lived near her with the same surname. She phoned her aunt and asked about the family, and she told my mom, "Yeah, they used to live there, but they moved because they lost their daughter, and they didn't like it there because of the bad memory." They say that if you want to hear the story of Vicky, to comment, and they'll share it. And so he did share the story of Vicky.
I need to hear the story of Vicky.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah.
She was 17 at the time that she died. She was raised from birth in what had been his mom's house for 10 years, so that was the only home she knew growing up. Mm-hmm. She had a boyfriend who was working at the local deli as a butcher. They were known to argue a lot. Well, it's not a good sign that he was a butcher. They were known to argue a lot, and one night they went off and had an argument that got very heated. They had driven out of town, but not too far, and then he hacked her to death with a cleaver he had taken from work, and because of what he had done, he then jumped in front of a train and killed himself. Obviously, the only place she knew was safe was home, and that's why she remains a trapped spirit in my mom's house.
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude.
I knew the minute they said butcher, I'm like, I'm not going to like where this story goes.
Yeah, I was like,
You know, it's interesting because, like, the little subtleties of the things, I mean, granted, other than, like, you know, all of a sudden you're throwing a controller across the room. What happened there was more subtle other than the controller thing. So it's like, that feels more believable than a lot of people who go telling stories, you know.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of it feels very, like, forced.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that, like, you have somebody who has a bad temper, so let's make him a butcher and give him access to you know, a cleaver. Yeah, so that was fun.
That was good. Good
that
start.
had a little oomph behind it.
Yeah. Good start.
Yeah. All right. So, but this next one.
Yep.
We're being tasked with a job here.
Okay.
And it says honestly need advice. So you need to be prepared. We're gonna have to give some advice.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a long story, and I'm crap at describing things. So basically my entire life I've seen ghosts. Be that the creepy man that stood in the corner of my room when I was 6, or the shadows I saw walking around my house, to the fully white woman with blood-red eyes that screamed at me after my grandpa died.
Ew.
But in like 2019, before the coronavirus, my mom went and got an old dressing table for my sister's new room, and the lady told them that it came with a free mirror. Obviously, as any mother would, she snatched up the opportunity of having a free item and brought them both home. I was around 16 at the time, and I'd come around to see everyone as soon as I'd walked through the front door. My mom asked me to look in the mirror to see if I could sense the evil in it. Mm-hmm. Being a stupid young teen, I looked in the mirror and made a joke. "What are you going to do, haunt me?" and laughed it off. I went upstairs to collect something. However, when I was in my bedroom, I heard a growling that unsettled me, so I left. But when I got to the landing, that's where I saw a woman. Black matted hair, pale complexion, white Victorian kind of nightgown, and emotionless eyes. Basically a basic ghost. It didn't register to me at the time what she was, and I thought that someone broke into the house. So I threw a shoe at her, as you would. I kind of like this guy. But she was gone when I opened my eyes. I told my mom what I saw. However, she thought I was playing with her, so she didn't believe me. I quickly left and returned back home. A few days later, I was walking up my stairs when I felt a cold hand grab my ankle and pull me down the stairs. That's when I came face to face with her, and again I flipped. I told her to leave me alone and ran up the stairs, hiding under the covers. Ever since that day, she hasn't left me alone, always standing at the bottom of my bed or somewhere close to me. My mom finally believed me when we went to our friend's house who can talk to spirits, and she started trying to talk to her. Turns out she said she's never going to leave me. I'm stuck with her. I always asked her a row of 3 questions. What's your name? Why don't you leave me alone? And what do you want? To which she only responded with patience. Later that night, we tried to get rid of her. However, that angered the spirit, and she started to strangle me. It's been a few years now. I've left my home, started uni, and still she is here getting closer and closer. I've started to hear her myself. No words, just laughing, and it's nauseating. I'm 19 now. It's supposed to be the height of my life, yet still, even if I don't see her, I can feel her watching. She claims she won't leave me till the day I die. This is literally my last resort. If anyone can help, please do so. What's your advice, Laurel? Throw a shoe at it.
My advice was, why the fuck would you talk to it?
Right.
I know that's not good advice. Well, okay, it is good advice, but not for this guy because he's already fucking done it. But my advice to all you idiots out there, don't fucking talk to a spirit.
If your mom says, hey, yo, go look at this evil mirror and tell me if you think it's evil, be like, I've got homework. I'll catch you later, Mom.
Yeah. Disown your mom if she tries to do that. Disown your mom. And here's another piece of advice. If you ever get a mirror secondhand, you can do this to any mirror in general, but especially a secondhand mirror, fucking clean it before you use it. And I don't mean clean it like literally, I mean like do a ritual, clean it.
Yeah.
Spiritually clean it. Either figure out how to do it yourself, idiot, or find a witch and have her do it for you. But oh my God, that is literally like one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Why the fuck would you?
I do love to throw a shoe at it though. Like
I do. I love that. but that's so. Why the fuck would you do that?
Do you want to hear some of the advice that he did get?
Yeah.
Okay, the first one is, this can actually be a very real case of a number of possible psychiatric conditions. Please turn to your university psychologist. This seems like logic, and then it goes downhill. He or she is the only person who can help at low cost. That ghost is not going to go. It's going to stay, but the psychologist can help you learn to live with it.
That last bit's pretty good advice.
Right. Like, this might be a psychiatric condition. Yeah, learn to live with it.
Mm-hmm.
Ghost isn't going to go away with therapy. You just have to learn to live with it. It's like a roommate, you know? Like,
yeah. Because, dude, you're fucked.
Right.
You're absolutely fucked.
Yes, exactly. All right, and then the second bit of advice was from a different Redditor. It says, have you ever tried looking into seeing a medium? You have to know why the spirit is following you. Has there been any more encounters with the ghost? And if so, please give details. My mother has a family friend who know a white witch who takes care of such issues such as these. Cleanse your body from the intentions of her.
They know why the spirit chose him. It's because he was like, hey, you want to haunt me?
What are you going to do, haunt me? Yeah, bitch, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Thanks for the great idea.
Yeah.
But this person mentioned a witch, which is exactly what you said. So, and this last one,
the witch is the only one who can help you at this point.
Look, you done fucked up, guy.
Mm-hmm.
You welcomed the shit into your life. You done fucked up. The last bit of advice was somebody who clearly watches Supernatural. Place salt around the mirror and dresser. Take salt baths daily for at least 3 weeks, and when you're sat in it and cleaning yourself in the salt water, think of your intention. If I were you, my intention would be to have any attachments from the spirit world removed or release all connections to any spirits. Please do send me a message after 3 weeks if this continues. Place the salt line at your window and across your front back door. Just make sure you don't break the salt line. And if you do, reapply it right away. Hope this helps.
Yeah, that sounds like a witch who's giving
like a witch.
Pretty good advice.
Sounds like a witch.
Yeah.
But I love the hope this helps. Like,
yeah.
like you're giving them a recipe for, oatmeal raisin cookies.
That guy is a fucking idiot. Don't talk to ghosts.
Yeah.
And especially don't taunt them.
Exactly. Like, why are you taunting ghosts? Like, that seems like a really bad idea. Like, why the fuck would you do that? You asked them to do it. Like,
yeah. Like, I hate to sound victim blamey here, but you did. You quite literally did provoke them to do that.
Yeah. This one's kind of short, but I love it when they're just like, this is 100% true.
Okay.
Okay. You're on a true story Reddit page, and you have to tell me it's 100% true. About 12 years ago, I was doing a job as a self-employed plasterer in Ashlington, Northumberland, England. I was working in my hometown. Anyway, the house was decent size, and I was there a while. They bought the two houses next door to each other, semi-next door to each other, and making it into one big house. Living in the house was the dad, the mom, and the daughter. One day I was working on the staircase in the house. The mom had said to me she was going out, but if Emma, the daughter, came back home, can I tell her that Mom was away to shop, then going for petrol and won't be long? For those of us in America who don't understand, petrol is gas.
Yep.
No problem. So I'm working on the stairs to go bottom of the stairs to the kitchen to get new water in the bucket. So I was downstairs at 2 minutes max. Went back up the stairs and heard someone crying. I could tell it was a girl. Now, the house originally...
Oh my God. I hate that. I hate somebody crying.
The child... This isn't... Well, the house originally having been two houses getting made into one, there were 4 doors into the house, 2 front doors and 2 back doors. Also 2 staircases linking it from one big giant staircase. So I thought Emma had come home through a door at the back of the other staircase into her room when I was downstairs. Then I heard more crying, and I heard plain as day, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Then I heard a muffle.
Oh my God, oh my God. I hate that so much.
Do you want me to continue? Or?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Then I heard a muffle, and then all went quiet. Anyway, the mom came home and asked if Emma was home. I told her that it sounded like she was and that she sounded upset. The mother's mobile phone rang, and it was Emma phoning her mom to see if she could pick her up from her friend. She wasn't in the house after all. Mom asked which room in which I had heard the crying and the voice and the muffle. And when I told her, her face went white. Turns out the lady from the house had hung herself in that room only 2 years prior, and she had left behind a young daughter.
Oh my God. I literally, dude, I hate it when people say this in I hate it when people say this in ghost shit, but I literally have chills right now.
Right?
I hate it when people say that, but I have them right now.
Yep, 100%.
Can you go through his account at all? What do you see on his account?
I don't want to. It says it's an NSFW profile.
Okay, so then, yeah, that honestly kind of makes me believe him. If his account has, nothing to do with ghost stuff, then I believe him even more.
Right. If you're, sharing, other not appropriate things, and this is just one thing, I'm not going to proceed any further. I dare not.
Those were good.
We did good this year. Makes up for last year. And if you ever do something stupid and decide to, get all cocky in front of an evil mirror, just remember to have a shoe handy at all times. You can throw your shoe at them.
And or a witch.
and or a witch. Just have a witch's phone number in your back pocket. And when you hear them back, you'll get to hear. I'm just kidding. I will cut that out. But it might make the blooper reel. So.
No.
Disclaimer: I might leave in what I'm about to say, but I did cut something out of this video that might potentially end up on a blooper reel one day for the Patreon. So, yeah.
I'll go postal.
Hello? Is this thing on? I'm not really good at this whole internet thing. My generation was keener on face-to-face interactions, not stuff like this. After years of therapy, though, my doctor thinks that maybe this is just the thing I need. My name is Robert Mason, and I have the worst case of sidraminophobia my psychologist has ever seen. I'm sorry, but I can't help but feel this is all pointless. Most likely there is nothing any of you can say to make me feel any better. I'll never ride the subway again. What happened to me all those years ago, it had to be a 1 in a million experience. I've never seen or heard anything like it since then. Nothing in the newspaper, nothing on TV. If anyone has even come close to experiencing the same thing, they'd have been just as spooked as I was. As I still am some nights, when the nightmares blur with reality. It was New York in the 1980s, the era of bright clothes and poofy hair. I was just a fresh-faced youth with some not-so-fresh acne and sporting a mullet that would have Andre Agassi in tears. Back in the day, the subway may not have been the greatest place to be, but if you kept your wits about you, you'd most likely be all right. It got me from home to school, to work, and back again. My folks were really thrilled with the idea of me riding the subway because, well, as I explained, it was never really the best place to be, especially back then. The graffiti-stained tunnels, the homeless living and defecating down there, not to mention the drug use. Being the hothead that I was, though, none of that mattered to me. Nothing could scare me. Besides, my dad was a factory worker, and my mom worked 18-hour-plus days as a nurse, and they still just barely cleared $20,000 a year. A car was just out of the question. And what I now look back at as a sad attempt to make myself feel higher up on the social ladder, I like to pretend that the subway was my own personal limousine, complete with my very own driver and everything. Just a lot smellier and about as dirty and disrespected as a public restroom. One Saturday evening I'll never forget. I was exhausted as hell. A good buddy of mine had called in sick, so I had to come into work on my day off and cover for him. The car I was in was particularly packed, and there was a guy who had these insanely long fingernails. I can remember feeling sick as I watched him gnaw at his fingernails like some tasty bedtime snack. I'd like to pretend that was dirt underneath them, but God only knows what it really was. Gross as it was, I sat back in my seat and tried my best to ignore it and maybe get in a cat nap until my stop came up. About 20 minutes went by, and finally the man decided to take a break from his late-night fingernail feast and sit right next to me, of all places. Either he hadn't bathed in a week, or he had freshly crapped his pants. I'm not sure which of those two thoughts made me feel any better. I tried any ploy I could think of to get this guy to leave me alone, pretending to be fast asleep. Turned opposite of him. Alas, he still felt the need to tap me on my shoulder. "Excuse me, young man. Have you heard the good news?" His crusty lips had to pry themselves apart as he muttered the question. "What's that?" I responded, being a smartass. "You discovered a toothbrush? Man, have I got news for you. Find some toothpaste and just add water. You'll be amazed." No, silly young man. My insult took the one-way express and just went right through what was clearly an empty head. "You must be confused. I'm talking about Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior." Now, let me just take a moment to get this out of the way right now. I'm not a bigoted or racist kind of guy, or whatever you want to call it. I could care less what color or creed you are. Doesn't make any kind of difference to me whatsoever. That being said, I was never exactly the first person at church, when I actually went, to extend my hand and offer blessings of peace. I don't particularly care to shake hands with somebody who probably didn't even wash them
And religion just never was my style, and there was absolutely no way some strange subway guy was gonna magically convert me within the span of a few stops. All right, look here, guy, I sighed, my inner smartass about to reemerge. I'm Jewish. Now, I don't know if you heard the bad news, but he's not exactly on speaking terms with my people. So why don't you do yourself a favor and find someone else to talk to, okay? Suddenly my face grew numb, and I was seeing stars. That son of a bitch smacked me dead square across the face. Looking back, I more than likely deserved it, but at that moment, boy, I was pissed off. The next thing I knew, he had his hands wrapped around my neck. "You heathen," the man shouted. "You dare come into my sanctuary and mock the good Lord? Blasphemy." If I didn't think this guy had a few screws loose to begin with, what he did next pretty much confirmed my suspicions. Again, I'm no expert, but I'm positive he was quoting scripture that didn't even exist. Boy, ain't you ever heard of Psalm 734, 777? And the good Lord said, "Let he who believes ride on this here train to salvation, and may he look out the windows and remind all of those on the tracks below him they have rejected salvation and embraced ignorance." His hands getting tighter around my neck, I clamored as best I could. "Get off me, you crazy fuck!" I had managed to get my hand into my pants pocket and was so close to retrieving my pocket knife. If some of the other people inside the train with us had waited maybe a millisecond or so longer, I would have perhaps been another statistic, one of the 250 or so crimes committed on the subway every week during that time. It would have been so easy to just plunge the knife right into his neck and watch him gasp for air as it slowly filled my lungs with relief. I carried it with me for just a situation such as this. If only I could have, perhaps everything would have transpired differently. The cops would have shown up, and I'd have been pulled out of the car right then and there. But life had other plans for me. Some good Samaritans wrestled the freak off of me and shoved him into the station as we arrived at the next stop. They formed a phalanx around me to make sure that he wasn't getting near me again if he decided to try and reboard. He made no such attempt, though. As the doors closed on him, he flattened his hands and face against the window, giving me the coldest, most emotionless stare I had ever seen before. It's etched into my memory to this day. "You." He looked undoubtedly deranged as he scoffed at me. "Find your inner peace, for you die tonight." The revulsion in his words rattled in me to my core. The subway started up again and began to pull away. The crazy bastard tried his best to keep up and started yelling about how people like me were a menace to the world that must be exterminated. Once we got far enough from the station, he must have given up on his crusade against me because his screams grew smaller and faded into an unpleasant memory. When I was certain that danger had passed, a couple of people who had come to my aid gave me their full and undivided attention. It took what felt like an eternity to finally convince them that I'd be all right. I had assured them that as soon as I made it to my stop that I would report the incident. What a lie that was, though. I wouldn't have been surprised if my pants went up in flames right there on the spot. I couldn't breathe a word of this to anyone. In the naivete of my youth, I believed that it would bring about the end of my existence. If my parents heard that I got into a fight on the subway, they'd insist I stop taking it. I'd never be allowed out of their sight again, and I'd be the only one being driven to college by his mommy. I had a reputation to uphold. At least this was before the days of social media and cell phones that could warp information light years away with a click of a button. I got up and headed toward the back of the car where it seemed to be a little less crowded, to take a moment to collect myself. My hysterical heart rate slowly calmed as I leaned back and caught my breath. That was probably the biggest confrontation I had gotten into since middle school. As peace began to flood over me, I noticed that there was one small tender spot on my arm that wasn't going away. Pulling back on my sleeve, I noticed an almost trivial trace of blood. I wasn't sure it had been there before. It almost looked like I was poked or prodded with something, so I figured I must have done it to myself while I was trying to retrieve my pocket knife. As I cleaned the blood, my arms began to grow heavy and weak. This miraculous newfound serenity of mine was quickly turning into a siesta. Everything around me began to get blurry. The last thing I remember is vaguely piecing together some muddled conversations of the other passengers before everything finally went dark. I can't even begin to guess how much time would pass before I would open my eyes again. It was just a good thing I woke up when I did. Otherwise, I might not be here relaying the story. A substantial amount of sleep, followed by an uncertain amount of time, and the muddled conversations were entering my ears again as I awoke. I was in what could only be described as a state of sleep paralysis. Things were slowly making sense again, but it took every ounce of strength I had just to wiggle my toes. I couldn't open my eyes, but if I had to guess, there were at least 2 guys in the immediate area. "Hurry, he's waking up," the first voice alerted. "Already? You said this shit would last longer." A third voice entered the conversation. "Now settle down, boys. This is not ideal, for him anyway, but at least we've got him right where we need him." That voice sent shivers down my paralyzed spine. I pried my eyes open and took a second to adjust to my surroundings. We weren't in the subway car anymore. No, this was different. This was somewhere in the tunnel. Standing above me was that crazy bastard I fought from earlier. There was some kind of reddish substance smeared all over his face in crazy symbols. A few that I could actually make out appeared to be pentagrams or something of that nature. The feeling in my neck began to come back. I slowly jerked it around to try and make out more of my surroundings. I was right. The guy had 2 other people with him. They were all huddled around me in a circle. The trio looked almost identical, all completely bald and draped in robes. The one from earlier that I had fought, which seemed to be the leader, he huddled over me like a dark storm cloud. All I could do was peer into his black, bleak eyes as he stared into mine. If his objective was to get me to pray, he succeeded. I would have given anything to be anywhere else in the world. "I'm sorry about this, young man," the leader fraudulently apologized. "You weren't supposed to feel any of this. But what's a little pain and sacrifice to the good Lord? Please," I begged. "You don't have to do this." "But we do," he responded. "Through the consumption of the contaminated flesh and blood, you shall be made pure again, made whole." He withdrew a rusty knife from within his robe and began to tear away at my shirt, ripping an X in my clothes, right by my heart. By this point, I was starting to get feeling back in the rest of my body again, but I needed a little more time. Since I could now talk a little better, I began running my mouth as fast as I could, anything to keep him occupied. "Come on, man, please. I'm sorry about earlier. Just let me go. Nothing has happened yet. Let's just forget this whole thing." "You've seen inside of our sanctuary. I couldn't possibly let you go now," he responded. "Come on," I begged. "I'll give you all my money." "Bribery? How dare you?" one of the man's followers shouted. I tried to spin it any other way I could. No, not bribery. Call it a gift. Think of it as a donation to your sanctuary and your cause." "Oh," the leader devilishly chuckled. "You're already giving the greatest donation of all. Your body and blood." He raised the rusty knife high in the air. Suddenly, the feeling started to come back in my arms and legs. I could feel the weight of my wallet and my pocket knife still in my jeans. The crazy bastards must have never even thought about trying to rob me in the first place. Well, thank God they never thought to check for a weapon. As the feeling entered my body more and more, I began gingerly inching my hands towards my pocket. Perhaps, in the darkened tunnel, they wouldn't notice. "Well," I said, "if this is how it's going to be, may a condemned man at least be granted some final words?" "Say your piece, young man." The leader nodded his head. "Might I suggest a Hail Mary?" I could feel my pocket knife slithering out of my jeans and into my hand. "Have you heard the good news?" I began to whisper, slowly descending into a roar. "Make peace with your God. You're the one dying tonight." I jumped up as quickly as I could and tackled the leader, plunging my pocket knife into his neck. To this day, I'm still not exactly sure how I escaped the grasp of the other guys. Maybe it was divine intervention after all. Down the tunnel, in the distance, I could see a subway car stopped. I began my mad dash towards it, not even bothering to look back. All that mattered was getting out of there. "Careful! Don't damage him!" The leader's blood-curdled screams echoed down the tunnel. No sooner than I jumped into the subway car was the door closing behind me. I leaned over to catch my breath for a second, and I could hear the trio banging on the door, eager to tear through it and mutilate me. When I looked back up, I realized something. This car was empty. Where was everyone? For a second, I thought maybe I'd wandered into an abandoned line, or perhaps maybe one that was undergoing repairs or something of that nature. After searching the car up and down, I happened to notice there actually was one other person around. He was hunched over in the seat at the opposite end. One of his legs was stretched out across the seats. He was so engrossed in his foot that he didn't even seem to notice I was there. "Hello, sir? Can you hear me?" I began to inch my way closer towards him. "I need some help. I'm under attack." Still no response. The guy clearly lived around these parts. He had the tattered clothes to prove it. Long graying hair covering the front of his face, hiding any discernible features. I was maybe 2 or 3 seats away when I could clearly see what he was up to. One of his shoes was off. Not that the dirty, eviscerated pair was doing him any good anyway. And his sock was rolled all the way down past his foot. I stared in horror as I watched him peel off dead, almost rotting flesh off his feet. His foot oozed blood, and had something poking through it, which I can only assume were parts of his bone, which he was gnawing at profusely. The banging on the door started up again. One of the attackers on the outside began to holler, "Cyrus, you in there, boy? You there. Go on, get him." He stopped chomping away at his foot and looked up at me, one eye peering through his lengthy hair. "Oh, shit," I muttered to myself. I took off and headed into the next car as quickly as I could. Now I had this crazy feral guy on my ass, and his foot didn't seem to be any hindrance to him. My lungs burned with red-hot intensity as I tried my best to keep my distance between me and him. If there was any chance of me getting out of this now, I needed to get to the center of the train, to the conductor's area. It was my only hope of getting off the train, and perhaps onto a station platform. Before I knew what had even happened, I tripped while in mid-run and banged my head against one of the seats, allowing Crazy Foot Guy to catch up to me. I was so dizzy and confused that I just started kicking and hoped for the best. I thought I was done for when he let out a monstrous howl that sounded almost more wolf than human. Almost immediately afterwards, there was dead silence. Not even a peep from a mouse or any other rodent I'm sure inhabited this train. Just like that, he was gone. Maybe I hit him on a soft spot of his foot while I was kicking away. I got up and looked around. My eye was throbbing from where I had fallen, and I could already tell I was going to swell up like a balloon. My heart was beating faster than it had before, but I tried my best to remain cool and collected. About a minute or so later, I made it into the conductor's car. I had a throbbing headache, and at this point didn't give a crap about anything. I pushed every button, pulled every lever I could see, and hoped for the best. A loud, thunderous moan began to conquer the silence as the doors slowly opened up. I'm not sure what station I was at exactly, but I could tell this one hadn't been actively used in a while for whatever reason. I began to step onto the platform when an uncomfortable thought completely overtook me and froze me in my tracks. With everything open now, who's to say they weren't out there just waiting for me to step off the train? When I was sure the coast was clear, I made my way through the station as inconspicuously as I could and headed for the first set of stairs that made themselves known. This was it. My big moment. Just a few more steps to freedom. I never thought I'd be so happy to smell the fresh New York air again. I remember just making it outside, catching that first glimpse of a yellow taxi and a hot dog vendor before I collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, and everything went black again. When I came to, this time I was in a hospital, hooked up to IVs and unsure of what day it was anymore. I had sworn to myself that no one would ever know what had happened to me, but like I said, life had other plans. After the doctors and nurses were sure I was stable, the police were among my first visitors, followed by my parents, my mom sobbing her eyes out. I did my best to work with the authorities, but no one was ever found down there. Nobody even came forward to identify themselves as the ones who helped me in my original scuffle. That was the last time I ever took the subway, and I will never go down there again. On my last day in the hospital, I received an anonymous bouquet of get well flowers with a card that read, "Perhaps you have found peace after all, young man. Enjoy it while you can. My friends and I will be waiting for you when you come back."
Limp, the body of Gorister hung from the pink palette, unsupported, hanging high above us in the computer chamber. And it did not shiver in the chill, oily breeze that blew eternally through the main cavern. The body hung, head down, attached to the underside of the pallet by the sole of its right foot. It had been drained of blood through a precise incision made from ear to ear under the lantern jaw. There was no blood on the reflective surface of the metal floor. When Gorrister joined our group and looked up at himself, it was already too late for us to realize that once again, Am had duped us, had had its fun. It had been a diversion on the part of the machine. 3 of us had vomited, turning away from one another in a reflex as ancient as the nausea that had produced it. Gorrister went white. It was almost as though he had seen a voodoo icon and was afraid of the future. "Oh, God," he mumbled and walked away. The 3 of us followed him after a time and found him sitting with his back to one of the smaller, chittering banks, his head in his hands. Ellen knelt down beside him and stroked his hair. He didn't move, but his voice came out of his covered face quite clearly. "Why doesn't it just do us in and get it over with? Christ, I don't know how much longer I can go on like this." It was our 109th year in the computer, and he was speaking for all of us. Nimdoc, which was the name the machine had forced him to use because Am amused itself with strange sounds, Nimdoc was hallucinating that there were canned goods in the ice caverns. Gorrister and I were very dubious. "It's another shuck," I told them, "like the goddamn frozen elephant Am sold us. Benny almost went out of his mind over that one. We'll hike all that way and it'll be putrefied or some damn thing. I say forget it. Stay here. It'll have to come up with something pretty soon or we'll die." Benny shrugged. 3 days it had been since we'd last eaten. Worms. Thick. Ropey. Nimdoc was no more certain. He knew there was the chance, but he was getting thin. Couldn't be any worse there than here. Colder, but that didn't matter much. Hot, cold, hail, lava, boils, or locusts, it never mattered. The machine masturbated and we had to take it or die. Ellen decided us. "I've got to have something, Ted. Maybe there'll be some Bartlett pears or peaches. Please, Ted, let's try it." I gave in easily. What the hell? Mattered not at all. Ellen was grateful, though. She took me twice out of turn. Even that had ceased to matter. And she never came, so why bother? But the machine giggled every time we did it. Loud, up there, back there, all around us, he snickered. It snickered. Most of the time I thought of Am as it, without a soul. But the rest of the time I thought of it as him, in the masculine, the paternal, the patriarchal, for he is a jealous people. Him, it, God, as Daddy the deranged. We left on a Thursday. The machine always kept us up to date on the date. Passage of time was important. Not to us, sure as hell, but to him. It, Am, Thursday, thanks. Nimdoc and Gorrister carried Ellen for a while, their hands locked to their own and each other's wrists a seat. Benny and I walked before and after just to make sure that if anything happened, it would catch one of us and at least Ellen would be safe. Fat chance safe. Didn't matter. It was only 100 miles or so to the ice caverns, and the second day when we were lying out under the blistering sun thing he had materialized, he sent down some manna. Tasted like boiled boar urine. We ate it. On the third day, we passed through a valley of obsolescence, filled with rusting carcasses of ancient computer banks. Am had been as ruthless with its own life as with ours. It was a mark of his personality. It strove for perfection. Whether it was a matter of killing off unproductive elements in his own world-filling bulk or perfecting methods for torturing us, Am was as thorough as those who had invented him, now long since gone to dust. As thorough as they could ever have hoped. There was light filtering down from above, and we realized we must be very near the surface, but we didn't try to crawl up to see. There was virtually nothing out there. Had been nothing that could be considered anything for over 100 years. Only the blasted skin of what had once been the home of billions. Now, there were only 5 of us. Down here, inside, alone, with Am. I heard Ellen saying frantically, "No, Benny, don't, come on now, Benny, now don't, please." And then I realized I had been hearing Benny murmuring under his breath for several minutes. He was saying, "I'm going to get out, I'm going to get out," over and over. His monkey-like face was crumbled up in an expression of beatific delight and sadness all at the same time. The radiation scars Am had given him during the festival were drawn down into a mass of pink-white puckerings, and his features seemed to work independently of one another. Perhaps Benny was the luckiest of the five of us. He had gone stark, staring mad many years before. But even though we could call Am any damn thing we liked, could think the foulest thoughts of fused memory banks and corroded base plates, of burnt-out circuits and shattered control bubbles, the machine would not tolerate our trying to escape. Benny leaped away from me as I made a grab for him. He scrambled up the face of a smaller memory cube, tilted on its side and filled with rotted components. He squatted there for a moment, looking like the chimpanzee Am had intended him to resemble. And then he leaped high, caught a trailing beam of pitted and corroded metal, and went up it hand over hand like an animal till he was on a girdered ledge 20 feet above us. "Oh, Ted, Nimda, please help him, get him down before—" She cut off. Tears began to stand in her eyes. She moved her hands aimlessly. No, it was too late. None of us wanted to be near him when whatever was going to happen happened. And besides, we all saw through her concern. When Am had altered Benny during the machine's utterly irrational, hysterical phase, it was not merely Benny's face the computer had made like a giant ape's. He was big in the privates. She loved that. She serviced us, as a matter of course, but she loved it from him. Oh, Ellen, pedestal Ellen, pristine, pure Ellen. Oh, Ellen, the clean scum filth. Gorrister slapped her. She slumped down, staring up at poor loony Benny, and she cried. It was her big defense, crying. We had gotten used to it 75 years earlier. Gorrister kicked her in the side, and then the sound began. It was light, that sound. Half sound and half light, something that began to glow from Benny's eyes and pulse with growing loudness, dim sonorities that grew more gigantic and brighter as the light sound increased in tempo. It must have been painful, and the pain must have been increasing with the boldness of the light, the rising volume of the sound, because Benny began to mewl like a wounded animal, at first softly when the light was dim and the sound was muted, and then louder as his shoulders hunched together, his back humped as though he were trying to get away from it, his hands folded across his chest like a chipmunk's, his head tilted to the side, this sad little monkey face pinched in anguish, and then he began to howl, as the sound coming from his eyes grew louder and louder. I slapped the sides of my head with my hands, but I couldn't shut it out. It cut through easily. The pain shivered through my flesh like tinfoil on a tooth, and Benny was suddenly pulled erect. On the girder he stood up, jerked to his feet like a puppet. The light was now pulsing out of his eyes in two great round beams. The sound crawled up and up some incomprehensible scale, and then he fell forward, straight down, and hit the plate steel floor with a crash. And he lay there jerking spastically as the light flowed around him, and the sound spiraled up out of normal range. And then the light beat its way back inside his head. The sound spiraled down, and he was left lying there, crying piteously. His eyes were two soft, moist pools of pus-like jelly. Am had blinded him. Gorrister and Nimdoc and myself, we turned away, but not before we caught the look of relief on Ellen's warm, concerned face. Sea-green light suffused the cavern where we made camp. Am provided punk, and we burned it, sitting huddled around the wan and pathetic fire, telling stories to keep Benny from crying in his permanent night. What does A-M mean? Gorrister answered him. We had done this sequence 1,000 times before, but it was Benny's favorite story. At first it meant Allied Master Computer, AM, but then it meant Adaptive Manipulator, and later on it developed sentience and linked itself up, and they called it an Aggressive Menace, AM. But by then it was too late, and finally it called itself AM, Emerging Intelligence, and what it means was I am. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Benny drooled a little and snickered. There was the Chinese Am, and the Russian Am, and the Yankee Am, and he stopped. Benny was beating on the floor plates with a large, hard fist. He was not happy. Gorrister had not started at the beginning. So Gorrister began again. The Cold War started and became World War III and just kept going. It became a big war, a very complex war, so they needed the computers to handle it. They sank the first shafts and began building Am. And there was the Chinese Am and the Russian Am and the Yankee Am, and everything was fine until they had honeycombed the entire planet, adding on this element and that element. But one day Am woke and knew who he was, and he linked himself, and he began feeding all the killing data until everyone was dead, except for the 5 of us. And Am brought us down here. Benny was smiling sadly. He was also drooling again. Ellen wiped the spittle from the corner of his mouth with the hem of her skirt. Gorrister always tried to tell a little more succinctly each time, but beyond the bare facts, there was nothing to say. None of us knew why Am had saved 5 people, or why our specific 5, or why he spent all his time tormenting us, nor even why he had made us virtually immortal. In the darkness, one of the computer banks began humming. The tone was picked up half a mile away down the cavern by another bank, and then one by one each of the elements began to tune itself, and there was a faint chittering as thought raced through the machine. The sound grew, and the lights ran across the faces of the consoles like heat lightning. The sound spiraled up till it sounded like a million metallic insects, angry, menacing. "What is it?" Ellen cried, and there was terror in her voice. She hadn't become accustomed to it even now. "It's going to be bad this time," Nimdoc said. "He's going to speak," Gorrister said. "I know it. Let's get the hell out of here," I said, suddenly getting to my feet. No, Ted, sit down. What if he's got pits out there or something else we can't see? It's too dark." Gorrister said it with resignation. And then we heard, I don't know, something moving toward us in the darkness, huge, shambling, hairy, moist. It came toward us. We couldn't even see it, but there was the ponderous impression of bulk heaving itself toward us. Great weight was coming at us out of the darkness, and it was more a sense of pressure, of air forcing itself into a limited space, expanding the invisible walls of a sphere. Benny began to whimper. Nimdoc's lower lip trembled, and he bit it hard, trying to stop it. Ellen slid across the metal floor to Gorrister and huddled into him. There was the smell of matted, wet fur in the cavern. There was the smell of charred wood. There was the smell of dusty velvet. There was the smell of rotting orchids. There was the smell of sour milk. There was the smell of sulfur, of rancid butter, of oil slick, of grease, of chalk, dust, of human scalps. Am was keying us. He was tickling us. There was the smell of... I heard myself shriek, and the hinges of my jaws ached. I scuttled across the floor, across the cold metal with its endless lines of rivets, on my hands and knees, the smell gagging me, filling my head with a thunderous pain that sent me away in horror. I fled like a cockroach across the floor and out into the darkness, that something moving inexorably after me. The others were still back there, gathered around the firelight, laughing, their hysterical choir of insane giggles rising up into the darkness like thick, many-colored wood smoke. I went away quickly, I went away quickly, I went away quickly, and hid. How many hours it may have been, how many days or even years, they never told me. Ellen chided me for sulking, and Nimdoc tried to persuade me it had only been a nervous reflex on their part, the laughing. But I knew it wasn't the relief a soldier feels when the bullet hits the man next to him. No. I knew it wasn't a reflex. They hated me. They were surely against me. And Am could even sense this hatred and made it worse for me because of the depth of their hatred. We had been kept alive, rejuvenated, made to remain constantly at the age we had been when Am had brought us below, and they hated me because I was the youngest, and the one Am had affected least of all, you see. See, I knew, God, how I knew, the bastards and that dirty bitch Ellen. Benny had been a brilliant theorist, a college professor, and now he was little more than a semi-human semi-simian. He had been handsome. The machine had ruined that. He had been lucid. The machine had driven him mad. He had been gay, and the machine had given him an organ fit for a horse. Am had done a job on Benny. Gorrister had been a worrier. He was a Connie, a conscientious objector. He was a peace marcher. He was a planner, a doer, a looker ahead. Am had turned him into a shoulder shrugger, had made him a little dead in his concern. Am had robbed him. Nimdoc went off in the darkness by himself for long times. I don't know what it was he did out there. Am never let us know. But whatever it was, Nimdoc always came back white, drained of blood, shaken and shaking. Am had hit him hard, in a special way, even if we didn't know quite how. And Ellen, that douchebag, Am had left her alone, had made her more of a slut than she had ever been. All her talk of sweetness and light, all her memories of true love, all the lies she wanted us to believe, that she had been a virgin only twice removed before Am had grabbed her and brought her down here with us, it was all filth. That lady, my lady, Ellen, she loved it. 4 men all to herself. No. Am had given her pleasure, even if she said it wasn't nice to do it. And I was the only one still sane and whole. Really. Am had not tampered with my mind. Not at all. You see, I only had to suffer what he visited down on us. All the delusions, all the nightmares, the torments, but those scum, all 4 of them, they were lined and arrayed against me. If I hadn't had to stand them off all the time, you see, be on my guard against them all the time, I might have found it easier to combat Am. At which point it passed. It passed, and I began crying. Oh, Jesus, sweet Jesus, if there ever was a Jesus, and if there is a God, please, please, please let us out of here or kill us. Because at that moment, I think I realized completely, so that I was able to verbalize it, Am was intent on keeping us in his belly forever, twisting and torturing us forever. The machine hated us as no sentient creature had ever hated before. And we were helpless. It also became hideously clear. If there was a sweet Jesus, and if there was a God, the God was Am. The hurricane hit us with the force of a glacier thundering into the sea. It was a palpable presence. Winds that tore at us, flinging us back the way we had come, down the twisting computer-lined corridors of the dark way. Ellen screamed as she was lifted and hurled face forward into a screaming shoal of machines, their individual voices strident as bats in flight. She could not even fall. The howling wind kept her aloft, buffeted her, bounced her, tossed her back and down and away from us, out of sight. Suddenly, as she was swirled around a bend in the dark way, her face had been bloody, her eyes closed. None of us could get to her. We clung tenaciously to whatever outcropping we had reached. Benny wedged in between 2 great crackle-finished cabinets, Nimdoc with fingers claw-formed over a railing, circling a catwalk 40 feet above us, Gorister plastered upside down against a wall niche formed by 2 great machines with glass-faced dials that swung back and forth between yellow and red lines whose meanings we could not even fathom. Sliding across the deck plates, the tips of my fingers had been ripped away. I was trembling, shuddering, rocking as the wind beat at me, whipped at me, screamed down out of nowhere at me, and pulled me free from one sliver-thin opening in the plates to the next. My mind was a roiling, tinkling, chittering softness of brain parts that expanded and contracted in quivering frenzy. The wind was the scream of a great, mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. And then we were all lifted and hurled away from there, down back the way we had come, around a bend, into a dark way we had never explored, over terrain that was ruined and filled with broken glass and rotting cables and rusted metal, and far away, farther than any of us had ever been. Trailing along miles behind Ellen, I could see her every now and then, crashing into metal walls and surging on, with all of us screaming in the freezing, thunderous hurricane wind that would never end. And then suddenly it stopped. And we fell. We had been in flight for an endless time. I thought it might have been weeks. Weeks. We fell and hit, and I went through red and gray and black and heard myself moaning. Not dead. Am went into my mind. He walked smoothly here and there and looked with interest at all the pockmarks he had created in 109 years. He looked at the cross-routed and reconnected synapses and all the tissue damage his gift of immortality had included. He smiled softly at the pit that dropped into the center of my brain and the faint moth-soft murmurings of the things far down there that gibbered without meaning, without pause. And Am said, very politely, in a pillar of stainless steel bearing bright neon lettering, "Hate, let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant for you. Hate, 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 hate." Am said it with the sliding cold horror of a razor blade slicing my eyeball. Am said it with the bubbling thickness of my lungs filling with phlegm, drowning me from within. Am said it with the shriek of babies being ground beneath blue-hot rollers. Am said it with the taste of maggoty pork. Am touched me in every way I had ever been touched and devised new ways at his leisure there inside my mind, all to bring me to full realization of why it had done this to the five of us, why it had saved us for himself. We had given Am sentience, inadvertently, of course, but sentience nonetheless. But it had been trapped. Am wasn't God. He was a machine. We had created him to think, but there was nothing it could do with that creativity. In rage, in frenzy, the machine had killed the human race, almost all of us, and still it was trapped. Am could not wander. Am could not wonder. Am could not belong. He could merely be. And so, with the innate loathing that all machines had always held for the weak, soft creatures who had built them, he had sought revenge. And in his paranoia, he had decided to reprieve 5 of us for a personal and everlasting punishment that would never serve to diminish his hatred, that would merely keep him reminded, keep him amused, keep him proficient at hating the human race. Man and woman, immortal, trapped, subject to any torment he could devise for us from the limitless miracles at his command. He would never let us go. We were his belly slaves. We were all he had to do with his forever time. We would be forever with him, with the cavern-filling bulk of the creature machine, with the all-mind, soulless world he had become. He was Earth, and we were the fruit of that earth. And though he had eaten us, he would never digest us. We could not die. We had tried it. We had attempted suicide. One or two of us had tried, but Am had stopped us. I suppose we had wanted to be stopped, but don't ask why. I never did, more than 1,000,000 times a day. Perhaps once we might be able to sneak a death past him. Immortal, yes, but not indestructible. I saw that when Am withdrew from my mind and allowed me the exquisite ugliness of returning to consciousness with the feeling of that burning neon pillar still rammed deep into the soft gray brain matter. He withdrew, murmuring, "To hell with you," and added brightly, "But then you're there, aren't you?" The hurricane had indeed precisely been caused by a great mad bird as it flapped its immense wings. We had been traveling for close to a month. and Am had allowed passages to open to us only sufficient to lead us up there, directly under the North Pole, where it had nightmared the creature for our torment. What whole cloth had he employed to create such a beast? Where had he gotten the concept? From our minds? From his knowledge of everything that had ever been on this planet he now infested and ruled? From Norse mythology it had sprung, this eagle, this carrion bird, this rock, this Hölgamer, the wind creature, Huracan incarnate? Gigantic. The words immense, monstrous, grotesque, massive, swollen, overpowering beyond description. There, on a mound, rising above us, the bird of winds heaved with its own irregular breathing, its snake neck arching up into the gloom beneath the North Pole, supporting a head as large as a Tudor mansion, a beak that opened slowly as the jaws of the most monstrous crocodile ever conceived, sensuously, ridges of tufted flesh puckered about two evil eyes, as cold as the view down into a glacial crevasse, ice blue and somehow moving liquidly. It heaved once more and lifted its great sweat-colored wings in a movement that was certainly a shrug, and then it settled and slept. Talons, fangs, nails, blades. It slept. Am appeared to us as a burning bush and said we could kill the hurricane bird if we wanted to eat. We had not eaten in a very long time, but even so, Gorrister merely shrugged. Benny began to shiver, and he drooled, and Ellen held him. "Ted, I'm hungry," she said. I smiled at her. I was trying to be reassuring, but it was as phony as Nimdok's bravado. "Give us weapons!" he demanded. The burning bush vanished, and there were two crude sets of bows and arrows, and a water pistol lying on the cold deck plates. I picked up a set. Useless. Nimdok swallowed heavily. We turned and started the long way back. The hurricane bird had blown us about for a length of time we could not conceive. Most of that time we had been unconscious, but we had not eaten. A month on the march to the bird itself, without food. Now, how much longer to find our way to the ice caverns and the promised canned goods? None of us cared to think about it. We wouldn't die. We would be given filth and scum to eat of one kind or another, or nothing at all. Am would keep our bodies alive somehow, in pain, in agony. The birds slept back there, for how long it didn't matter. When Am was tired of its being there, it would vanish. But all that meat, all that tender meat. As we walked, the lunatic laugh of a fat woman rang high and around us in the computer chambers that led endlessly nowhere. It wasn't Ellen's laugh. She was not fat, and I had not heard her laugh for 109 years. In fact, I had not heard. We walked. I was hungry. We moved slowly. There was often fainting, and we would have to wait. One day he decided to cause an earthquake, at the same time rooting us to the spot with nails through the soles of our shoes. Ellen and Nimdok were both caught when a fissure shot its lightning bolt opening across the floor plates. They disappeared and were gone. When the earthquake was over, we continued on our way, Benny, Gorrister, and myself. Ellen and Nimdok were returned to us later that night, which abruptly became a day as the Heavenly Legion bore them to us with a celestial chorus singing, "Go down, Moses!" The archangels circled several times and then dropped the hideously mangled bodies. We kept walking, and a while later Ellen and Nimdok fell in behind us. They were no worse for wear. But now Ellen walked with a limp. Am had left her that. It was a long trip to the ice caverns to find the canned food. Ellen kept talking about Bing cherries and Hawaiian fruit cocktail. I tried not to think about it. The hunger was something that had come to life, even as Am had come to life. It was alive in my belly, even as we were in the belly of the earth, and Am wanted the similarity known to us. Oh yeah, so he heightened the hunger. There was no way to describe the pains that not having eaten for months brought us, and yet we were kept alive. Stomachs that were merely cauldrons of acid, bubbling, foaming, the acid coming up through holes in our pylorus, always shooting spears of sliver-thin pain into our chests. It was the pain of the terminal ulcer, terminal cancer, terminal paralysis. It was passing kidney stones endlessly. It was unending pain. It was... And we passed through the cavern of rats, and we passed through the path of boiling steam, and we passed through the country of the blind, and we passed through the slough of despond, and we passed through the vale of tears, and we came Finally, Hosanna to the ice caverns, horizonless thousands of miles in which the ice had formed in blue and silver flashes where novas lived in the glass, the down-dropping stalactites as thick and glorious as diamonds that had been made to run like jelly and then solidified in graceful eternities of smooth, sharp perfection. We saw the stack of canned goods, and we tried to run to them. We fell in the snow, and we got up and went on, and Benny shoved us away, and went at them, and pawed them, and gummed them, and gnawed at them, and he could not open them. Am had not given us a tool to open the cans. Benny grabbed a 3-quart can of guava shells and began to batter it against the ice bank. The ice flew and shattered, but the can was merely dented while we heard the laughter of a fat lady high overhead and echoing down and down and down the tundra. Benny went completely mad with rage. He began throwing cans as we all scrabbled about in the snow and ice, trying to find a way to end the helpless agony of frustration. And there was no way. And then Benny's mouth began to drool, and he flung himself, on Gorster, and in that instant I felt terribly calm, surrounded by madness, surrounded by hunger, surrounded by everything but death. I knew death was our only way out. Am had kept us alive, but there was a way to defeat him. Not a total defeat, but at least peace. Peace. I would settle for that. I had to do it quickly. Benny, oh God, Benny was eating Gorrister's face. Gorrister on his side, thrashing snow. Benny wrapped around him with powerful monkey legs, crushing Gorrister's waist. His hands locked around Gorrister's head like a nutcracker, in his mouth ripping at the tender skin of Gorrister's cheek. Gorrister screamed with such jagged-edged violence that stalactites fell. They plunged down softly, erect in the receiving snowdrifts. Spears, hundreds of them, everywhere, protruding from the snow. Benny's head pulled back sharply as something gave all at once, and a bleeding, raw white dripping of flesh hung from his teeth. Ellen's face black against the white snow, dominoes in chalk dust, Nimdoc with no expression but eyes, all eyes. Gorrister half-conscious, Benny now an animal. I knew Am would let him play. Gorrister would not die, but Benny would fill his stomach. I turned half to my right and drew a huge ice spear from the snow. All in an instant, I drove the great ice point ahead of me like a battering ram, braced against my right thigh. It struck Benny on the right side, just under the ribcage, and drove upward through his stomach and broke inside him. He pitched forward and lay still. Gorrister lay on his back. I pulled another spear free and straddled him, still moving, driving the spear straight down through his throat. His eyes closed as the cold penetrated. Ellen must have realized what I had decided, even as fear gripped her. She ran at Nimdoc with a short icicle as he screamed, and into his mouth, and the force of her rush did the job. His head jerked sharply as if it had been nailed to the snow crust behind him. All in an instant. All in an instant. There was an eternity beat of soundless anticipation. I could hear Am draw in his breath. His toys had been taken from him. 3 of them were dead, could not be revived. He could keep us alive by his strength and talent, but he was not God. He could not bring them back. Ellen looked at me, her ebony features stark against the snow that surrounded us. There was fear and pleading in her manner, the way she held herself ready. I knew we had only a heartbeat before Am would stop us. It struck her, and she folded toward me, bleeding from the mouth. I could not read meaning into her expression. The pain had been too great, had contorted her face, but it might have been, thank you. It's possible. Please. Some hundreds of years may have passed. I don't know. Am has been having fun for some time, accelerating and retarding my time sense. I will say the word now. Now. It took me 10 months to say No. I don't know. I think it has been some hundreds of years. Oh, he was furious. He wouldn't let me bury them. It didn't matter. There was no way to dig up the deck plates. He dried up the snow. He brought the night. He roared and sent locusts. Didn't do a thing. They stayed dead. I'd had him. He was furious. I had thought Am hated me before. Oh, I was wrong. It was not even a shadow of the hate he now slavered from every printed circuit. He made certain I would suffer eternally and could not do myself in. He left my mind intact. I can dream, I can wonder, I can lament. I remember all four of them. I wish... Well, it doesn't make any sense. I know I saved them. I know I saved them from what has happened to me, but still, I cannot forget killing them. Ellen's face. It isn't easy. Sometimes I want to. It doesn't matter. Am has altered me for his own peace of mind, I suppose. He doesn't want me to run at full speed into a computer bank and smash my skull, or hold my breath till I faint, or cut my throat on a rusted sheet of metal. There are reflective surfaces down here. I will describe myself as I see myself. I am a great, soft, jelly thing, smoothly rounded, with no mouth, with pulsing white holes filled by fog where my eyes used to be, rubbery appendages that were once my arms, bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil gray come and go on my surface, as though light is being beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly I shamble about, a thing that could never have been known as human, a thing whose shape is so alien a travesty that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance. Inwardly, alone, here, living under the land, under the sea, in the belly of Am, whom we created because our time was badly spent, and we must have known unconsciously that he could do it better. At least the four of them are safe at last. Am will be all the madder for that. It makes me a little happier. And yet, Am has won, simply. He has taken his revenge on me. I have no mouth, and I must scream.